And there we should be live. Uh, yeah, it looks like I have four people in the
Make
chat
sure
right now.
you mute your YouTube. My YouTube didn't start yet.
Uh, yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, mine didn't start yet either, but
Yeah, if you don't mute your YouTube, then we'll get the echo. So anyone that's
yeah,
got
Yep.
YouTube and StreamYards open, just mute your YouTube once it comes on.
that's
It
weird. It
just
hasn't
popped
even
up.
started yet. It says it's not started yet.
It is now.
Just
Oh, there it
started.
is. Okay,
Yeah.
there we
So I
go.
got mine muted.
Yeah, I got mine
I'm
muted
gonna
too.
find you.
I got five people in there. Wow. All right.
For
So
waiting.
what's happening? Happy anniversary. Shit.
Happy anniversary is a horrible thing to say. And I watched
Fucking
the Sunrise
yeah.
Remembrance, and
That's
he
true. That is pretty
actually
fucked
had
up.
the nerve to call it a celebration. And I'm like, seriously? You couldn't
What'd
have
you
had a
see?
better choice of words?
It's I think it's Carolyn Goodman. Did that. Some survivor made a like a little tree, like a metal tree kind of statue thing, and of course Carolyn Goodman, the mayor, is over there, unveiling it, and it's like you didn't make this thing, right? It's almost like
Why
she
don't
took
they
it
let a
from this person.
survivor do it? She used
Yeah.
to always lead, and I don't know if she did tonight, but she used to always lead a thing at the Memorial Gardens where it was a candlelight vigil where she'd read off the names. And I was like, why don't you let one of the parents or one of the survivors read off those names? And I'm not sure if they even did that tonight. I
Yeah.
posted the sunrise thing, but it's like I didn't go through all the other things that were going on today because I got stuck down rabbit holes
Yeah, I
with
mean,
other stuff.
yeah, good times. Yeah, the Vegas thing. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I'm kind of like over it at this point. I mean, it's been 5 years. It's been 5 damn years. I think the first two were pretty exciting there, but
I'll never be over it. I'll dig probably till I'm dead. But being that I
I
have lung
mean,
cancer, that probably isn't that far down the
Yeah,
road.
don't.
I'm
oh,
hoping I made it to the seventh or eighth anniversary.
don't say that. The
It's like we're glad you're still here. Jeez,
I
you
was
yeah,
know.
worried with that surgery when they took my lung. I was really scared then, but now that I've like gotten more recovered, it's like now it's just like, okay, every 3 months I go get checked and wait, for the time bomb to tick. But
yeah.
I'm
Good.
actually due next week on the 8th. I think I go for my next check.
Oh, okay.
So
So
they'll
like,
tell me if it's spread.
so let me start by this, man. Let me ask you guys, like, what got you guys into this? Like, what makes you care about this
Because
Vegas?
I was down the street and thought I was being attacked by terrorists. So, like, from the minute it happened is when I jumped in being freaked out.
Yeah, yeah,
And I
yeah.
never
I
believed
think I
that
remember you
night
saying
when
you
I
were
was
there.
watching it, and Lombardo at 1:30 in the morning stated one shooter, all done and over with, and I'm still down the street scared shitless because I have to get on an airplane in the morning, thinking the city's being attacked by terrorists. When he said that at 1:30, that was when my total spidey senses went up, and I'm like, this needs to be looked into. So that's kind of how I
Yeah.
basically got stuck in this or jumped in this and won't leave till I figure it out.
I'm having some audio issues. Where's that coming from?
Yeah, what
Is
is
that me?
that?
Oh, that was
It went
Nick.
away.
That was
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Everyone muted, so I don't know. It's
It's my damn fan in the background. My bad.
oh, okay, no problem. So
Um, I
so
wasn't
yeah,
there,
go ahead.
but my few of my best friends were on the strip that night when it happened, and so that's kind of what drew me in. I have a friend who lives in Vegas, and my best friend from here in Ohio was out there visiting him. He had just flown into McCarran. I don't know, like they got in at like 8:30, and they just went over onto the strip and started partying when everything started. And so I was at work that night and heard it all going down. And I'm calling him on the phone, like, "Oh my god, dude, are you okay?" And he's like, "Yeah, we're locked down in a casino, and yeah, I'm okay, but I got to save the charge on my phone, So that's kind of what sent me down that track was the fact that he was there.
Oh, okay. So you knew people that were in Vegas. What about you, Angela? What got you into this?
Hold on, hold on.
Oh, I think we lost audio on Angela.
That's not possible. I'm the only one that talks as much as her. Angela, something's
I'm
muted
here.
on you. Okay.
Oh, there you go.
I was muted because I was sharing this link with some of a group of friends I hang out with.
Oh, I should
So
actually
that they
send
could
this to
come.
Angelica.
Oh yeah,
What?
I could post it.
So, what's your story, Angela? What got you involved in this? Originally,
So I was watching. Yep, originally I was watching the news, and I heard about this old man that was shooting out windows at a country western concert. You know, everybody running crazy and stuff like that. But it also had to do with a dream. I had a dream. Then I saw
oh
the
shit, here we
news.
go.
Then I started looking at it. I could pull the dream up and I can read it to you tonight if you want. Um,
I mean,
I won't.
I'm just curious, like, because
So,
it always makes me wonder, like, why people are involved in this.
hmm so I thought I just thought off the top of my head that just sounds so weird. So I started Googling it to kind of like look more into what happened, and I landed on "Let the Bodies Hit the Floor" YouTube page.
I knew you were
Oh,
going
And
to bring him up. I
oh
knew
here
that
I
my
was going to
am.
be
god.
where we got you
Woo.
addicted. You got
That's
me
it.
brought
That was
into
it.
that
I
too.
learned about
And
some
then they
weird ass.
kicked me out of their chat because they thought I was a spy. Remember that way back
Yes,
when?
you were a spy. Yes.
Oh,
She did. Yes. You
It
got
was
kicked
only a
out.
group of like 5 of us. We were in this private chat together, and then all of a
Yes.
sudden, I'm not in it anymore. And I think it was Angela that messaged me. She's like, "Well, they were talking in there, and they think you're like,
A
like how we
spy.
always expected everyone to be in like FBI undercover or
Yes.
whatever."
She was a, yes, I remember the
Yeah.
spy thing. Yes.
That was like only like probably 2 or 3 months after the shooting. I thought that was hilarious.
Yes. Well, and
geez.
Diana X was some people of my friends were trying to make me not like Diana X because they were like, you're being friends with a high military op CIA, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, dude, I'm friends with her on
Awesome.
Facebook. Like, it's a legit Facebook. It's German. She's real. I've seen
She's a
her.
real person, right?
I know she's got kids and a dog. They can be faked. I'm like, no, you guys, I voice message her. I can hear kids. I can hear the dog. She sent
I
me
used to have
pictures.
hangout chats with her and Miss Dawn, so it's like we'd talk for hours. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's like
She's a great
she's
lady
a
and
real
I'm friends with
person.
her
Yeah.
today.
Yeah, I've
Yeah.
talked to her a few times.
Yeah. So that is what got me looking at it and I landed on YouTube was a dream. I heard about this old man shooting at Vegas. I also at the
You are a
time
witch.
I am. I
You have some kind
had
of premonition.
a I had a
At least you're not doing tarot card readings.
I do
Yeah.
Oh my god, I
About
loved
10.
her.
I do tarot, but for myself. For
Not
myself.
for 10. You don't
No,
do,
but he was talking
you
about
don't
the
do
other
10
one.
tarot card readings.
We'll leave that to Fash.
Yeah.
Oh, I miss Vash.
Yeah.
I loved her too, except her when she'd get on the politics. It was like
You know, her and I
she was
became
young.
friends.
She's all
Her and
right.
I
That's
became
good.
friends
She was
and
a
met
nice
for
lady.
coffee. We met for coffee like 2 times
Oh,
here
wow.
Cool.
in my
I knew she was
town.
in California somewhere.
I know she's in Monterey.
Yeah.
I'm in Watsonville. She's right here. Couldn't believe
Yeah.
that shit. So I met her twice for coffee, maybe even 3 times. Talked to her numerous times on the telephone. And then all of a sudden, I don't know what happened. She wouldn't reply to my text messages. She
She probably found out you were a Republican.
she seriously like cut me off like that. No explanation, no you know. Well, she did tell me there were some
This
text
thing sucks.
messages that were kind of weird.
She
And
disappeared twice and then resurfaced, so there might have been some personal stuff going on in her
she
life.
hides what she
No.
does is she makes, and because I've caught her doing it, and what she used to do and get caught was type on inserts and type on tens, and she blows her new account every single time.
Yeah.
Because you could tell her language.
So once in a while, I go check to see if there's some random, to see if it's her. But I know
We're
she probably has
live.
a channel. She's a weirdo though. Like
I
She,
loved her channel, except I didn't like when she
I
got
did
into
too, but if
politics.
you know her, if you knew her personally, she's a weirdo.
Yeah.
Like,
You can tell she's a weirdo.
You know
yeah,
she might see this.
Yeah, it's fine. She
that's
can-
okay. Yeah,
we're-
whatever.
we're just
She's a
talking shit.
weirdo.
Okay, so let's go around. Diane,
Diane, yeah.
you haven't said nothing.
Um,
What got you involved in this?
well, I mean, I saw it on the news, and I'm kind of a true crime junkie, so
Yeah,
I just started
yep,
looking into it, and just seeing the videos and like hearing the gunshots. I mean, I really felt like it was not one shooter,
right.
and my thoughts and perspective have evolved since then, but that's how it started.
Now, did you watch the news or were you already on YouTube?
I mean, I had YouTube, but I was very rarely on it. I watched the news, but started looking up videos on YouTube.
Okay.
So, and got sucked in.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
Angelica is here. Do you want her to come on with the link with
Oh,
us?
good.
Yeah,
I just sent her the link just for the chat, but
No, send it to her. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
She's great.
so
She's
Matt, what's up with you,
Yes.
Matt? How'd you get involved in this?
Well, it's kind of weird, but there was somebody that I was on Hangouts with, and he was doing a live stream, and I was at work one night, and I saw the notification, and so I clicked on it, and I was listening to this guy that I talked to, and he just briefly mentioned the Vegas shooting, and he said that something doesn't seem right about it. He said he can't put his finger on it, but so like something just doesn't, click.
Yeah.
And that had me thinking. So I'm like, okay, I'll check it out when I get home.
Yeah.
And after that, I got on YouTube and started watching videos and
Like,
been on it ever since.
I got hooked on it.
Yep. Just
Well,
like
I mean,
everybody else did.
I don't know. I think I've told my story in parts, but I don't know if you guys want to hear it because it's long.
Sure.
I concised mine down to a minute, and I'm a blabbermouth, so you can summarize.
No, it's tough, man, because
I know
my
because you
thing-
had the friends.
Yeah, I have a lot of friends that were there. I mean, and living in Southern California, you can't walk 5 feet without tripping over somebody that knows somebody that was there or somebody,
Right.
So and of course, Paddock owned a bunch of property out here, which it's interesting. But the basically, when this all came about, I didn't find out about it until the morning after. But the basically, when I was working, I was at work one day, and some guy comes up and tells me I got to cover him because he's going to a country concert in Vegas, right? So I knew he was there, my partner at work. And so, when it all happened, the first thing I did was I texted him. Now, there's a couple of girls. One was really kind of a best friend of mine. And she was getting her nails done one day, a couple days before, because she was going out of town. And so when this all happened, I'm like, son of a bitch, man, this girl loves country music. I'll bet you that's where she went. So, I called the one dude, said, hey, how you doing? You okay? He's like, yeah, we got out of there. We ran out and, family's good. We're driving back from Vegas. Fuck that place. Never going back. And then the friend of mine, her and her sister were out there with her niece and her daughter. And so I texted her, and the only text I got back was, oh my God, there's blood everywhere, people dead everywhere. We're on our way back. It was terrible. Okay. So, that got me on this path of looking for videos, trying to figure out what went on and what happened, and trying to find, really literally people in the crowd. Later, I found out that those sisters, one of them you can hear
Aka
screaming.
twins.
Yes. Yeah. Well, they're not twins. They're, but these sisters, these girls, like I said, one of them was a best friend of mine for a very long time, and we'd fallen out of touch at this point. But, this kind of got us talking again. And I went on I think it was the 2-year anniversary or the 1 year. I don't remember. It was one of the anniversaries. The one sister went to it, and they sent me a link to a video that we've all seen from from the bleachers. In the bleachers, you can hear a girl screaming, and she's screaming the name Sarah, and it's the one where you have two guys carrying a dead body, and they're carrying this dead girl from towards the stage, and they're carrying her to the bleachers. And you see a pair of boots come down from the bleachers and help these two guys, because the one guy's yelling at the other guy saying grab her fucking arm and shit like that. And I think we've all seen that video. And it was civilian footage. And the pair of boots that came down to help drag this body up was one of the sisters. It was what was my best friend's sister. And dragged her up, put her in the bleachers, and this friend of mine sat with this dead person in the bleachers. And the voice you hear yelling that name is her, because she's yelling for her niece, who was watching her daughter in the crowd. Now you think she's yelling for her daughter's name, but no, she's yelling at the niece because the niece is older and she's watching her daughter, and they were up there towards the stage. They were buried in the middle of all this shit. I ended up going on their Facebook, looking up the Facebook, and she had video of her daughter saying goodbye to mom and dad. And
how sad.
You'd hear the shooting in the background. And yeah, it's hard to watch, and that's kind of got me. That was kind of during the phase when a lot of the drama was breaking out, right? So, a lot of that was based off of that kind of anger that was hitting me. And so that was kind of going through a lot of that. And then so that was their story. And like I said, there's actual video footage of them, there. And I didn't know it until that, because all I see is a pair of boots and hands, picking up a body. Didn't realize that was them. And then when I hear the screaming voice, I'm like, oh shit, yeah, I know who that is. And so there was that. And then one day I'm sitting there, it took me, I think 2 years or something to finally admit that, hey, I'm doing this, on YouTube and shit, and talking about this and, dealing with this, looking at it. Someone at work told me, hey, the one guy we work with, he was shot twice that night. And I'm like, I didn't know who he was. I was like, really? Like, yeah, you talk to him every night. I don't know how you haven't figured it out yet. And I'm like, I don't know who you're talking about. And, they're arguing with me. Yeah, you know him. You talk to him every night, man. You're always bullshitting with him. So finally someone pointed him out. I'm like, holy shit, him? Really? He's a skinny little dude. And so I went and I'm not gonna say no names, but I went up to the guy and I'm like, hey, were you there? And he's like, oh my God. He's like, bro, I didn't talk about that until about a month ago. He's like, if you would ask me like 6 months ago, I would have probably said, nah, fuck you. I don't want to talk about that. But he told me his story, and his thing was he was there, and hey man, this name's out there, so I'll just say it. He was there with Doug Cotter, and we all see him in one of the body cam videos, being carted out. And I remember, I knew I worked with Doug Cotter, and now everyone can find out who where I work. But I knew he was in a different department, but and there was a fundraiser for him. So there was that. And so these two guys, actually 3 of them, I think, in that group got hit, but one wasn't very serious. So I was dealing with that. And like I said, it's very strange because out here that Vegas is a vacation spot. I know it's a big conspiracy with Brian Shields, like, oh my God, all these people from Southern California. Well, yeah, shit, it's like 4 hours away. It's our vacation spot. That's where everyone goes. And so it's not that big of a deal. And yeah, so I had these 2 people that I worked with that were hit, and one of them I knew personally. And then I was walking out one day, and some guy goes, hey, I heard you were doing some, talking about that Vegas stuff. And I said, yeah. And he said, well, my niece was there. Oh, okay. Again, you know, and I mean, even there were other people that I work with that were like, "Oh yeah, my buddy this was there, and he was saying this and whatever." Um, so okay. Anyway, let me get back to the comments. Okay, so you know, then this guy tells me, "Yeah, my niece was there." I said, "Oh, okay. Well, can you find out what the story was?" He said, "Well, the guy she was with died, so I don't know. You know, I'll try and figure it out." Well, you know, he finally had to ask his wife about the story because he's like, "Look, I can't ask my niece, you know, this traumatic event and stuff." And it turns out, you know, his niece was there with Frazier, you know, the guy in the wheelbarrow,
Brian.
Brian Frazier, and she was with him. Well, she was best friends with his wife, I guess. So she was with the wife and him when he got hit, you know, and she pretty much knows the moment he got hit, supposedly. And this is all like fourth hand information. I never shared this before because it's fourth hand information. And, you know, but yeah, he was saying, yeah, she was, you know, they were running away. They figured out what it was and they started running. And she said she saw him lurch and they just kept fucking booking it and they just ran and kind of lost track of them. And that was pretty much all of that story that I got. So then, make things even better, I'm working with this guy. Well, not working with the guy necessarily, but I was talking to this guy who I've known my whole life, who's known me my whole life, and you know, and he's telling me, he said, "Yeah, well, one of my friends was there, and she got killed." I was like, "Well, who the fuck is that?" And he said, "Oh, she worked at the Chili's. I used to go hang out with her, you know, on lunch break and stuff like that." They probably had something a little more going on that you didn't want to talk about, but whatever. And her name was Rocio Gayen. And so he showed me a picture she'd sent him from the concert and all that sort of stuff to show that it was legit. And he asked me, he said, "Do you have, you know, you got any information, man? If you've been looking at this stuff, you know, you any idea what happened?" And I'm like, "Well, I can figure it out. I'll look." And so there's been since that, and that was a long time ago. That was a couple years back. Since that moment, there's been two things that I've been trying to do here, you know, mainly. And I was looking for the story of Rocio Gayen, and I was looking for the story of whoever this was that got brought into those bleachers. Now, of course, we don't have on the map of the deceased, we don't have anybody in those bleachers. So that person must have somehow made it into a truck, made it into a car somewhere, and made it to a hospital and died there. I just don't know who it is. No one's ever been able to tell me who that is. And because we do have video, I mean, of the person bleeding from their head. And you know, my friend that was sitting in the bleachers with her said, yeah, she's definitely dead. Whenever I asked about her, you know, what color hair did she have? She had blood. You know, what color what color dress was she wearing? She said she was wearing a dress. Oh, it was blood. Everything was blood. Like, there's no colors. Everything's blood. You know, and so she had no idea, you know, and so I've been trying to figure that out. The Rocio Gayen thing, you know, through watching these videos, which is kind of why I've been watching these videos, you know, in order, in sequence. I'm pretty much able to run down her entire story. And that was the problem with this documentary that kind of triggers me, is that they're showing her story. They're showing her exact story. And as they're showing her story, they're telling another story over the top of it. And so to me, that was kind of disrespectful to, you know, somebody that actually passed away, right? Because if you're the kid, you know, because she had a couple kids that she left behind, you know, if you're her kid or her husband or something like that, you know, the husband was with her that whole time. And, you know, you're going to watch this. You're going to say, hey, that's my wife. That's my mom. That's, you know, why are you telling this other story? Why are you saying that this isn't her? This is somebody else. I always felt that was kind of messed up. And so
That's sad.
That's one thing that kind of triggered me about that documentary, is that and the deceptive editing of it was what was really bothering, because they, you know, obviously it's okay. You're showing chaos in the festival, whatever, you know, you're showing people running, you're showing people, you know, okay, that's what you're going to show in something like that. But, you know, you're editing out the husband, because when the husband's there, it's obvious that it's not the girl that's talking. It's not this narrator because she survived. We see her boyfriend. We know that she was with her boyfriend the whole time. But excuse me, obviously they don't have any footage of that. So instead, what they're using is they're using the footage of Rocio Guillen because there's a lot of footage of her, escaping this concert that we could pretty much trace her footsteps the whole way for the last 20 minutes of her life. And so you're showing one story, but you're telling another. And to me, that was kind of wrong because she passed away. This girl survived, and it's good to hear her story. It's not that she doesn't have a right to tell her story. It's just wrong that you're kind of using subterfuge to make it look like it's something else. Anyway, you guys all got quiet because I started ranting there, but that was my issue with that documentary.
I was only quiet because I didn't want to interrupt you, and I've been sending the link to people to get more people to come watch.
Me too. I was
Angela
too.
too.
I was too.
Yes, Ange, I could hear you
Angelica.
vigorously typing.
You saw me
Angelica's gonna be
vigorously
in the
typing?
basement
Yeah, I'm like-
soon.
Yeah, so I mean, but that was the thing, and I'm still trying to figure out like who is this girl in the bleachers? Who's this girl that we see get dragged out by her hands and feet? And I've had people come into chats and say, I can tell you, I know who it is. I just got to look at my notes and stuff like that, but nobody's ever sent anything to me, and my whole thing with a lot of this, especially lately, was I don't believe anything unless I can verify it. Right. So there's a lot going on that people are saying this and saying that, and a lot of it's speculation, a lot of it's, whatever. A lot of things we believe to be true within this event that you find out later is not true. Because somebody said it, somebody says it over and over and over again, and before you know it, it becomes the common knowledge, it becomes common theme of what happened within this. And it's not based off any facts, it's just based off somebody's speculation. Somebody did a long time ago, everybody jumped on board, and next thing you know, it becomes kind of a fact. And that's always been a problem with me. So if I cannot individually verify it myself, it's like that didn't happen.
That's how I am. I watched all those videos back in the day, and whenever people said stuff, it's like I had to go do my own digging before I would accept it, because there was, like you said, a lot of stuff that just got said as if it was fact, and it's like, well, once you dig into it a little bit, you realize the smarty pants who thought he knew it all didn't,
Yeah.
There were narrative pushers that just had their own scenario of what they thought happened, and once they pushed it, a lot of people just went for it as fact.
Yeah, and there's a lot of that. There's a ton of that, and there always was. Like I remember the early days, starting this off, and I used something that I can't even remember the guy's name, the guy's channel. He turned into Blackstone Intelligence or some weird shit like that.
Morphinius. Jake.
Jake Morphinius.
Morphinius.
Yeah, I remember using some from him one time, and I'll never forget it, man, because I figured he knew what he was talking about more than I did.
I did too, until I started fact checking some stuff, and I was like, he just had a big channel, but he didn't really know all the stuff he was telling us.
Yeah, so I springboarded a video off of something he had said, and I don't even remember what it was, to be honest with you. And I got fact checked hard by KL of all people, And this was back when she was, watching my videos and stuff like that. And she fucking hit me hard in the comments. And I went back, I fact checked it. I'm like, holy shit, she's right. Like, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about on that.
Well, but at first he came across as if he did. And a lot of times, who was that other guy that died? God, what was his name?
Oh yeah, the
because he
dude?
came off as like really knowing a lot of stuff too. And then as I started fact checking him, I was like, he was full of crap too.
The mafia
What was
guy.
his name?
I can't remember, but yeah, he was the
He was
all
the
over
big
Twitter.
guy. Yeah, he was a really big guy. Do you remember Angela?
You know what I'm talking about? I
He
know
had
Tim got mad at me
websites
because I
and all
bashed him.
kinds of stuff, and then he died of, I think, cancer or kidney disease or something weird.
The
Yeah.
really big guy you said?
He was huge.
He was like a bald dude.
Bald dude, huge. I think he might have had glasses.
And he did
He
YouTube
always
videos.
he did YouTube, but he also had a website. It was always like, "This is going to come on my next episode," and he came across as if he was like really an official guy.
I think he
And
said
then
he was like he was claiming he was like a whistleblower for the mob or something like that.
something, yeah.
Yeah, I think that was his
Scott Binsack, Matt got
Yes,
it.
Scott.
Binsack, there you go.
Yes. His
And I used
videos
to
are still
watch
up,
him at the
right?
beginning.
I don't know.
I
Yeah.
watched all of Scott's until he died. I mean,
Well, I started kind of backing off of him a little bit before he died because I was fact checking stuff like PS was saying.
yeah.
And when I
right.
started fact checking some of it, also he started pulling the on my next episode I'm going to cover this. So I'd be
Right.
waiting and waiting,
Yes.
and he wouldn't cover it. And his videos were always like 3 or 4 hours long.
Yeah.
And back then we didn't have as many Facebook groups. Well, I was in this one group, and all the moderators had our little separate chat, and they like assigned me that I had to be the one to watch Binsack and then report back to them what was
That's
important,
funny.
because
Yeah, 10 got mad at me
nobody
'cause they called him
wanted to be
nutsack one time.
making posts or videos of stuff that wasn't true. And he started putting out some good stuff and then putting out some weird stuff.
Yeah, he was strange, man. And you know, I never really trusted his information, because he would always say like, I have information from people that I can't mention, and it's like, yeah, that
Yeah.
means you're making it up, dude.
It
That
was
means the
always
people in your
secretive,
head.
or next episode, tune in and, buy my
Yeah.
sugar shakes or whatever.
I don't know. The highlight of my Vegas watching was when I got Hoover to pull down a video, and then he blocked me on Twitter.
Oh,
I
I did
thought
that.
that
Actually
was-
got him to pull down one.
That's
Yes.
funny.
Video down.
Yeah, it in like 20 minutes.
Which
And
one?
It had to do with ballistics of the 223, and he used 22 long rifle. And I called him out on it on Twitter, and he pulled the video down and then blocked me.
Quite a few people got blocked off of him. I learned just from us chatting in the Facebook groups that a lot of people, like what Nick just said, had put a comment correcting something, like the people that have really researched this deep, and he would just block them so they couldn't
Yeah,
comment anymore.
I had him pull down a video on he did a video one time about what was it? It was a cop picking up rounds on the ground.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Rounds on the ground. And I think that video was up for about 2 days. And I did a video and linked it in his comments, and it was basically all you had to do is go back 30 seconds on that same video that he used. So it's deceptive, and that's
Right.
what
He knew, though. That's the thing.
Yeah.
He would
And that's
do
where me
these
and Tank
things
always get
he
at me.
would know.
we always go at it, me and 10, about that, because it's like, you're deceptive at that point. You're knowingly spreading disinformation, because all you had to do, I mean, it's the same video you use. It's the same video. So all you had to do is go back. Actually, it's like 15 seconds. And some guy says somebody dropped an RJ Tactical or something on the ground. Everybody check your sidearms.
Well, yeah, and if you've done some research and you make a video and you might be incorrect about something, so someone corrects you, it's like most of us are like, oh, okay, cool, I must have missed that. But it's like when it's a video like what Hoover would use, where it's like you said, back up 30 seconds, it's like he didn't miss that. He knew.
No, yeah,
Absolutely, he knew.
totally new.
Just like, I mean, that one video that I was talking about, I wasn't the only
Angelica,
one.
hi.
Hey, Angelica. I wasn't the only one in Twitter that was going after him about that, but I'm like, hey, dude, how can you compare 223 or 556 to 22 long rifle? I mean, there's some problems there, and then the video was gone and I was blocked. I'm like, okay, I see how this works.
All right. So since Angelica's here, I want to ask you, Angelica, what got you involved in this thing? What got you involved in Vegas?
Well, I lost a friend in the Pulse shooting here in Orlando, which is where I live.
Yeah.
And so I didn't think much of it, at the time, I
You
kind
got
of
lovely weather right now.
Huh?
I heard the weather's lovely out there right now.
Actually, today it is. It's great. It's hurricane blew all the, rain away and everything. So it's been sunny and actually pretty cool for Florida. It's been in like the 70s.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, we did really well. Surprisingly so here in Orlando. Not all areas of Orlando, downtown Orlando, which I'm like literally 5 miles from, is super flooded. Like that's the biggest thing that we got here in Orlando was just like crazy flooding I've never seen. I'm a native from Orlando, 5th generation Floridian. So yeah, I've never seen flooding like this in Orlando before.
Poor
But
Disney.
we got super lucky because I live kind of uphill from a lake. So, you know, everything always has flown downhill into the lake. And when I have like a huge ditch across the street from me. So yeah, we did really, really well where we're at. Actually, our neighborhood, there are some trees down because it's a very wooded kind of neighborhood. So I did a video, and it's on my channel, you know, of the little bit of damage that was here in my neighborhood. But we did fantastic compared to the rest of the state. I feel really, really bad. I mean, I've been to all these places. I was a limo driver for 20 years. So, and I now work for Google Maps. So I'm constantly like all over the state. And so, yeah, I mean, these areas are, it's kind of crushing, heartbreaking because, you know, I've been to these places many times and, you know, it's just home to me. So yeah, my
Seeing
home
them destroyed.
destroyed. Yeah, it's really, really sad.
Yeah, I'm glad you're okay. I had to check on her yesterday. I'm like, you know, I wonder if Angelica's doing okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
it's out
doing
there.
great. I didn't lose power or anything. I lost a panel on my fence, which we have a wood privacy fence, and then what was the other thing? Oh, 2 papaya trees fell, but they were full of fruit at the top, so that was kind of top heavy weight anyway. And you know, before the storm hit, I was like, oh, I can see these trees going down, which they did. So we did
Yeah,
really,
it's
really
scary.
well compared to other hurricanes that I've been through. So, but
Okay.
yeah, I'm very grateful. So anyway, yeah, I lost a friend in the Pulse shooting, and you know, I bought it hook, line, and sinker, which you know typically isn't my style anyway. But you know, it just kind of 2 and 2 added, you know, to 4. So I was like, okay, yeah, it makes sense. But then you know, and after I started, what got me involved with Vegas was it just kind of came up like in my YouTube feed, you know, like shooting, you know, and so I was like, oh wow, what's this? Another one, you know, and so I linked into it, and then the sheriff out there kept changing the narrative. You know, first it was multiple shooters all up and down the strip, then it turned into 3 shooters, then it turned into 1, and you know, and then the narrative just kept changing out of the sheriff out there. So that kind of, it was like my initial, like within the first few days going, what is going on out there, you know?
Yeah.
So, and I go to a lot of concerts. I go to a lot of nightclubs. It's just kind of in my blood, kind of like being a biker, you know? My mom's always like, when are you going to outgrow this shit? And I'm like, probably never. I don't know. I may
You
reach.
never will.
Yeah.
You never will.
If you're
When are
friends
you
with
going
me,
to come visit me again? Get back over here.
yeah, I know. Well, that's how I got to meet Angela, was I had to go pick up the Google car in
Yeah.
California. So I got to drive it all the way back to Florida, which was an amazing experience.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so, yeah, so that's how I got to meet Angela. But yeah, for sure, I definitely need to get back out there and visit you. I love you. And
Yeah, that was.
your
Yeah,
hubby,
you're out in my area then, because I think Google's Burbank.
Mountain View,
Oh, okay.
California.
It's out by LA though, right?
No,
It's north.
It's closer to me.
Oh,
Yeah,
is it? Oh,
to
okay.
Angela. Yeah.
I know Google has a building out here in LA.
Oh, okay. So yeah, Google, UT, all of that's over here by me in Silicon Valley.
Oh, okay.
So
They
she
do
had
have a
to,
building out here that I think was
Okay.
running like the studios that started Pokemon Go. They were originally out in LA.
right.
So I don't know. That's the only kind of reason I know. But they got something out here. So let me ask you guys this, man, since you know, got everyone here. And you know, I know it's gonna go into a little bit of weird territory because we don't agree, you know, we're not gonna agree on everything.
No, and
But
what
let me
makes
ask you
it
this.
unique.
Let me ask you this. Like what are the questions that are still left unanswered within this for you? Like,
Why
what
they
would-
won't answer the FOIA requests is a very big red flag to me.
Okay, didn't I send you that? Oh no, I sent that to Angela. So there's a video by a YouTuber, what the hell's his name? Slightly Sociable.
Manny P, maybe? No, slightly so.
No, Slightly Sociable is his name. And he also has a channel called Barely Sociable. And I think
You
this
sent me the links to those. I subscribed.
Okay, so he did a video, and I don't know if you watched it, but it was about the CIA and their FOIA requests, right? And it was the CIA lunchroom. And I guess they've been hitting them with these FOIA requests for quite some time, and they were redacted. They redacted. So these guys are like, well, why the fuck would you redact the lunchroom complaints of the CIA and the cafeteria at the CIA headquarters, I guess? And eventually they unredacted them. And the shit they were redacting was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. It was like, somebody complaining about the grape tomatoes and stuff like that in the salad. At one point, there was somebody that was like losing their minds over the tater tots that were or the hash browns that were being, served at breakfast time because they were from Carl's Jr. I think it was Carl's Jr. and not Dunkin' Donuts as promised. I mean, and this is all stuff, right, that's redacted. This is all stuff that at one point was redacted by the CIA. And then eventually it got declassified, unredacted, and sent to these people. And so he's going over all this sort of shit. And he's like, this is the kind of crap they're hiding. They hide everything. Like, they just don't want to give you any information. They don't care. And so
we're not in a free country anymore. Haven't been in a long time.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just learning that.
well, I think the FOIA system is broken, and the deal is like these guys have information. And they have information. They don't care about me or you because in their minds, I mean, and this is, I guess, politics. We're bleeding into politics, and I guess in the grand scheme of politics here, you work for them. They don't work for you, and that's the way they see it. For the most part.
That's not how it's supposed to be.
That's not how it's supposed to be. That's not how the country was set up and all that sort of stuff. But that's kind of what we're running into. And and I were in my environment, I've dealt with small time politics, very small time politics, and it's the same thing. They're like, yeah, these people work for us. We don't work for them. They that's why
it's the other way around, though. Yeah.
And so that's not how we're supposed to operate, but there's a difference between what's in black and white and what's in reality, and so to me, it's like the FOIA stuff. I mean, I've still got, a lot of FOIAs out there. And I don't know if how many of you know about this, but they sent me, I did about, I think a dozen maybe FOIAs at this point. And one of those groupings of FOIAs, man, one was I wanted Paddock's gambling records. I wanted his bank statements, and I want all text message data from the 3 phones that were found in the room. And so they sent me back, 2 of those, was the FBI sending me back a letter saying, it's going to go in the vault. Don't worry about it. It's none of your business. And the third one, I got a letter from the Department of Justice. And I'm like, that's weird. So
you showed me that.
Yeah, I messaged everybody, and nobody's seen one of those before. And
Nope.
I even did a video on that. And so it's like I got a letter from Department of Justice, not the FBI. And I know they're the same for the most part, but they're different departments. So why does the Department of Justice want to know who I am? And it's only for the gambling records of Stephen.
It was freaky.
Yeah, it's the gambling records, right? So why do you guys want to know? And the way it's written is really screwball because I don't know if they sent the wrong form or what happened, but the form says something to the nature of we need to know who you are in case we are letting go of information that may implicate somebody that is included in the process of FOIA requests or something of that nature, something really strange. And so my first thought was, well, I mean, what does Paddock got to do with your people doing the FOIAs? Like, I don't understand that. Like, and if I'm not going to take it verbatim, well, I mean, why the hell is the Department of Justice even getting involved in this? Why do they care? And why is it just gambling records? It's not even bank statements. Bank statements, they said, we're looking into it, I think, was that one. I believe the text message data was something they said that was going to go in the vault or something of that nature. So to me, as far as the FOIAs go and them hiding information, I think they always do. And I think they probably, it's a possibility they do it because it's like they'll hide everything. That way, when it's something, they could say, well, we just hide everything, dude. Like,
Well,
yeah,
they're burying stuff in the vault too. I got a link right before we went on. I haven't been able to dig into it yet. From Rick, one of the survivors,
yeah,
and he had found something, or someone had sent him, and it was a link to the vault on gun stuff, and it was like a lot of the stuff. It's like, oh, I didn't see this before.
Diane
it's like-
said she had to go, you guys, in the private
Oh.
chat.
oh,
And it's
okay.
She's
like
sorry. She's tired.
399 pages of redacted stuff. So it's like I haven't gone through it to find out like what is the significance of it yet.
Yeah,
But Rick had already read it all, and he's like, "You got to read this. You got to read this." But yeah, it was right before we went live, so I haven't had a chance to dig yet.
You should see all these links that I have saved to my phone in relation to Vegas. Like, I have a page that's covered with these links that I've saved, and most of them are actually opening.
Wow.
yeah. I know there was some old links you sent me at one point that we're no good anymore. So
I was supposed to be there in Vegas today.
Yeah,
So
you got
was
I
canceled.
wonder why you were home already.
I didn't want to drive down there.
Oh, dude, I am so disappointed. I was supposed to fly in on Wednesday, and then the hurricane came, so got bumped to Thursday, and then Thursday got canceled, and then Friday I was supposed to actually fly into Philadelphia. Talk about around your elbow to get to your ass, but I was
Yeah,
supposed to fly up to Philadelphia and then across to Vegas, and 10 hours worth of travel time. But whatever, to me it was worth it just to be there for the first. And
Right.
I had already made arrangements with Corey Langdon to pick me up, and every time I go out there, I hang out with her. I love her. She's such an amazing person.
Yeah.
The taxi cab driver, for those who don't know
I
who
like Corey.
Langdon is. But we're super close now. We talk a lot, good friends on Facebook, and I love her to death. She's wonderful. So I'm kind of heartbroken because she put a post today that she wasn't going to go to any events because, I know why. She messaged me and she was like, I have no peer support, so I'm just not going to go. So anyway, and so yeah, I was supposed to be there, super disappointed, and then I just canceled the whole damn thing because I was like, if I can't be there for the first, then I'm just not even going to go. So,
Right.
I plan on going out there probably in the next month or two anyway, just because, I was like, I usually do once a year vacation. I've made a ton of friends out there, since this event. I've never been to Vegas before. But then, after the first year, on the first year anniversary, I was like, I have to go. I have to go. And then I've been every year since. The first year I went, I was with Sleep Dep and, Chris. And so Sleep Dep and I stayed in the same place together. And then we walked around and did all this investigating, did some videos together.
That was the second anniversary.
Oh, yeah, the second one. Yeah. And
And
so,
then I was supposed to meet you for the third, right?
yeah.
the third-
And then
I canceled the week of because my daughter reminded me. Angelica made all my reservations for me, did everything. I didn't know Sleep Dep, but she knows him. I mean, they've met many times in person. And then my good friend Edward, he's met him several times. So I
Yeah,
I
they
trust
hang out. They
you.
live by each other.
And so Sleep Dep, I offered him to share a room with me because I'm like, we can split a room, And
yeah, he was crazy. He was going to sleep on the street. And I was like, no, dude.
Yeah, him and I were going to share a room one year.
yeah, and then I canceled at the last minute, and I felt bad because like him. So I went ahead and I paid for his room because we were going to have it. But then what he did was he found somewhere else that he was going to visit his girl at or something. And it was like way cheaper than what we were going to originally pay. So I paid his whole room because I felt, it's like, it's not his fault. I decided the week of I'm not going, because my daughter was like, Mom, you're going to have to wear a mask getting on the plane.
Mm-hmm.
And I already have plane issues. Like I am severely distraught over putting my foot on the plane.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to make myself do it, but I'm like, I can't do it with wearing a mask. I just can't.
Yeah, well, I cheated. I wore the face shield thing.
Yes.
Because I refused. I mean, the whole time here in Florida, I was just like, not doing it. I mean, the first month or so, I was like, yeah, okay. I was scared and concerned, just like everyone
I
else.
flew last week and they didn't make us wear
Yeah.
masks.
No,
Yeah.
that's over. That's been over for a
Yeah,
while.
last
The
year, I
plane?
flew.
You don't have to wear one on the plane anymore?
No,
I did it
not
last
on
year.
Frontier Airlines.
Yep. No, not on Frontier. I flew last year on Frontier out to Vegas, and
It's not a federal thing anymore. So
yeah, no.
Well, my parents were in Greece, and they were flying back from Munich to Chicago, and they had to wear masks.
Well, yeah, that's
international,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
But I think federal the federal thing ended, I think, earlier this year, if I remember right. Like
Okay.
Yeah,
January,
it did.
February, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't think you have to.
Hi,
legally-
Angelica.
Hey, Matt, how are you?
Good.
That's good to know.
Glad you're okay.
Yeah, I'm doing great compared to others. I have power. There's still a lot of people here in Orlando with no power, no internet. You know that.
Yeah, I got a friend that's down in Fort Myers, and he lost power and had some damage to his property, but I mean, not too much. But
Yeah, there were people.
Fort Myers Beach is trashed. So
Yeah. Oh yeah. Have you seen the video of like the guy swimming in his 4th floor hotel room?
no, I didn't see that.
Wow.
That's how high the water was. He was-
I heard there was sharks going down the streets. Is that true?
I've heard it too.
I would believe it.
Who knows?
It wouldn't surprise me because yeah, there's a lot of sharks out there, you know, in the Gulf of Mexico.
Could you
so.
just imagine? Oh my gosh, I would freak
That's
out.
a good way for
Like
migration.
Sharknado.
That'd
I'd
make a
have a
good
heart
movie.
attack and die right there.
Sharknado, yeah, that was horrible.
Yeah.
The so okay, so let's go into that. Like you're talking about how the FOIA is a problem that they're not sharing with you information.
Well, I mean,
What
I have a
inform-
lot of other problems besides that, but that's my one thing right now that I'm like, come on, give us some stuff. We haven't had anything new in a long time.
what would you like to see? Like what would be as far as even
We're
like
never going to
FOIA
get it, but I'd like to see ballistics.
Me too.
Well,
Yeah,
like
me too.
I
would-
still got on the table, like Michelle and I were talking on the phone today, and it's like there's all these things as if we've researched, that we had all these questions, and there's so many things. It's like we threw off the table, got our answer, got rid of it, but there's still these couple of things that probably aren't what happened, but you're not taking it off the table or ripping up that sheet of paper yet until you get the information. And with the ballistics, it's like one of the things, and I know. P.S. You're gonna not like this, but
no, go ahead.
one of the things that is still on
I'll
the
make-
table for me, and I'm not like 100%, behind this, but it's like the multiple shooter thing up and down the strip at the other hotels. Shut up! I see you laughing. So
No.
I want to
No,
see
no, no.
ballistics. I
I'm
want to
with you,
see that
Kathy.
every one of those
Yeah.
bullet holes that went in those victims and survivors actually match the guns in his room. And it's like I'm not
Right.
going to be satisfied 100% and ready to rip off my multiple shooter thing and throw it in the garbage. And that's just one of my things. It's like
Well,
there's
the
certain
closest-
things
the
I need to
closest-
see.
I'm sorry. The closest we got to any ballistics was them in the FIT report releasing how many rounds were shot from each rifle, correct?
Right, but we never got anything from
Yeah.
the victims in the venue, and we had one
Right.
survivor say the hospital pulled a 9mm out of her husband, and the doctor let him take him
Yeah.
home, which I thought was weird that the doctor would let him take him home. But this girl was on Farmer's Channel, and then
Mm-hmm.
everyone went
Yeah.
and attacked her, and she kind of disappeared. And it's
Well,
like,
he attacked her.
wait a
little.
minute. Well, that's true. But it's like I was upset because this girl fell off the face of the earth. And it's like I kind of wanted to question her and hear more about this 9mm.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like I still have multiple shooters on the table. And I know Angelica does too. And it's like I'm not saying, oh, that's what happened or that's where my research led me. But it's like I'm not satisfied yet that I can crumble up that thing and throw it out the window.
All right. Well, let me speak here. I did the 911 calls,
Yep.
and
Yep.
there were
I would
so many. I mean, hundreds from
She read them all.
17 different hotels. And so for me, and then listening to like the VIP check-in counter at the Paris, who the lady was calling. She worked there at the Paris from the VIP check-in counter, and she straight up said, a lady just got shot in the head right in front of me, and she dropped to the ground, and I think she's dead. So that was, one of the calls that just really has stuck in my mind, and many, many, many others. And so when I've gone out there many times, I've, hence talked to security guards, police officers, employees, people on the bus, just random people. And so I've heard it many, many, many times from, these different witnesses who worked in the other hotels. that have said, yes, we had a shooting here as well. So, to me, it was a terrorist attack on Vegas, and they were all up and down the strip at 17 different hotels. Not a doubt in my mind. So,
I mean,
I also, Sleep Dep and I, when we went to the MGM Grand, I have a video of it.
Hey, Michelle's here. I just sent her a text.
We found bullet strikes in the walls at the
yes.
monorail station. The MGM monorail station, there's bullet strikes in the walls that they
Tram
obviously
station, yeah.
freshly painted over. And then on the 911 calls, there's security and a tram operator who, called in and said, we have 2 people shot in the leg. One's passing out, who, were shot here on the monorail platform. So if you're shot in the leg, you're not going to run, that many blocks. And then to get to the monorail station is not easy inside the MGM Grand. You have to kind of.
You did all of that. You showed it on video.
I have video of how
you walked it.
Sure.
Yes,
You walked the whole thing.
Yes, I did. And
Yes.
I was like on video, and I was like, how, if I was shot in the leg pretty severely, which these people were, I was like, would I walk all the way to the monorail station, past police, past ambulances, past people who are willing to take you in their personal vehicle? Would I walk all that way to go to the monorail station at the end?
Yeah, you walked far. You walked so far.
And
she reenacted it on her channel is what she did. Was it you and Sleep Dep together, right?
Yep, we were together.
And they walked from where the guy,
Right, yeah. I think I saw that too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and went the whole route.
Yep.
And I had always said that Corey Langdon video, that what sticks out in my head for multiple shooters is where her taxi cab was when she first started out. Not when she got up to the Mandalay Bay, but before that.
Right.
Right behind and up above, it's as clear as day.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not echo from like far away because it's I don't know what to call it, but it's like right there sound, like current sound right there, not an echo.
Yeah, it's on top of you. And,
yes,
and it's super loud. It's ba, 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 ba. And then she even says, because there's this pause, a good pause. It's not like a second pause or a couple second pause. It's a good pause, and you hear it real far away. Pop, 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 pop. And she says, now it sounds like it's coming from further away.
Yeah, over there or something like that.
That's a natural reaction, and you're not hearing echoes from any other of the other volleys.
No, it's like right there.
I don't know about y'all, but did you ever feel that the cadence to those shots in the Corey Langdon video sounded a little different than the ones that we heard in the other videos?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
You have to match that up. Like, you'd have to absolutely match that up. So the problem is, like, there's a lot of work that would go into this. And, something like, for instance, that.
Was that the tram area, Angelica, up above the back of her taxi cab?
Yes.
What's up there?
The tram station, because it's on the edge, that far side right on a Paddock's room.
Yes.
That goes over, into like the Luxor and up the strip. So, but also what is above there.
I thought she was in the ballet. So above her would have been the upper
quicker.
ballet.
It was quick. It was behind. It was when she first started going.
Right. She's because you come in.
I walked that area. That's interesting.
You come up on the driveway by the Luxor, where there's that walkway that goes over to the Luxor. It like leads into the mall or something like that. But anyway, so she came up that far driveway by the Luxor, and then it kind of winds around, and then you have to sit in a line and wait your turn as a taxi. So she wasn't actually in the ballet area proper yet. She was kind of right on the edge of that corner of the Mandalay Bay. So what else is right there above her is not only the tram station, is that lower roof level that leads right to the parking garage. And I have a video of that. There's a stair, like it's a ladder that's attached to the side of the parking garage that leads down. It's permanently there. It has nothing locking it, nothing stopping anyone.
No, you walked on top of that thing. I couldn't even believe it.
Yeah, I didn't give a shit. Nobody fucked with me.
No, I know you don't care. You'll go. You'll do whatever.
And back
I was planning on doing a shot before. Now my legs don't hurt. I got my leg pain fixed, so I can go walk with you. But to do some of that shit, I got to be honest, I'm going to have to do a shot or two, and then all my inhibitions will be gone.
I don't do any of this without shots.
I'll go. I'll be like, yeah, I'll go. I'll do that. Sure.
Angelica has no fear when she goes to Vegas.
No, I have none. Zero. Because that's the scary part is I have walked on the roof of the Tropicana.
Mhm.
I've been up on the Mandalay Bay lower level. I have been up to Stephen Paddock's room in that hallway. I have taken the stairs up to, from Paddock's room up to the roof of the Mandalay Bay.
Yep.
And no one says shit. No one stops me. They're just like, and the scary part is there's I looked around. There's no video cameras. In that area, going to that lower roof level, which would have been primo.
Yeah.
And that would have explained the sound that we were hearing from Corey Langdon's taxi van.
Exactly.
Is you could have totally been right there on that lower roof level and shot
my
And the
opinion-
bullet. And the bullet thing you found inside that little cove right there on that building up by the tram. You showed that too.
Yeah, that was on the tram station. Yep.
Yes.
In my opinion, I believe that, the shots that you heard when Corey Langdon was in the taxi cab lane, if that was coming out of a window, it would have been muffled.
Right. Somewhat muffled. It wouldn't have been so loud.
Right.
Behind
Those shots were loud.
Yeah.
Behind the
They were
cab.
right on top of her. Right.
Yeah.
So it had to have been either from the roof or from somewhere else in that general area.
Right.
Yeah,
I
but see,
agree.
the problem is there's not enough data for that. There's not enough data to make that determination, because it's if you want to talk about,
They're going to give us some data on that.
well, no, I mean, what I'm saying is it is possible to to take these videos, and nobody's ever really done this because it's a lot of work. It's a shit ton of work. And you could sit there and you can map out the shots. You can map out the muzzle blast. You can map out all that stuff within body cams, within individual civilian footage, stuff like that. And that should be a thing. The problem is the only guy that actually was good at that was this health ranger guy. And of course he's gone because not that his information was accurate.
He's actually on Rumble, and he also has his own website.
Okay, well, it's not that his information was accurate. I mean, because I'm not going to argue that. It's that he figured out how to take the sounds and subjugate the sounds to show the muzzle blast versus the sonic cracks, and that's a big problem that I think a lot of people have when they listen to this stuff, is separating those two. You're not listening for sonic cracks. Sonic cracks don't mean shit other than a bullet's landing close to you. The muzzle blast will tell you exactly how many shots are actually fired.
Right, but the issue that I have with that, and I'm speaking just I haven't done the research like y'all have. I'm just going to come right out and say that. But from my understanding of firearms, and those weren't sonic cracks. Okay, the echoes could have been sonic cracks that were heard secondary, but that sounded like a regulated automatic firing weapon. When you fire a AR-15 with a bump stock, or when you fire a fully automatic weapon, the rate of fire is regulated. Okay, when you bump fire an AR-15, the rounds per minute tend to speed up the longer you shoot because of pre-detonation, because it's not regulated like on an M4 or an M16 or something like that. The cadence to those shots, and we were hearing those are muzzle blasts. Those aren't sonic cracks. There's a cadence to those shots that sound different than anything else that I've heard in any other video.
Yeah, but what I'm talking about here is we do hear sonic cracks in the venue. Obviously, at least we do hear, the bullets going overhead, and we hear from a lot of the body cams as well, and a lot of people will count the rounds that are being fired by the sonic cracks as opposed to the muzzle blast itself. Well, sonic cracks, there's a problem there, because if you're standing in one spot, this guy's firing erratically with what he's firing with. And some shots are going to go high, some shots going to go wide, some shots going to go all over the fucking place. And some of the sounds are actually going to be muted and muffled by surrounding things, which you're going to say it's a flat concert. How the fuck does that happen? Some of those rounds were actually hitting behind the bleachers, right? So all these bodies in the bleachers, well, you think that's going to probably fucking muffle some sound, do some things to that as far as the actual sonic cracks. Now, it's not going to muffle the muzzle blast, of course, but the muzzle blast will tell you exactly how many rounds being hit out of that fucking window, as opposed to listening to sonic crack of somebody who 30 rounds hit near them and then the next 10 hit across the street somewhere.
Right. I totally understand that. I'm just speaking of the Corey Langdon video.
Oh,
I understand from the perspective of being in the venue, depending on where he was aiming and depending on where those bullets were going, will depend on what you heard, whether it was a sonic crack, whether you heard the buzzing bee going by your head or whatever.
So if we break down the Corey Langdon thing, tell me this. If, let's say, a guy is firing a gun directly out the window, and that's going to make a certain sound, right? Let's say he picks up another gun and he starts firing from 10 feet back from the window. That's going to make a different sound, right?
Sure.
So that's the problem, is that we don't have the information, right? You could be right, you could be wrong. We don't have that kind of information. So
I mean, it is speculation. But from my perspective, there is a definite difference in cadence, being that she's directly under the window. She's not going to catch any of the sonic crack. I believe the secondary, the echoes that were heard of the secondary shots were the echoes of the sonic crack coming back to her. But the actual shots, they just, to me, had a different cadence to them. They didn't sound like somebody who was bump firing an AR-15.
Okay, I have the video pulled up for Corey Langdon. Do you guys want to hear it?
Sure.
Sure.
Oh, yeah, I was going to pull it up too, but yeah, go ahead. I don't know how to share this with you.
I'm just going to do it.
So she can put it back here, and then you'll have to share it to your screen.
Okay.
I could probably find it myself.
There's a screen share if you go back to your StreamYard's place.
Okay.
And once she puts it up, then you just have to click on share screen and it'll go up.
I got the review journal version of it.
No, go to Corey Langdon. I don't know if you guys can see that.
She's got the actual original from Corey.
Yeah,
okay.
well, you can go to her
It
channel
doesn't have
too.
that.
Just go to Corey Langdon channel, and it's called Official Corey Langdon Taxi Video of Las Vegas.
Is anybody doing it?
I'm trying.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
getting it too. But I got
okay. Okay.
I pulled it up on my phone, and I thought I could.
I put the link to Michelle's TikTok.
This is
in
so
here.
not where I
She's
thought
heading
this was
down to
going, but all
Mandalay
right.
Bay and it's on a live stream.
Oh, whoops. I don't want to do that. Okay, hold on.
You can get it first.
Let's see.
Sorry, didn't mean to sidetrack.
Oh, no problem. I was kind of going off of the off a little bit there. But let's see.
It's all your fault, Nick.
Mm-hmm.
I'm used to it.
Let's do it now. Yeah.
And I know this area. I know this area really well.
There we go. I got it.
I got video of that area. Yeah, I know this area very well. I stood out there for a while waiting for an Uber.
Yeah, it does. It sounds like automatic gunfire.
Oh, you got it. Good.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going.
The resolution.
Can you turn up the volume at all?
I don't think so. I think
Okay, yeah. Looks up.
that's max volume on that.
Now it sounds like it's coming from farther away.
Yeah, so that's my point too, is like she heard all of these volleys, and that's the only volley that she says now it sounds like it's coming from further away. And there's no
Yeah.
way Paddock could have ran to a different room. You know, even if he would have stepped back a couple feet into the room, it wouldn't have sounded that far away. So, you know, I even reenacted with a friend of mine running back and forth from window to window and then to the
You
door.
did.
Back to windows.
You
So-
did.
So like do you know what volley that was?
She started recording. She said she was like the fourth or fifth volley in before she started recording.
Yeah, because if you knew exactly what volley that was, you could probably go back and listen to it from a different angle
Right.
and figure out what the sound was like from a different angle. I mean,
Right.
that's the first thing I would do, with something like that, is see if you can hear that same volley from the ground.
Actually, yeah, if we went to
And if the bullets were hitting in the venue, right?
Yeah,
I mean, because you want to know where he's shooting, you want to know,
Mhm.
if that's audible from other avenues other than just this video.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm not downplaying this video. I'm just saying that's to me, that's how I do things, or how I would expect to do things. The problem is, like I said, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work that's got to go into this.
A lot, yeah.
It's a shit ton, and I mean, I'm surprised that at this point, and I guess it's because, we don't have a lot of people left, and we don't have a lot of people that are heavily motivated to do this kind of stuff. But, I'm surprised that nobody's ever gone through and actually through various body cams and stuff like that, actually looked at where the bullets were hitting during each individual volley, as far as, looking at the sonic cracks, listening to sonic cracks within various videos. Because you can look at the original VIP video and the what is it, the tall ace of spades guy, I can't remember his name, but those two videos are where he's doing the original shots, the first single shots that they call them. With those, you can hear some of those sonic cracks on one camera, but you can't hear them on the other, which means that there's some sort of blockage there of sound, or it's just landing too far away. I had my friend come over, I think on the one of my friends came over. We were going to do a live stream one day, and then drama broke out online on this stuff, and we just didn't do it. But I was asking her, I played that video for her, and I'm like, where were these bullets landing? And she said, behind us. And I was like, all of them? She's like, no, not all of them, but there were bullets landing behind us during that first original, shots that he was shooting. We could hear him land behind us. Now, I don't know. Again, that's, secondhand information. That's somebody that was actually a witness there. And it's somebody going off a memory of 2 years or something of that nature. But, if it's landing behind you, you figure if a bullet's landing behind, if a bullet's going to land behind the bleachers, it's not going to be heard from the opposite side of the venue, right? It just won't.
Yeah.
Because you got all those bodies, you got the bleachers, you got all that sound barrier there, for lack of a better term. But you got a lot of things blocking the sound, and then you're not going to hear it from the opposite side. I'm surprised that nobody's ever taken a map and said, okay, volley one, they were all hitting about this area, man. Because
there was somebody who did. I'm trying to find his video. I can't even remember his name.
I seem to remember it too, because he used like red streaks coming down at the venue to try to point them out.
That was bullshit. That was that was stupid. That was it. Okay, so that video was what it was at the time. It was good for what it was at the time. What I'm saying is, sit there and draw a map of where these shots were hitting. What that person was doing is that person was taking individual body cams, and they were counting the bullets by an individual body cam. So they would switch to body cam number 1, and they would show all the bullets from that volley fucking hitting, where they could hear how those were hitting. Well, what did that same volley sound like from somebody on the opposite side of the venue? Could they hear them too? Were they louder? Were they quieter? Right. So by triangulating the sound within various body cams, and like I said, it's a lot of work, but by triangulating those sounds, you could figure out approximately where those bullets were hitting. Not exactly, but approximately. You could figure out, were they hitting in the VIP area? Were they hitting across the fucking street in the parking lot? Where were those hitting? Where were each of these bullets fucking landing? And, and you'd have to slow the footage down. You'd have to, do all kinds of stuff with this, and it would take forever to do.
Well, on top of 5 years. On top of that, having the ballistics of knowing where all the bullets hit would absolutely help.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, we do have in one of the reports we do have where some of the bullets were hitting. We do have bullet strikes down there, and it's mainly based around where the police were around that wall. And but there is an evidence thing showing where I believe it showed the bullet strikes down there in that side of the venue. And then we also have, of course, in the hallway, we know where all the bullets, were striking in the hallway. But the problem I have with sound and stuff like this, like even with the, the Corey Langdon stuff, and I was big on the 2-shooter thing, when this video came out, because I thought, I agree with you. But the problem I have with it is, we don't know, we don't have a baseline, we don't have enough information. So, if Paddock was shooting out the window with one gun and then went and picked up another and started shooting out the window from 10 feet away, 10 feet back, well, that sound is going to be completely different. It's going to be completely different. Or if indeed he was shooting at Shuck at this time. And that's why I'm saying it's important to, for something like this, it would be important to, listen to it from a second angle within the concert, say, this is the exact time I should be hearing these shots. Am I hearing these shots or am I not hearing these shots? If you're not hearing those shots, then you can say, okay, was he shooting down the hallway?
Right. That was going to be my next question. Are we hearing the shots of him firing down the hallway? That was.
But see, the thing is, we don't know what that would even sound like. We have no idea, and we're never gonna, because there's no way someone's gonna bring a gun in there and start shooting
and recreate it, right?
Yeah,
there's no way to recreate any of this.
Yeah, you're definitely not recreating that scene. So that's my problem. That's when I deal with this video here, the Corey Langdon stuff, and I watch this. I'm this is like one of the most important, I think, videos within this whole thing. And this is what created Shuck, I believe, because Shuck came out, pretty shortly after everyone started saying 2 shooters because of this video. And they used that to, basically debunk the idea of the shots not sounding as loud. But
deter, not debunk. I get that they constantly try to debunk everything. But
well, I mean, okay. Whatever word you want to use, that's fine. But I'm not saying debunk completely, but things get debunked and they get whatever.
I call it taking it on or off the table.
Yeah, I mean, it just added Shuck into it, and so like I always had questions.
He got added as an after effect, not like a during effect.
He definitely was.
Him, during the shooting, and Campos, with his. I think I got shot in the leg by a pellet. That's not how you react when you just got shot at by a machine gun. You'd be more panic. There'd be more panic in his voice, and the level of uncertainty and calm is required.
I don't know, Angelica. On the other hand, I had this discussion with somebody the other day. I think trying to gauge how somebody reacts in a situation like that is not fair.
Was me.
You had some people down in the venue. You had some people down in the venue that laid down. You had some people that ran. You had some people that just froze, trying to gauge how different people react.
I believe, trying to left their loved ones in there. To me, that was like I would have laid on and probably got shot too.
Trying to gauge how a certain person reacts in a stressful situation like that or a traumatic situation is going to vary from person to person.
Right.
I mean, I might react different than you, than Angela, than Pointed Stick.
Right. I get that, being down in the venue, but, him being shot at directly in the hallway. But yeah, I get your point. Peace out.
Yeah, Nick and I have had our own personal discussions. We had one, what was it, the other day, right?
Not too long ago.
Yeah.
Him and Shuck don't, they were.
And I was like, but this, like all these people,
Well, I mean, now we're hearing that Campos possibly sparked the whole thing off. So it's like,
that came out in that documentary.
They're using Campos and Shuck. They were inserted, and their narrative was set to save MGM from liability.
Yeah, but you don't think Campos was up there or what?
Oh no, I think Campos was up there, but I think that's why his story kept changing.
So you don't, but you think Shuck was up there as well?
I think that he was up there. I just think that the narrative they put for him
Well, yeah, I'm not talking about the narrative,
was
but they were
made to fit
physically.
what they needed it to be.
But you believe they were physically up there during, at some part
Well,
during the
yeah,
shoot.
because there's body cam video where you see Shuck down the hallway
Yeah.
talking to other cops. They were just chit chatting like nothing was going on.
Okay. Yeah, I'm
And I
just
was
trying to get a
watching that
baseline here of
going,
how
okay,
where we're
Shuck,
going with
yeah.
this.
Shuck was up there, but I do think that he was inserted into the situation to help MGM.
Yeah, I
Well,
do too.
Yeah, but Chuck wasn't there when those two officers got up there. The first two officers that were up on the 32nd floor. Chuck was not there.
He wasn't there?
No.
Yeah.
I
No,
thought he was off to the side in one of the
No,
rooms.
not at that time. Later
And
on,
a
you saw
body
him
cam later
But he was
on,
not
he was
there
down the hallway with
when
some
those two
cops
officers
chatting.
were showed up.
Yes.
Right.
Wow, we got to check that out. That's interesting. Because
Yeah.
I've always been a Shuck denier, to be honest with you. But
I don't believe what Chuck said either. I mean, I went over his statement and Campos' statement. Chuck's statement is a hell of a lot longer than Campos' statement.
Yeah, Shuck was his narrative was inserted to help MGM, but he was there. But I don't know if I buy all the.
No,
the
I
stuff
don't.
that
I don't.
supposedly He
But I mean,
said.
like,
But his brother used to work for LVMPD North SWAT.
Yeah.
Right.
Works for training for active shooter training drills. So it's like if they were going to choose Shuck, they chose somebody that they knew would be loyal, they knew would stick to their story, they knew wouldn't slip up. He was on Ellen, kind of like, Campos' handler, patting him on the back
There
and
we
stuff.
go.
There's LVSA. What's
Yeah.
up, buddy?
See,
Oh,
that's
nice.
LVSA, Michelle just woke his butt up to send him downtown.
LVSA is the first. He's the reason that I switched over because I used, like I said, I used
Nice.
to deny Shuck a lot.
And LVSA is right. Ellsbury radio traffic does prove Shuck was there.
Yeah.
And you can hear it in Varson's body cam. So yes, Shuck was actually there. I just think that they had him stick to a story that would help MGM as much as possible, but they
Oh, yeah.
couldn't deny certain
I believe
things
that.
because they knew it was going to be on body cam and radios and stuff like
Right.
that.
Well, it's
No, but
interesting
he
that
was sent down. I remember in the
the body cam.
no, not in the body cam. In his statement, he said that he was sent down
Oh, for the key cards or something like
to the
that.
key cards or something. I think he had to go down to the basement or something, and that's why he wasn't there.
Well,
when-
the statements from was it Ellsbury? I believe he said that when he got up there, both Campos and Shuck were up there, and in the I believe the elevator bank, and he didn't say anything about Shuck leaving, but the shooting was still happening. So that means that if that's correct, then yeah, Shuck could have left before the 1017 video that we get of the cops going up there.
Right.
Okay, so but the thing with that I thought was interesting about this documentary, right? It came out after the lawsuits are all said and done for the most part, and now all of a sudden we got an LVMPD cop, one of the detectives, saying that that Campos sparked this whole thing. Yeah, which was, I believe, if I'm remembering right, the original timeline, right? Campos,
Yeah.
before the shots went off.
Yes.
So now we have a LVMPD cop basically saying, even though it's we could say it's opinion, that the reason he started shooting was because Campos went up there and spooked him, and that sparked this whole thing off.
Yeah,
Right.
well, I've been there and I've come in and out of that stairwell door that Campos was there, and that door does not slam. And that's what he said he was triggered by, was the door slamming, as Campos came through it. And that's, what made him turn and start shooting at Campos.
Well,
Yeah.
he did have cameras up there, right? So it's always hard to get somebody to say like, what do you think that would look like?
Yeah, but you remember where the laptop was? It was way behind him, over on the bar. So
Yeah, but where was it when you started shooting?
So, would you go and move it back to the bar and then go shoot yourself in the head?
Well, that's what he had was he had the NRAM monitor. The NRAM monitor was movable, and that thing's totally mobile, and it's basically like an iPad, and that's what you
the
saw.
Stairwell door is actually in front of the cart, so his cameras would have been. Well, I guess he did have the peephole camera, So
Yeah, well, he had the peephole camera, and then he also had another laptop in the other room too.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah,
connected
but what?
to those cameras.
But the thing is, like, well, okay, so the laptop in the other room technically, I think, would be facing the door. The Hewlett Packard that was in the 134. I believe that's the one that would have been hooked up to the webcam. The webcam, I believe, might have been facing the door. We don't know for sure, but Bitsko did move it away. He admitted to moving it away from them, so it wasn't facing them. So I'm guessing that thing was actually facing the door. And originally, I didn't think that, but I'm
Well, it had to have been closer to the door because that cord wouldn't have reached that far.
well,
exactly.
no, I mean facing the. I'm sorry, facing the stairwell door.
Yeah. Well, either way, Paddock's quite the talented man, I must say, because he was sitting there, pop, 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 pop. Oh, wow, let me look at the video. Oh, wow, look at this.
That's what it does not make sense to
Yeah,
me.
The
Well-
direct shots and his accuracy on top of the garden gloves and his slippers.
Right.
I
What?
just, and the running back and forth, it's like that whole thing is just like, okay.
Yeah, and you're going to bring all this, weaponry and no
Yeah, but like,
And
ear
watch
protection.
your monitors.
Yeah, and no ear protection,
but those. Okay, so those
You had
rooms.
tissue.
which wasn't found in the autopsy.
Yeah, the ear protection is fucking weird.
The
So
tissue
is
was in
gas
the
mask thing.
autopsies.
Okay,
Yeah, I know, but
on the
the-
videos, like the camera, the pictures we see of Paddock laying on the ground. I don't see any
Right.
tissue in his ears.
But they were stuffed in there, so you wouldn't know
Yeah,
necessarily.
you never
see
know. I
him,
mean,
like,
he may have had
if he stuffed
deep
them down.
canals or something. Who knows?
But in the autopsies, it did talk about the tissues, and
Yeah.
one of
Yeah.
them was
Yeah.
bloody and one of them wasn't. And I can't.
Yeah,
remember
and that's
which
weird
one
that
it
he
was
wouldn't
now.
he wouldn't fork out for some earplugs, but whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Or ear
I
protection.
don't know one shooter, including myself, that doesn't have
Yep.
a pack of earplugs in their range bag. I've
Same
got
here.
the big headphones and a couple packages
Yep.
of the little squishy
Me
ones.
too.
I keep spares in my car.
Well,
Yeah,
I've
dude.
got some in the side pocket of my car too, and big zip ties. I mean, if I ever get pulled over, the cops are gonna be like, "Oh my God, she is a terrorist."
Right?
Yeah, I mean, like that's a weird thing, but God, it just got completely sidetracked from that.
Yeah.
Um,
And and you might want to line your guns up along the wall, near the window where you're going to shoot out of, not be
well,
like.
we don't know where the guns originated from.
Right.
We
And
have no
and again, we're speculating about a guy who obviously wasn't in his right mind because he shot 1,000 rounds at a concert,
Yeah,
Well,
allegedly.
it's always funny because when you watch court cases, and they're always talking about, pleading insanity or whatever. And I'm like, anybody that does this kind of shit has got to be somewhat insane.
yeah, it's true.
Maybe not by the legal medical definition, but it's kind of like, like right now we got the parade shooter going on trial next week. The guy that drove through the Christmas parade.
Oh,
Yeah.
Now he's
yeah,
going to represent himself.
that's good.
And
He needs
everyone
to.
was in the live
Good,
chat
yeah.
going,
Good.
okay, like, why didn't he just plead insanity? And he's, thinks he's going to represent himself, and he's constantly interrupting the judge at the hearings and stuff.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that one's going to be a real interesting trial. It starts next week.
Was
Yeah,
that the
well,
one in Wisconsin?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, I have a question.
Okay.
So this is a list I went over on someone else's panel. I won't go over the whole list, but
Okay.
why did he need 24 guns and all that ammunition?
Because he was going to go longer.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
But wait
I
a minute.
mean,
Why? Okay, logically speaking, okay, why would anybody need 24 guns to take out people?
You would have just needed, sometimes guns
would've
malfunction
done it.
and jam. So if he was
24
really going to
guns.
take out that many people, he would have been, I'm just saying, devil's advocate here.
Okay,
If I was going to go do what he was going to do and was planning on taking out thousands and thousands of people because he had all those, unused rounds up there, I would probably have taken an enormous amount of guns too. Because I
Really?
know how they get really hot, then they can jam and misfire and all this stuff. So I would have been tossing them and grabbing a fresh gun too, if I had planned this out. Like supposedly he had all this time to plan it and things.
I wouldn't have done if I planned it out.
Forgot his earplugs, but yeah, I would have
Yeah.
taken more guns than
I
did.
wouldn't have done any of the steps that he chose to do.
Right.
Like it's done simpler than that. Like way simpler.
Right.
I'm still so what you gave me, True Seeker. That's not good enough. I'm sorry.
But
Yeah.
okay, but
I
this
mean,
is the
5
thing,
or 10
Angela.
guns,
If
but
you've taken, if you take the ARs and those type of guns out on the shooting range, and you've got your tons of ammo, and you're gonna do all day long, it's like you will see how hot your guns get and how much they can jam,
The standard
especially with bump
AR-15,
stocks.
the standard
Yes.
AR-15 is not designed to be fired fully automatic. There's certain things in between the AR-15 and the M4 that are different.
Well, and
The
the bump
bolt, the
stocks make
gas
them jam
operating
too.
system,
Yeah.
and yeah, so
You would
and
take extra guns with you, in my opinion.
Extra, but
while
24.
visually,
yeah,
right.
like 4, right.
Well, yeah,
And
24 is a little overkill.
how many different ammunitions?
Yeah, but how many of
Well,
those were AR-10s?
only about 5 of them, right? And I'd have to go back and look at the fit report. I
it was-
only
Yeah, I'd
remember
have to go look at the listing again.
How many guns did he shoot that night? Was it 14 or 15?
I think
were
it was
used?
14.
That's I cannot believe that. That is so difficult for me to believe. And then he killed himself in like 10 minutes.
But Angela, what I'm saying is you
mine too.
haven't been to the range and seen how hot. Boom,
Okay.
boom, 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 boom. I mean, as much as he was going with one gun before you'd hear
Okay.
the break, and then he'd grab another gun, there was something like 15 or 16 volleys, which would kind of match up with how many different guns he used. Plus, he may have been planning on killing a lot more people.
In
before.
10 minutes though.
I mean,
Right.
if you look at the
But your
ammunition he
guns,
had-
when you're firing them off like that, get hot as crap.
I get that, but not, you're basically switching a gun every volley.
Right. That's
yeah,
what
that's
I
what he was doing. Yeah. Yeah.
Could you hear that when you
But I
got
do not believe that somebody that pre-planned that much and put that much thought and effort into all of this would not be wearing like the right.
they're
kind
like
of gloves.
loafers, I think, like
You would not
loafers
be
or
wearing the
something.
right kind of gloves and the ear
Yeah.
protection. Those things just
Exactly.
don't make sense to me.
Right.
Those garden gloves, you couldn't. I mean, I use those little brown gloves when I'm out,
Right.
trimming stuff in my garden with scissors, and it's like you can hardly get your fingers
Mhm.
to manipulate the scissors the right way to trim your plants. And I'm
Right.
like, he had that little, because these are floppy little gloves inside that trigger, boom,
Yeah.
boom, 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 with no, either fingerless gloves or a really tight fitting finger wide leather glove to go in that place.
Yep.
I mean,
Well,
to be
have you
able to be
ever-
as accurate as he was and not be fumbling all over the place.
So
I'm
9
not
of them were
buying
not
the garden gloves.
AR-15s. You know.
Okay, 9.
That's
Okay.
with the 308 included and the handgun included.
Okay.
So you had 7 AR-10s. Then you had the handgun, and then you had the 308.
Right.
So I mean, but
I'm sorry.
all I'm going to say is look at how many rounds he had, and
5,000.
He was planning on killing a lot more people than he
so
did.
he was planning on shooting a lot more than he did.
What
Or he
made
could
him
have been-
stop?
Or he could have been, wanting to sell some stuff. That's all I'm saying.
I mean,
Ugh.
but if you got, I mean, he
The
brought.
not seeing in room 134 what Angelica just said
Yeah,
is
that's a
still
problem.
on the table for me.
Yep.
Was it a sale? Was
Yep.
it a sting?
Oh.
Why can't we see in that room? And his guns were definitely set up. A lot of that stuff like
Mhm.
a showroom.
Mhm.
Right. Yep.
So here's my puzzle pieces, and I can't fit them together.
Yeah, I always said-
MGM, paddock, guns, and a murder, and then a bunch of others.
Yeah. Well, for me,
So-
it's like 9/11 with the put options. There's pre-evidence of pre-planning. Of an
Oh,
event.
I could go through a whole list of the pre-planning with this
Exactly.
whole Vegas thing.
And it reflects more on the MGM side, and the government side or whoever.
Put options,
all
stock sales,
was.
all that
Yep,
stuff. Yeah.
Exactly. So it's like 9/11 all over again for me.
I think MGM, like the way up, like the mobsters,
Yeah.
like way up in the money, bad stuff they do. Who knows what they do? I think somebody hired him from the MGM to do something with these guns, and I think somebody murdered Paddock.
Yeah.
Hang on a minute. I'm crawling out of this rabbit hole we're falling down.
Yeah, I'm like, whoa,
Yeah,
where are we going with
down
this?
a bad rabbit hole for
We're just putting it all out
Yeah.
there now.
We're going crazy with this.
I'm throwing out my grappling hooks here.
You be quiet over there, Nick. Nick will be calling me afterwards so we could argue. No.
Well,
No,
the
I
thing
mean,
is since the shooter,
we're hitting speculation. So.
air quotes,
Yeah, we're
is
speculating.
dead, we're never gonna know why
Yeah.
he took so many guns, or why this was
Yeah.
set up this way, or why he didn't have earplugs. Because it's like he's not here to ask.
Yeah.
But like, what would you be expecting to? What I was originally asking here, and that started this whole shit show, is you know, what would you be looking for as far as evidence to make you comfortable with whatever outcome you're looking
I
for?
would be looking for a little bit more than the family being handed a cremated box of remains and never got to even identify their person.
Exactly.
So you know, I mean,
That is not normal protocol.
Is that really what happened?
Yeah.
Yep. And
Yeah, but
I
you're not gonna
talked
get-
to Eric, and no
Not
one
with
in the
all of them,
family-
right?
No one in the family was asked, for DNA to try to match
Okay,
with his.
okay.
They got his
Yes,
DNA
okay.
from things in the mesquite house and things in the room, but it's like that could have all been planted or set up. It's like the family was not allowed to identify his body. They were just
Yeah, look
given
at pointed
box
stick.
ashes.
well, we're just going like way off the rails here. So I'm just
I
like,
know. Let's get back on the rails.
I'm like, no, it's cool. I mean, I'm just
Well,
like,
what wasn't
These are
Paddock
just
like?
questions. Yeah.
I think this is a good conversation.
all
I
I'm
really,
saying is, like,
yeah.
what I would say is, who is Paddock? Who is
Yeah,
Paddock?
exactly.
You-
Isn't there proof that he worked for the FBI and CIA and he was a gun runner into Mexico and into the Middle East?
Not necessarily proof, just a bunch of speculation.
Okay, so
Yeah, that's
Speculation.
Lockheed, he worked for the
Okay.
IRS. I mean, there's places that we have like set proof that he worked.
Yeah.
But then, there's been all kinds of stuff that has circulated throughout the years on the internet about the FBI, CIA, and all that. But there's
Right.
never been like concrete proof of that.
well,
Okay.
that would make it more solid for me too. Is finding out more about his history.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Right.
That's-
I think
I mean, from my perspective, I would just like to know why the police didn't release the evidence. And I understand that they didn't investigate this as a murder because they had the suspect. He was dead. They, in their opinion, knew who did the crime. But why not release the evidence that they have? They're, the FOIA request, they never released all the body cam from what I understand, even though they were ordered to. Those are the questions I have that would
Well-
help put together more
yeah.
understanding
Well, my
on what
thing-
actually happened, not necessarily from a conspiracy standpoint, but hey, if you have this evidence, you were ordered to release it, just
Why
do
aren't
it.
you?
Why
Why
Well,
aren't you?
my thing when you go, to talking about like that is like if I were a family member and I was told my brother did all this and he was dead in the room, but I never got to see him and they handed me a box of ashes, before I let them smear his name all over the world, I would be like, I want proof. They would have
Right.
to
Unless they weren't surprised that he did it.
to the
Well,
family.
no.
Look at how his family acted, though. Like, that was crazy nonsense.
Yeah, his brother.
Mhm.
The next day, his brother says, "Well, Stephen
He wasn't
made
Nonsense.
us all
on,
wealthy,
yeah.
and he was saying all
Yeah,
these
he
good
was a
things
nice
about him, and
guy.
now
And then he flipped.
Yeah,
And
Yeah.
then he
that was
flipped and didn't
nonsense.
want any information or whatever. So it's like I kind of think that there was some,
Something.
maybe other legal proceedings that they could have gone after the family for, and they were like, "How about you just shut up?" Because the porno charges got dropped off Bruce, and Eric had said in one of his interviews that Stephen had always done his IRS stuff, and he didn't want to get in trouble, blah blah blah. So maybe they went to Eric and said, look, we're going to do audits on your stuff if you don't quit talking to the media. And they probably told the other brother, quit talking to the media and we'll drop your charges. So
Yeah.
I'm not saying that they lied or anything like that, but it was just like, I think that they wanted to put a zip on him. And I think that's why we haven't seen much from Mary Lou. It's kind of like they made deals with these people for whatever reason to
she's
gag
never
murder 'em
spoken
with some
publicly.
things hanging
No.
over their head
Yeah.
or they can't
Yeah.
speak.
It's right down the street.
Yeah, funny. I'm just letting you guys know if you want to watch it later. But John Hoover it has a live stream that's coming
Yeah,
up.
I just got that notification too.
Oh, Hoover.
I know.
I figured I'd
Here's the
watch
thing.
that tomorrow.
I like to
'cause you know
I
what
like
it's
to
gonna
poke
be
a
full
pointed
of.
stick everyone.
Yeah, my biggest.
No, it's an encore from the dog walker, the dog walking
Well,
guy.
What
The
I
guy
don't
who
like
saw it from
lately-
the helicopters from 3 miles away.
Exactly.
I
Yeah.
don't
I know.
lately
I
about
know the
Hoover
dog walking guy.
is
Where's
he's
he?
got this other channel, a Patreon or whatever, so he
Yeah.
gives you little snippets in his
Yeah,
YouTube
I don't
feed.
like that.
You should go over there. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, I know. I don't watch shit on Patreon.
Well,
yeah, I
Yeah.
don't either.
Me
I was
personally, I just
just
don't deal
crap
with
in a couple of
speculation.
years, actually. So,
Like I don't deal well with speculation, right? So
I
unless,
agree with that pointed slip.
unless I can actually put something together that I have something behind it, I
Yeah.
don't deal with speculation, and that's why I'm asking, like, what evidence would you expect to turn all speculation off or turn it into reality?
mhm.
I would like Campos hooked up to a lie detector test.
You
Yeah.
think that would do
Because
anything?
his story changed a lot.
Really?
Either
You
that
think-
or interviewed by some hardcore person that was really good at interrogating people.
that guy's a jelly roll,
Because
dude.
his story changed too much. And it's
It
like,
did.
what is
It
it, dude? Your story kept changing.
Well, the
And
LVMPD
even
changed his
Lombardo
story.
kept changing the story.
Yeah,
And at
the LVMPD
1:30
changed
in the
the story.
morning,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, no one will ever change my mind about this.
Yep.
I think
3.5 hours after the shooting, there is absolutely no way they had enough time to investigate
Not at
to
all.
know that it was a lone shooter.
Yeah.
Because they wouldn't have had time. They were so busy
No.
with the murdered and injured crowd to even go investigate those other hotels or anything else down the strip. So if they had come forward the next day or the day after
Right.
and said, look, we're confident it's one guy.
I agree.
But it's
I
like
agree.
it's like 3 hours later. Are you kidding me?
I
It took
agree
them
with
an
that.
hour just to get
Yeah.
into the room.
I would like
I'm sorry, Matt. Go ahead.
I would like for both Campos and Shuck to be
Mm-hmm.
take,
Detected.
take lie detector tests. It'd be like an episode of Beavis and Butthead.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah, he shot at me.
yeah.
I don't think
mean,
Yeah,
anything
the only
about
person
Chuck.
that got to talk to him was Ellen. Give me a break.
yeah.
Right.
Well,
Yeah, and-
Campos was interviewed for this
MGM
11
pays
minutes
her.
documentary.
MGM pays her all of her shits in their casinos.
Yep.
Well,
Your slot
Campos has
machine.
gone on a couple of these documentaries, but the thing is he's probably handed a script and made to say what he's going to say because they're still paying for a condo for him. So he's still under whatever MGM gag order is. So he can't just go on these documentaries and talk freely. He's got to still stick to what they allow him to talk about.
Okay, so what do you expect to come out of Campos? Like, what would you expect?
I don't know.
See, that's the problem. Like what would it change? Like, what are you trying to change with Campos saying anything?
Just to find out what version, because his version is what they hinged the whole timeline on. I think
Pointed
that they
stick.
used
I'm sorry.
Campos to save from some liability because MGM wanted
I agree
to
with you. I agree
not
with
be
you.
blamed any more than they needed to be. And they actually won with their lawsuit because insurance paid for the majority of it. But I think way back in the day, because I remember the press conference Lombardo was doing after the timeline changed, and he's like, well, I kind of agree with MGM. And it's like, it was almost like they completely got him to do a 180.
Yeah, exactly.
along
That's why I got
MGM.
involved. Was because
He
of,
donated all that money to his campaign, and now
exactly.
he's running for governor. So,
Yeah.
they went along with what MGM wanted to do, and I think that's how the whole Campos thing got screwed around.
Yep. And Chris.
And I'm sorry, God,
Yeah.
I'm
Sleep
stepping all over everybody.
Oh, yeah, I know. So am I. Sleep Dep and I interviewed his roommate. Unfortunately, the app didn't pick up the sound, but you can see it. We're literally talking to his roommate, Campos's roommate, and
Are you talking about Lewis?
Yeah.
His brother's ex.
Yep. So
Lewis's sister was married to Campos' brother.
yeah, something like that.
Okay, yeah, I've talked to him before a lot.
Yeah, and he told us Campos was notorious, and that's why you hear it over and over and over again in all the videos is, fucking Campos, is because he was notorious for being, a screw up. So, and also doing seedy things, and so to me, in my mind, I feel Campos was somehow involved with Paddock, probably getting slipped a little, cash here and there, helping him, in ways that he could set it up, and set up the gun sale, and so that's where I always went with like Campos, is I think he was trying to make some side money, by working with Paddock.
Yeah, but the
I
problem
don't think
is you can't
Campos
prove
was
anything like that.
intelligent enough or trustworthy enough that anyone would have pulled him into a drug sale
I
or
agree
a
with her on
gun
that.
buy.
Well,
I
I
mean,
agree with that
there's more
to a degree.
seriously educated and people that do that for a job,
Mhm.
mob wise or otherwise, and it's like Campos is not who I would pick if I was going to do a buy.
Yeah, but if you're going to go shoot up, for hours on end, tons of people, and you forgot your, air protection, so
You're not that bright.
yeah, so neither was Paddock. So, you got two dummies working together thinking they can make some extra side money, It
I've got
happens.
my hand raised, just so y'all know.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Um, Going back to what you were saying, Pointed Stick, the inconsistencies of the LVMPD's media releases, I think, is what has led to a lot of speculation.
oh, definitely.
From the beginning, he shot himself, or excuse me, no, we shot him, no, he shot himself, and
Oh
then the
yeah.
timeline changing so many times within the first 24 hours to 36 hours. That is led to the speculation, so it's kind of hard to not speculate.
Well,
If they would have come straight out and said, we're investigating, and then 24 hours later said, this is what we got, and that was another thing we were talking about. I don't know if y'all have watched the 11 Minutes documentary that aired here in the last few days.
that's what we're talking
Pointed
about
Stick
at the
and I have
beginning,
been,
yeah.
Pointed Stick
I've
and I have been
watched it.
talking about that. They kind of misrepresented that too when they were talking about how the LVMPD handled the situation as far as the press releases and talking about that. They didn't really represent that very well because there were so many inconsistencies.
Well, I have several times taken these briefings in order and watched them like all in one sitting, and it's like when you watch one after one after one after, you know what I mean, in the order as if they came out, it's like you can see it plain as day.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Like what I was trying to go with that is like what would change if let's say we find out Campos knocked on the fucking door and started this whole damn operation. What would change? Nothing's really going to change as far as really anything.
I would agree with that.
You still don't know who Paddock was. You don't
Timeline
know.
of proving people are liars.
Well, yeah, I
We
mean, but
already know that people
we can prove that
lied, but
anyway, dude. I mean, you can go through that report and you can contradict that report with
right.
the lock interrogation report that is in the report. So, that timeline as far as the actual timeline, I
We
don't
ripped
think,
it to shreds, yeah.
yeah, and I don't think everything in that report is bogus. I think the timeline that they gave was bogus. I think that is somebody's speculation on what they think happened based on random parts of evidence. But see, the other thing I have an issue with, and this is something that falls into a lot of conspiracy issues, is when you hear somebody say something that somebody else said. So, for instance, like somebody says, I have a person that was shot at the Aria, right? For instance, I have a person that was shot at the Aria. This person here that's been shot. Well, are you actually saying that the person was shot right there in front of you? A lot of people will take that literal verbatim as, hey, the person was shot right in front of me.
Except
Yeah, well, why would
Angelica's
you
got the
run?
one where the desk clerk called and said she
Right.
saw the person shot right in front of her.
Right.
Yeah, see,
In
that's
the head.
different. And when you have people who say, I heard,
And why would you run past all the ambulances and police and people who are willing to take you to the hospital? And the
Yeah.
Aria is really far away, and so is the Paris. I mean,
Well, yeah,
these are
yeah, I know.
hotels that are blocks and blocks, like quarter of a mile, half a mile away. I personally, if I'm shot in the head, I'm not going, oh, look, there's an ambulance. I'm going to keep on running. Really?
Well, to push back on that. I mean, and it's not that I disagree with you necessarily. It's just that, if you watch the videos of what's going on that night, it was fucking chaos. It was absolute
It was
chaos. And a lot of
chaos.
these ambulances were not helping people, you know, and like they should have. They were scared like everybody else. So, you know,
They had ambulances up the street, up by the Paris,
you had
up
them at
the
Reno,
blocks
right?
away,
Well, you had them at Hooters too.
So-
That's where
Yeah.
that's where all the ambulance were
Yeah, they
were
all went to
stationed at.
Hooters.
Mhm. Yeah.
And that was a big failure of the
Well, there was
night.
also,
But I think you had
everyone
more-
always forgets, there was a great deal of ambulances because there was a concert already there.
Right.
You know, like when you go to a
Right.
high school football game and they always
There
have
weren't
3
that many.
ambulances always there on
There weren't.
standby.
There weren't ambulances. There
But
were.
I think there were more
They
people
had
transported
said
to
in
the
that
hospital.
11-minute documentary, they interviewed one of the medics that told the number of how many ambulances were already there
Right.
just because it was a concert. And I can't remember the number he said, but it was
Yeah.
more
Well,
than
there's going to
10.
be quite a few at every concert, especially one at that size, 20,000 people. That's a pretty
Well,
good.
they
size.
had their own. They had their own medical tent. Then they had
Yeah.
the command post across the street, which I believe was some sort of medical over there. But you know,
But
as
you're
far
gonna
as
run all the way up to the Aria, when you're running past all this help.
well, I think a lot of these people got rides and stuff like that. I don't know, the exact instance of what you're talking about, but like as far as ambulances being in the concert, we got body cam, we can see it, and I don't see any, and that's the problem, and I think that was a major breakdown from this night when the LVMPD likes to come out and say we did a great job, we did great. No, you guys fucked up, and
They even said in one of the body cams, there's one of the LVMPD, and he straight up says, "I'm not going in there. I'm not dying for anybody tonight."
yeah.
Basically,
were-
straight up, I'm not here to save anyone.
But
You
see, they're
know,
going into good
so-
versus bad cops,
Clearly apparent across the board with all the police.
Not
Yeah.
all.
Well,
of them.
my problem
all.
is that
Okay,
it took
sorry,
them
that
so
was an
long to get
absolute-
to the room. I can understand the cops.
Over
They
50.
don't let EMS into the venue till they know the venue's safe. I mean, that's kind of a given.
Right.
But with as much time as it took them to get in the room, that bothers me. But
Yeah.
I'm kind of okay with the cops and the EMS standing back to the gunfire. Kind of was for sure over.
Yeah.
Before they went dodging into that place.
I mean, I
because
gotta
they
do-
didn't know if there were shooters on the ground in there. They didn't know what. They just heard shit,
Right. And you're completely on your own in a situation like that. And that's something that people need to understand, is if something like that is going down, don't think anybody for 1 second is coming in there to help you or save your life.
Yeah.
And,
think
and
more
also,
people were,
I'm sorry, man. Damn it.
That's sad.
I
My
think-
friends, I'm sorry. Dang,
No,
man, I just
Shit.
can't win.
Yeah.
It's my bad. My friends who were on the strip that night, one of them was handicapped. He was in a wheelchair. And when he tells me the story, he says there was a wall of people running at me. And, I basically got shoved into a casino and locked down for 4 hours. The speculation that was going on in there, just amongst the people who were locked down in the room as to what happened, they didn't even know what was going on. They were talking, oh, the shooters are here. The shooters are over at the Bellagio. The shooters were at the New York. There's shooters all over the place. I think
was
that
what the news
led
was reporting. Yeah.
well, and they were also feeling that on the ground that night on the strip, because of the people just running down the strip. He said it was a wall of people. He thought he was going to die. I mean, he's in a wheelchair. He's disabled. And, my other friend grabbed him and rolled him into whatever casino they were next to at the time. And that's where they stayed for about the next 4 hours or even longer. And just inside talking amongst the people, there were so many different stories about what was going on. Nobody really knew, and I think that led to a lot of the reports. Now, I don't know about the Aria. I never heard about the report of a person getting shot in front of
Yeah. Well,
but
who was that one little Spanish kid? He made a whole video. He was
Oh, you're
wearing
talking about
Gio Rios.
yeah. And, he gives quite a detailed story of a guy inside the Tropicana opening up a black case,
Yes,
pulling out a
yes.
gun, and how the shooting was all, over.
Did he say it was
in the
gun?
area.
I don't think he ever said it was gun. I think he said the guy had a case and he was like,
Yeah,
guarding
he
the
never
case
said
with
he
his
saw
life.
a gun that I
Yeah.
remember.
So yeah,
Yeah.
I don't
I've
think he
got
said
his
that.
whole video in a playlist on my
Yeah.
channel. if
I mean,
anyone
that could have
wants
been a
to see
case
the
of
full
diamonds for
version.
all we know. It's
Yeah,
like,
exactly. But he did say that they were being shot at over there by the Tropicana,
Yeah.
and then you've got that other dude who walked through the back parking lot and saw casings on the ground.
So-
And
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Joe,
Yeah.
yep.
Joe,
of,
yeah,
the
Joe.
cones, covering casings. Oh, there's casings underneath this cone. So
Well,
how
Joe
are
Napoli
casings
was
over by the Tropicana, under a cone, and guns being found? Oh, is this yours? No, it's not mine. And these are cops having conversations. Oh, hang on to that. You think, so, there's evidence of bullet casings, in multiple different locations. The officers
Now,
went up into Paris, on a
playing devil's advocate in a situation like that, though, I'm just going to throw this in there. Not that I don't 100% agree with you, is that when all this gunfire starts going off, there's got to be some crazies out there that are going to start popping their guns off in the air like people do on New Year's Eve or
Yeah.
4th of July and
that's
stuff like
Really?
that. So some of these shells,
Okay, so
I
is
mean,
that where
I
we're
live
getting the
I live near Detroit, and
gunfire
I'm
farther
telling you
away?
what, New Year's Eve and 4th of July, you hear guns popping off all over. And they're not shooting people, they're shooting them in the air, but their casing's got to land somewhere. So there has to have been some nut jobs out there that may
Really?
have been the
In the
reason
Paris
some of these
bathroom?
gun casing.
Yeah,
The
the
Paris
bathroom,
bathroom's a
too.
little different, but it could have fell out of someone's pocket.
Yeah, but really? I mean,
Yeah,
I
I mean,
get
how many people carry guns in Vegas? I'm sure there's quite a few. You got a lot of people from
not
neighboring
really.
states that well, I mean, I can show you videos of guys who, are always talking about bringing their guns into those casinos.
Yeah,
But
I
the
believe it. I believe it. Yeah, but
there-
there are some areas that pat you down and check you before you come in.
well, back then, I don't think it was as bad as it is now. I know now they do freak out on that stuff, and you can watch videos of guys that are, getting caught by security with their, concealed carry stuff.
Right.
But thing is, like I said, a lot of this, it bends on speculation. I don't know if you guys saw the video I did a while back of a place over here called Knott's Berry Farm. Not to dox
Yeah, I've
myself
been
out
there.
here, but Knott's Berry Farm, right? So this is a theme park,
Mhm.
and about a half a mile away is a McDonald's. Now, Knott's Berry Farm is in a gang territory for the most part. It's
Yeah.
not a really heavily active gang, but nevertheless, it is. And it's kind of in the area I grew up in. And so, over there by Knott's Berry Farm, there was a shooting. Kid got shot at a McDonald's. Now, this McDonald's
Mhm.
is half a block away, like literally half a block away, probably half a mile. This dude went from McDonald's to the front gate of Knott's Berry Farm. Now, that's not a half mile. That's, probably 300 yards. And he limped over there because he figured, well, Knott's Berry Farm's got security. It's safer over there than it is in front of this McDonald's, where he's probably gonna get shot again. And it was a drive-by. Somebody, driving by him, shot at him and actually hit him. And so this kid ends up in front of Knott's Berry Farm. Well, people in the back of this theme park started freaking the fuck out because all of a sudden there was, oh my God, there's a shooter inside the park. There's a shooter inside the park. Everyone started freaking the fuck out. Now you can't hear the gunshots from that area. It's a theme park, for Christ's sake. It's known for roller coasters, right? So they're fucking loud. And people that had no fucking clue what was going on, had no fucking contact with this person whatsoever, within 5 minutes were running for their fucking life, thinking that somebody was in this park shooting, right? And that was the narrative that these people had. So I'm sure there's plenty of, well, I'm surprised. It's a small park. Otherwise, if it was a big theme park somewhere, then there'd probably be conspiracies running around. There was a shooter inside the park. They don't want to talk about it, whatever. But see, that's the kind of problem that I run into when I hear all this stuff about shooters at the casinos. How much of that? Now, see, I'm not saying that I'm not discounting all of them because I won't do that, but because I wasn't there, they were. But how much of that was just panic? How much of it legit was panic?
Yeah,
Because
well,
I've
no,
seen it
panic
live.
isn't calling as an employee and, from multiple different locations, talking about people being shot right there.
Yeah, see, that's different. Like, yeah,
That's also like kind of a far reach for me that there's a big shooting going on, and during the shooting you're going to pull out your own gun and be like pa 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 in the air.
oh, I don't doubt up and down the strip somebody would have
location.
done that. I don't doubt the fucking.
I mean, this isn't the 4th of July or something. This is, a panic situation. With
I don't
guns
doubt some
there.
gangbangers would have been driving up the strip going, oh
Just
yeah,
going,
someone's
"Pa, pa,
shooting
pa,
us.
pa." Yeah, I mean, up the strip, yeah, but
Yeah.
right there next to the venue, and then also in the Tropicana parking lot, which is next to the venue, and the Paris inside bathroom. I mean, how ironic would everybody just be to be like ba 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 ba
Well,
during?
no, the Paris bathroom is weird, and I believe that was a full. That wasn't just a casing. I believe that was an actual bullet, wasn't it?
I believe it was a casing, but
Oh, I thought it was a
I'm
loaded
not gonna
round,
go
but
right.
I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I don't remember exactly because I know that's yeah, it's out.
Incredibly ironic.
And I believe that was like a 9mm or something. I don't even think that was a rifle round, if I remember right.
Not sure.
I would expect it to be something smaller caliber because I would expect that to come out of a handgun.
That's very ironic, though, that all these different locations. How ironic! All in the same evening, all within the same time frame. To be finding all these casings or a bullet.
Well, I mean, how many of them were found? I mean, that was one. I know that, about the Paris bathroom, but what else are you talking about? Because
I'm
I'm not
talking
sure.
about the body worn camera where they've got casings underneath the cone. And the
Underneath the
sheriff
cone.
or the officers that pick up a gun and ask each other, "Is this yours? Is this yours?" And
No,
then
that was no, that's you're talking about the Hoover video that I fucking slammed.
no,
in
I'm
there.
not talking about the Hoover video. I did a video on it.
Okay, well that was okay. So if you go back about 30 seconds before that issue, because you're talking about the cops that are sitting behind the wall that actually start picking up bullet shells off of the ground.
No,
No,
I'm talking about they're standing over there by that Catholic church between the Tropicana and the venue, and they've got casings under a cone.
Oh, I'm
And
gonna have to
the
look at that
officer
'cause I'm
tells
not
the
sure what
other
that.
officer who walks up, he says, "Don't touch that cone. There's casings underneath it." And he
Oh,
says,
see, that I'm
"Oh,
gonna have to
okay."
look at.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
that
then
I'm
I'm
gonna.
talking about the other officer who picks up some kind of rifle and he's on the back side of the venue closer to the tanks.
Yeah,
And so he picks up a gun and asks another officer, "Is this your gun?" And the other officer says, "No, it's not mine." And he says, "Okay, hang on to that." And, and then there's another like Spanish kid who in a white t shirt. So as he's running out of the venue, he picks up a handgun off of the ground and there's communication between the crowd around him. And they say, "Is that your gun?" Or, pick up that gun. And so he's like, "I got it."
so
And so
that's
you
in the
see him
venue.
running with the handgun in his hand.
Where'd you see that one? Or is that a statement?
I have I have a video of it.
Oh,
I did
that's
a
a video.
video of all, quite a bit of these little, that's the thing. My channel gets like 0 views.
Yeah. Well, mine does too.
I watch yours.
You're not
She's
special in
got
that
some
category.
good videos over there, Pointed Stick. You might want to like just go through some of them.
I think I've pissed off just about everybody at this point. But
Yeah, me too.
Well,
dude.
you haven't pissed us off bad enough. We're here.
We're
Well, I did at
always
one
up for a
point.
good discussion.
You
This is
did.
the
People that
redemption
don't agree on everything.
stream here.
You're
But,
just lucky I really wanted to like you.
Yeah.
yeah, I don't understand that still. But the yeah, I mean, I'd have to see what you're talking about exactly because a lot of the stuff you're talking about, I'm not really even sure where that came from. So I don't really have any information on that. I can't comment on shit like that. But I'll say this, man. Like, how many people you think brought guns to Vegas that weekend?
A
Oh,
lot, but not inside that venue because I think
Well-
most of them got checked. But just in Vegas in general.
You don't think anybody got a gun inside that venue?
Oh,
I
I'm
would
sure
think
that
so.
they did.
Oh yeah.
sure.
Because
There's
I
some people
heard
that won't leave there.
survivors say that they got patted down really good, and other ones that said they just let them walk right in.
Yeah, I've
Yeah.
walked
So
in many
being
venues.
that it was a country
Yeah.
type thing, it's like I'm sure there's people that got them in there.
Yeah.
I don't
So,
think
I
they
mean,
shot anybody. I don't think they were killers or anything, but I'm sure they got them in.
They
Yeah.
Well,
will. Yeah.
not on top of that, you had just about every cop in the city converging with every firearm they could on that area of Las Vegas when that happened. I don't think it would, if somebody was concealed carrying inside of the venue and was hauling ass for their lives and dropped it, I don't think they're going to stop and turn around and go back. That just kind of what
It's
crossed
so-
my
No,
mind.
and I don't think the cops
If
are gonna
you,
chase them down
I mean, I
and
know
to
this is
arrest them either.
speculation, and I know Nick, you told me the other night. I wouldn't know. I don't know. We don't know how we're gonna act unless we're in the situation. Okay, but you being a gun guy and you living in the atmosphere where people pack, would you really not go back and get your gun?
Not in a situation like that.
Okay.
If
That's
I'm
like
being
being-
shot at, the first
yeah,
thing I'm
that's
trying to
like
do is
being in
get
a
to
war
cover.
zone in Afghanistan
Yeah.
and you drop
Okay.
the gun. It's like you're
Yeah.
going with your group wherever. It's like
Okay.
You're
if
trying
you
to
go
get to
back
cover.
to get the gun, you're gonna die.
You don't
Yeah.
stop and turn around and do whatever.
Right.
You're trying to
Right.
get to cover
Yeah.
wherever that cover is, and
Right.
you know,
Okay.
at that
Just
point,
asking.
you probably don't know where the shots are coming from
They
anyways.
may not
So what are
even
you going to
realize they
return
dropped
fire
it.
at?
It fell out of
Yeah,
their back
I mean,
pants. Yeah.
what are you going to return fire at that point with a handgun from 400 or 500 yards?
Right. Okay. Just asking.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wow, we went way
No
off the
problem.
on that one.
All right, I'm crawling back out of the rabbit hole again.
Hey,
On my way back.
I am the rabbit hole. No, I'm just kidding.
Which
No,
way
it's all
do you
good.
want to go back, Pointed Stick? Sorry if we got you all off track.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Okay. Okay.
No, I mean, yeah, it's all good. I
Let's
didn't
have
think we we're
another
going to
party.
go into that, that kind of direction, but it's all good. It's all good.
Right. Okay.
I mean, I was just, like I said, to me, it's always curious, like, what would, what are you looking for, right? So that's my thing. Like, what are you looking for here? Because me personally, I told my little story. I was looking for 2 people that died. Found one, succeeded on that. The other one, I have no fucking clue who the fuck it is, and it's driving me nuts. But I don't think I'm ever going to get those answers. At least not something I'm going to be, I'm going to be confident in. So I kind of give up on all that. But to me, to fix this whole thing, right? And I used to say this to Hunter all the time when he was around, is if you find the motive, everything will fall into place. That's all you got to have is the motive. If you have the motive, you're going to understand why this guy did it. You're going to understand if he had help doing this, if there's anybody else that might have been involved in this.
Right.
At least if you have a motive that makes sense, that you could believe.
Right.
And
And that's part of my problem is I don't buy what they're saying. Here's Mr. Nice Guy who would give money and help out, even his employees, or friends in general, or his family. And, so you got Mr. Nice Guy, like you listen to first Eric Paddock videos, he says, oh, my brother, I can't even imagine what a nice guy. He's always helping everybody out,
Well,
And
everyone's going to say that.
and then goes, right into immediately, oh yeah, he did it, he was great.
Yeah, that's where things differ, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's going to come out and say, "Oh, he was," because they do that, and you can
Yeah.
look at
So
pretty much
anyway,
any case. Oh, he was quiet. He was a great neighbor. Oh, he would help me out all the time, and then all of a sudden, they do something fucking evil.
Yeah.
And,
Well, it's just not enough for me for him to, do all of this when he's Mr. Nice Guy and flip just because he lost a few times at MGM.
I don't
Yeah.
think he's Mr. Nice Guy at all. I mean, I don't think he ever was, even before this. I just, even that 11 Minutes documentary kind of painted him as a prick that didn't get along with anybody.
Which guy?
Paddock.
Yeah, but why would if you're not a nice guy? I know if I'm not a nice guy, I'm not going to give my friends and family money and do all this and that for them.
Well, it's your
Right.
family. It's different when it's your family, but and your friends. I don't fucking know. I think he
I have
was.
family members who have written off other family members just because they didn't like a Facebook post. So
Yeah, but not every family is like that. And so, like, the thing is, I looked up at one point. I did this a while back, and I never even put it public. I don't think. His brother-in-law Okamoto. I believe Okamoto was his second wife or something like that, or
Peggy's new husband.
No, before the husband. No, I'm just talking about when was he married to Peggy? Peggy was he was married to her the second time. Was she the second wife? Whatever. Anyway, so he was married to Peggy Okamoto, and her brother.
That was the last name of her next husband. I'm pretty sure, wasn't it?
Was it?
I think so.
I thought that was her
I'd
name.
have to go back and dig through my
I'm
papers.
pretty sure that's her actual last name. I thought,
Maybe. I don't remember. I mean, it's been 5 years, so it's like,
Yeah.
my memory. I'd
So,
have to go dig
yeah,
through
mine's no
pages of
better either.
research to find it.
but if you look up Grand Central Apartments in Texas, I think it was Grand Central Apartments in Texas. You find the lawyer I think he's now a real estate lawyer. Back then, he wasn't a real estate lawyer. He was actually a real estate agent of some sort. And this guy was setting up the LLCs for Central Park Apartments LLC. I believe it was Group 6. Paddock was a part of something like that. And if you go down this guy's listings, you look at all the different groupings that he's got. He's got LLC, group whatever, Grand Central LLC, group 6, group 1, group 2, group 3. And I believe it was like group 4 or something like that. Had a guy named Okamoto. Thought that was interesting. That's a weird name. So I looked the guy up. He's out here in Torrance, California, right? Which really isn't too far from Peggy, because Peggy's out in Cerritos. And, and if I remember right, he's like her cousin or some shit like that, or brother-in-law or some, I don't know. He was somehow related. And, but he was also on the LLCs for this Grand Central Apartments. He had one of the LLCs within that. So that means that, Paddock was doing deals with these people, right? He was buying property with these people. This guy owned property out there in Texas with Paddock. So, is that how he's helping people out? Is he doing some shady real estate, stuff with these people? But so I think he was helping people out. I just don't know if it was a selfless act.
Well, if you go back through, I don't know if you researched all his real estate transactions, but a lot of them switched with family members and extended family members and friends. And, they always say that gambling and real estate are good ways to launder money.
Yeah,
And,
yeah.
Right.
IRS man
Yeah.
wouldn't want to pay capital gains taxes. So a lot of those relatives of hers that you were seeing, if there was real estate going back and forth, I think that they had a whole thing going on where they were transferring stuff, and you have to wait 2.5 years or 2 years before you have to pay capital gains tax again. And it's like there was a ton of properties when you lay them all out that got transferred, family members, friends, and it all circled back around. And I think there was some cooperation money hiding going on there, or tax evasion, maybe not money hiding, but you know what I'm saying?
Possibly,
Because
but
he
that's
did
how
all that real estate.
he was making money on real estate, doing stuff like that. And that was always interesting to me, that he had his family involved in some of his real estate stuff. And I don't know if you ever looked up that one place that I told you where he bought this place out in, I believe, LA, Hollywood area somewhere, where it was like 1.2 million. And then he sold it a week later, or actually I think it was 2 months later. He sold it for like 1.7 to these people, and it had the listing of the realtor, and it also had the listing of the dude that bought it, the dude that paid for it. And, and then he goes out and he buys another house, like, I don't know, I forget if it was a year later or something like that, but he sells it to the same people, at another gain. And I think that one he made like 200 grand on, or something like that. I think the first one he made like 400 grand on, or something like that. So to me, that's interesting. Like, I mean, I guess you could say he was flipping houses. Maybe.
Oh yeah, he was a house
Right.
flipper.
You know,
you
but-
go through his real estate transactions, and there's no way he moved that many times. So he definitely, especially when you look at the dates and the short periods of time before the flippings, that it's like he was definitely
But it's
buying and
crazy to me.
selling for profit.
It's crazy to me that you would sell to the same person, not
Because
just,
they were playing the capital gains game.
yeah, but I mean, you sold it at a, so somebody's, paying an exorbitant amount of money to him. And then those two people, the people he sold that to, the only thing I could find on them was there was a court case saying that they were being racially biased towards a family that was trying to rent one of their properties out in Los Angeles. But
Interesting.
that was the only thing I found on those. And it was actually those two. It was the realtor along with this, the buyer. So, but to me, it's always interesting when you have a guy that sells a house and then goes up to the same people and says, "Hey, you want to buy another one? Give me some more money." It's just, that's weird. So, there was something shady going on with a lot of that. But I think, personally to me, who was Paddock? That's the question that I think needs the answer, is who is Paddock? And I think a lot of things will fall into place if you get
10:05.
what?
Going to
Oh,
send us one.
10:05.
10:05.
Now Michelle was
Oh,
live. I
dude.
was watching her on TikTok, and she ended. She had to go pick up her kids from work.
Oh, I was just gonna say maybe we could share the screen real quick.
Well, her live ended, and I keep checking. I'm not sure if she's like gonna go live again or if she's done because she had to get out of there.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I don't do TikTok, man.
I don't normally do it,
Yeah, me
but I did
neither.
have an account just to look up stuff. So I had her link, so I had her live put up because she was texting me a little while ago, and I got her link from her, and she told me she was going on, but she did say she had to leave to pick up kids. So, and it is right now exactly
10:05. Yeah, 10:06 now.
10:05.
10:06 now. But yeah, to me it's, that's the main thing. It's like, who is Paddock? If you find out who Paddock was, you might find a motive. And then, from
I
there,
think I'm just sitting here listening to you guys talk about that. And I think that would be incredibly helpful for me. Because otherwise, I've given up. I don't have no proof for the shit that comes out of my mouth about it.
Okay.
I don't know what happened. I'm never going to know what happened. I'm just going to have to, I've moved on from it. I mean, I do enjoy going to your streams when I can't sleep at night. I do look for you sometimes too. I've come this close going, can you fucking go live tonight? Because I'm like, can't sleep. But then I
Yeah.
go in and sidetrack because I know
I'm good at
you're on
putting you to sleep.
your thing. I had a really good time one night with you though.
Uh-oh.
Yep, I did. I sidetracked you though.
Don't start rumors.
It was, I know. Ooh. You were showing some stuff on your screen. It wasn't one of the report. No, it was a report. And the lady was saying how her and her son had went to eat, and it was either a Denny's or a something else. And I was kind of thinking in my head, oh gosh, I wish he could pull the map up and let's look for it. But when you're doing your streams, like, you're on topic, and I come in and chat, and then I get you off topic.
It's all right.
This
It's
time
all right.
it was really cool because you said, well, let's just look for it now. And we looked at the restaurants that were right there, and we had a pretty cool discussion about it.
Yeah, there's a Denny's. I think it's like right across the street from
We
Manly
found
Club.
it. We found
Yeah.
the right one that night. It coincided with the report you were reading.
Yeah, there's like McDonald's over there, and I think there's a Denny's right there, if I remember
Yeah.
right.
Oh,
I'm
I
gonna
think it
interrupt
was Denny's
everyone
or
real
IHOP.
quick. Since right now we're actually in the middle of Paddock's shooting, I think we should do like a moment or a minute of silence.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
it's 10:08 and he's going to shoot for a little while longer, and it is the anniversary, which was the purpose of our stream, kind of.
Right.
Right.
Would you like to lead us in prayer, Pointed Stick?
Yeah, I'm not a prayer guy.
Yeah.
I know.
Hey, I'll do one.
Okay.
I'm not really a prayer person either. I was raised super Southern Baptist though. Whew. But I've researched religion since then because I was looking for the right answer. And so to me, they're all pretty much the same. And it's always about indoctrination and, your team is,
So you're bagging on religion before you're gonna do a prayer.
You're going to do, that's her
Do the
style.
damn prayer, girl.
my
Do
style.
the prayer.
But anyway, it's not
Do
about
the
your team.
damn prayer.
Not about your team, okay?
Do damn prayer.
All right. So, dearest Heavenly Father, thank you for this blessed day. Thank you for the wonderful joys you've given us today and the unity of family. With this group of people, we have a lot of questions in life. We appreciate you bringing us the knowledge and the wisdom and the ability to look past, every angle and, find the truth for ourselves. I'm incredibly grateful to have made it through this hurricane, and been safe through it. And I'm incredibly grateful that so many people survived the nightmare of, 10/1, the Vegas shooting. On this blessed day, Lord, we are so grateful for the people who survived and the recoveries that a lot of them have made. And we pray for your ability and willingness to give us, the knowledge and the power and the enlightenment, of your glory, Lord, and, helping those people continue to heal this day, and helping them, get past it. And for the ones that are there, and feeling it, live right now, and remembering it, give them some release, give them, your compassion and love and help them feel safe again. And, dear Heavenly Father, we're so grateful We're so grateful for another day of life and grateful for those people who survived and who are able to recover. So, with all of that, thanks, God, whatever you may be, greater power than myself. Thank you for this day, Lord. And, give everyone mercy and kindness and love and joy and, count your little blessings, of every breath is so important. Every minute of life, so important, and speak your truth and, protect us all and give us more days of blessings, Lord. And with that, I'm going to say thanks a bunch and amen.
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 And may the 60 people who died rest in peace.
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. And may their families be comforted tonight, because I know that this anniversary every year is not a celebration for them. I mean,
I know it.
they got to be sad. And it's just, that's heartbreaking to lose a loved one in something so horrific as this.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Every year,
It's absolutely
yeah.
horrible.
Thank you, Angelica.
No problem. Sorry, it's not perfect.
You don't
All
have
good.
no, we're not
It came to
perfect.
my heart. It came to my heart and my head at the moment. So
That's what's important.
and that's
You
what I
did
think
great.
is primarily my heart, and that's why I got so involved, was what after listening to all the hours of the 9/11 call, 911 calls,
Mhm.
my heart, and I could not sleep at night. Those phone calls rang out in my head over and over and over again. And then I threw down my headphones and I cried. I was so angry and hurt. I just literally lost my shit. My heart was
Mhm.
broken for these people,
Yeah.
and I genuinely feel that those people on those calls have not been heard, will not be heard. And I know if it was my voice on those calls, I would have wanted to be been heard.
Mhm.
And these people are seriously adamant with some serious descriptions. It's not stuff you just, oh, I was panicking. No, I'm sorry. And these were security guards. These were employees. These were the victims, the family members. There's just too many stories. It's not one or two. There's
Right.
hundreds. So, and these people aren't being heard, and that's why I got involved. I didn't have a YouTube channel. I feel like fuck the fucking media and all its social bullshit. Call it Facebook, call it Instagram. The only
Mhm.
account I have social media in was Facebook prior to this.
Mhm.
I didn't even want to do that until I moved away and a friend was like, please God, get on Facebook so I can stay in touch with you. So I did,
Right.
and I hate it and I shit on it every single fucking day. I've never been in Facebook jail and I give zero fucks. I say what I want, what my heart tells me and what I believe in my, call me the smartest dumb blonde you will ever meet. I am not, super indoctrinated, because I grew up in the punk scene and everything was
So
anarchy,
did
fuck
I.
government,
Mhm.
and I just grew up at it, and I've been doing this crap for years. I have
Mhm.
my vote 100 times, went Democrat, went independent, went Republican, went back for it, and I barely vote because ever since 9/11 happened, I was like, this is a fucking shit show, dude, and nothing matters. And look who was in place during that shit show, a Republican, and so it's like, it doesn't matter, they're both evil wings of the same bird. You got the left wing, you got the right wing, but they're still part of the same corrupt bird. So, for me, that's where I got so involved. My heart was in it from the minute I saw the reports. I was like, this is a shit show. He's changing his mind. He doesn't know what the heck. How can you investigate the whole entire strip, which was what needed to be done?
In 1.5 hours.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
change your narrative 100 times and look like you're being intimidated as crap by the stupid FBI guy who's staring you down your neck.
Oh, that was kind of sad.
So from the minute I got involved with this, which I didn't plan on getting involved, I'm not like, I got, years of content on YouTube. I only did my basic ass bullshit. I can't get fancy. I ain't got time for no app or, I'm going to edit my
Right.
shit. Fuck it. I record my screen and,
Yep.
I shoot as rare and as raw as possible.
Yeah.
I don't fabricate. This is shit that has made my mind up in a different narrative than the average Joe, just because it smells like crap from the go, and it's been crap ever since, and so for me, something ain't right. And that's all I know, you know, and I have done enough investigating in this crap. I've been there at least 4 years. This was, I guess, going to be my 5th. And, you know, I've walked all over the damn place. Nobody stops me. You know,
Right.
the Tropicana is dark as shit at night behind the building. There are no cameras back there. So literally you can walk up the staircase, which I've done at least twice, and videotaped, you know, where we see someone running across the roof, you know,
Oh yeah.
right after the shooting, and the helicopter goes by, you know, so that's like CCTV footage, you know, and I'm literally up there twice with a backpack. I could have been you know, all in black because I always wear black, you know, so I could have looked like, you know, a terrorist, and nobody stopped me. You know, no one ever stops me.
I was shocked. I was
down
shocked seeing you
with a
going to
GoPro
some of
camera
those.
on my chest. You know, so I'm walking through the casino in the gaming rooms. Nobody's stopping me. You know, they don't know, is that on? Is it off? You know, I don't know. They don't. Nobody has ever, not once, stopped me. So to me, that's scary as shit. That I'm gonna go up into a tourist place. You know, I got Walt Disney World right here in my backyard. I worked there for 5 years. So you know, you want to. Those places aren't safe. You know, in Vegas, 100% not safe. You know, like what we're talking here tonight is, you know, walking around inside casinos with guns. You know,
Mhm.
and so you know, for me, I'm sorry, it smells like crap. You know, and it's not adding up. It doesn't make any sense. You know, this guy's 60 some plus years old. Is he really going to be all that stupid? No. You know, and he's had legit jobs like at Lockheed Martin and for the post office and this and that. You know,
Right.
IRS.
FBI payroll, you know, whatever. You know, this isn't some idiot who's gonna half-ass plan something in his loafers with garden gloves, you know, and leave shit all over the room, you know, debris underneath it, you know. So who threw down that gun after the door was exploded? How'd that debris? I mean, I get it. Maybe could have scooted, you know. I mean, you can
Gone
speculate.
under the leg.
But there's just too much stuff that just doesn't add up, you know. And then all these people who call, you know. Yay, it's Mario time.
It's a Mario.
So, you know, it's just for me, I have a million questions. And, you know, yeah, you know, if it was maybe 50 people who all said something different on those 911 calls, maybe, but we got hundreds, you know. So, and I've
That's
been there.
yeah.
It's not safe. I mean, you can walk all over that place and be a bad guy and get away with it. So, you know, it's scary as crap. What the not last year, 2 years ago, I was there. I had 3 different people because I'm a smoker. I have to go outside sometimes to smoke. Different locations telling me that they had been held up by gunpoint on the strip and their personal wallet and items taken off of them by people because of the masks. And every single one of them, I was like, did you get a description of who this person was? And
Right.
you know, they were like, I don't know. I'm not going to say a color, but they had a mask on. You know, so in the description, what are you going to say? I mean, even me, you know, blonde girl, light eyes, had a mask on. So that's
Right.
not seeing somebody's whole face. So in three times in one of my visits 2 years ago, there was, you know, multiple holdups on the strip by just being a tourist walking down the strip. You know, so
That's
that
crazy.
place is not safe. I mean, and if I can go walk up on, you know, the roofs of these hotels with a backpack and
Yeah.
nothing, and I'm up there videotaping.
I know.
Doodle-doo. It's not like I'm running up and running back down. I'm like, doodly doo. Let me make a video while I'm up here. You know, plus I got to catch my breath because I ran up the stairs. And I'm like,
I don't know how you do all that walking. That's why before when I was going to go, I was like, I don't know how I'm going to do it because
yeah,
of my leg pain at that time. I don't know how I would have done it. Now I'll be able to totally do it.
you want to go with me? Let me know.
Yeah, it is a lot of walking.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
I do it really affordably, you know, like I was staying at the Luxor and I was going to be there 6 nights. So 7 days, 6 nights,
Oh,
Yeah.
$330 for the hotel.
Well, we priced it out before because I had already paid for
Mhm.
everything, remember?
right.
And it wasn't that the trip for me. I mean, I don't go on vacations or anything like that anyway. So it was affordable for me to go.
Yeah. And there's ways of cheating even with the food because the portions are so huge
Yeah.
that, you know, literally I was like, buy, you know, a meal for
I
lunch.
don't eat all day
And
anyway.
eat half of it home, or pack it in my backpack. And,
Yeah.
I do a lot of subs and shit, that I could
Mhm.
cut in half and then eat half and then,
I like dinner.
yeah.
All I care
would-
about is having coffee and dinner.
Mhm. Even like Gordon Ramsay's fish and chips, super
Yeah.
affordable. Surprisingly, I got like a lobster tail, shrimp shrimp with it, and some kind of white fish with
Mhm.
truffle fries, and it was literally like $20. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I like the good dinners,
Super
I'm not
but
going to tell you what I spent last time I
for
was there.
$20. You're just doing
what,
it for
hardly anything or a bunch?
Well, I was dating someone that was considered a high roller in Vegas.
Oh,
And,
okay. Okay.
And so she, we went to, and I don't know if we stayed in a room that was exactly like Paddock's. I got video footage of it all over the place, but we were doing some stuff, messing around in there. In fact, yeah, I don't want to say any names, but we had some visitors too from in here. And, it was a double bedroom. It was basically the same layout that he had, except that where the couch and all that stuff was supposed to was in his room. It was a second bedroom, so there were bedrooms on both sides, and it was interesting. I mean, for I think it was an hour. Was an hour and I forget 20 minutes or something. We left the door open. We just left it open. We hit the deadbolt and we left the damn thing open. Nobody said a word. Nobody called us. Nobody bothered us. And I was actually live streaming at the time. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, you guys know I was there. Yeah, I was
right.
live streaming at the time. So I even mentioned it in there. I'm like, hey, look at that. That's been open for like an hour and 20 minutes, and no one said shit. So, but yeah, we went over there, and actually, no, that was the other time we went over there. Yeah, that was the other time. We went to the place in the Flamingo, and Flamingo, for being a little bit of a ghetto hotel, you'd be surprised, man. They have a really fancy restaurant down there, and I think it's called like Meyer Lansky's or something. Or Myers, no, not Lansky. It's someone else, but it's a couple of mobsters' names. And shit, man, that was between two of us. It was like $600, and then it was comped because, of course,
Of
she don't pay for anything.
course.
And then,
Right.
But how much money she's throwing on those machines, I don't want to even ask. And then, then we went to the Gordon Ramsay Steak. It's called. I think it's
Yum.
called. I think it's spelled wrong, Stake or Staek or something like that. But went there, man, and that was $700 for two of us. I was
Wow.
like, Jesus, man, this is fucking
Yeah, that's
insane.
spendy.
I don't
Yeah, that's.
So
I don't spend that kind of money. No.
Just food, man.
and we went to the we
That is
actually
the
even went to the
experience, maybe.
foundation room. The interesting thing about the foundation room, and this is another thing, is when you're up there, you're on top of the Mandalay Bay. This is like the top tier of the Mandalay Bay. That concert looks way closer than you would expect. I
Still
brought
over 1,000 yards.
That's
Yeah,
what
me-
everybody says. That
me
it's
and
so
LBSA
much
were up there.
closer.
We were up there standing on the roof. He was up there with me, and I asked him. I said, you think someone could do this? Like, this looks really close. And
Right.
he's like, oh, fuck yeah, dude. He's like, now that I see this, fuck yeah. Like, you could definitely fucking, start dropping rounds down in there and hit all kinds of people, because it's
You know,
really, I mean, scary close.
If- That might change my mind too.
It's scary
I
close,
need
man.
to see it like at night in front of it. I want to totally like inspect what I see,
Yeah, if you can get up into the foundation room, because like I said, that's even like, I don't know how many floors above his, 9 floors or something crazy shit like that. That's actually higher than he was. And you look down on that venue, you're like, holy shit, dude, this is a lot closer than it looks in those photos. A lot
Right.
closer. It's crazy,
That'd be
and so,
interesting to
because
see.
we're looking at little photos, on our cell phones or on tablets or on
Exactly.
computer
Yeah.
screens.
We're not there.
It's
that-
shrunk down, so to us it looks like, wow, that's
perception.
really far away, but no, it's not far at all, man. It's scary how close that is, and it's kind of scary imagining, like, oh my god, this guy, I mean, yeah, you can see the whole venue. It's right there in front of you. It's 400
crazy.
yards or whatever it was is not that far, for as far as sightline goes. Now, guns, I'm not a gun guy, so that's not my thing. But yeah, it's kind of it's freaky. It's freaky. And then I walked around the venue a bunch of times. Hit the little Melissa Ramirez area over there. Went there a couple times. Walked through the Mandalay Bay, filmed all kinds of shit in the Mandalay Bay. I got all kinds of footage of that, but I don't usually show it because it's got people I know in it.
Right.
The people I was with, for some reason, nobody likes to walk behind me. They all like to walk in front of me. So whatever.
That's funny.
So there were issues with that. So that video, that footage, I had to cut up, and I think I did do a video, and I showed a bunch of it. But yeah, I had to cut all that up, and I even went where the cops were. I forget what the names of the cops were that were sitting there behind the little brick wall there in the garden in front of the Mandalay Bay, and they're saying, we can see it coming out of a window. It's whatever north of Mandalay Bay.
Do you think that was that disco ball thing up there?
No, they were looking at the shooter, and because they were looking up, you could see the room from there, and then that's also the area where the people at the bus stop were, I guess, supposedly, and they said they saw glass.
Mhm.
They said they were hanging out by the waterfall, and then the glass started coming down, and all that sort of stuff.
Right.
So that's that little area. So I walked around that. Nobody ever goes in there. That's like, I don't know. I didn't see anybody there the whole time I was there. I think one family walked by me. It's like, oh, that was weird. But I went during COVID, for Christ's sake. So it's like there weren't a lot of people there, in Vegas.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I went up in there. I've got pictures and videos up in there.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting. I mean, and then we did the walk through, the parking garage to the elevator bank to the check-in desk, and then I eventually found where he checked in at, because that was always bothering me that I could never find where he actually checked in at.
Yeah.
That room is a little strange, and where you check in at Mandalay Bay is not that room.
Right.
And but there is a room off to the side saying I think it says something like private check-in area or something like that. And you open that door, and there it is, man. There's those ugly looking lamps and shit that you see in the video.
Yeah.
So that's where that was. So I mean, to me, there were all kinds of little questions when I was looking at video and stuff like that, like where's this, where's that, that doesn't look right, and stuff like that. And I've been able to debunk most of my own stuff, when I'm saying, well, this check-in area is not the Mandalay Bay. This ain't the Mandalay Bay. This ain't where the VIPs check in, which it's not. It's the private fucking room off to the side.
Yeah.
where
Well, the other
VIPs check in.
Yeah, something I discovered while I was there was when I went to the parking garage, Chris and I, we walked all the way up the parking garage anyway to that lower roof level where the ladder is, or the stairs, not really stairs. It's more of a ladder attached to the side of the parking garage, and how you could run out onto the roof, which isn't very far to get to the edge, closest to the venue. But anyway, when we came back down out of the parking garage, like I noticed there was an elevator there, and instead of walking back down the parking garage, we took the elevator, and we didn't know exactly which level because it was like kind of coded different, than the guest elevators. And so we just hit the bottom one, thinking, oh, this is going to take us out to the casino.
And you ended up in the basement?
And we ended up in the basement. Yeah.
The black floor?
And we walked, like the hallway.
Asphalt floor.
And so, and nobody stopped us. Like tons of employees walking past us in the elevator with us, watching us come out, watching us look around, where do we go? What are we doing? Where are we at?
Yeah, when I was there.
So that's my problem with the whole Mandalay Bay is the lack of security. The lack of,
I noticed
where you could go wherever you wanted, pretty much on the roof. Down into the, lower levels, where Paddock was, coming in those service elevators, it looked the same way.
All right, Matt.
Thanks, Matt.
When I was there, he's not going to say anything. When I was there, the security, were like a bunch of young kids, and it didn't look like they were spending all that much on their security, and that was COVID times, but, it was, I said they look like they were probably 18, first job ever.
Good night, everyone.
All right.
Good night, Matt.
Good night, Matt.
Thanks for having me on tonight.
Thanks for coming by, man.
Yeah, that was cool.
Bringing your voice to the conversation.
No problem. Everybody have a good night.
Definitely.
All right,
You
man.
too,
Good night,
Matt.
Matt.
But you know, so yeah, I noticed the security was like really young and looked very inexperienced in that place. That was to me that was interesting.
Yep, for
I mean, I
sure.
didn't really walk around that much. People were looking at me funny because I was trying to walk it around to the lower level down there, and I was kind of walking around, and people were like, hey, "What are you doing here?" Because I was the only one there. I was all by myself. Like there's
Mm,
nobody down there,
yeah.
and I think there's the Uber pickup is down there, so you know that's where I was heading. But I was just kind of wandering around down there trying to figure out where things were on the lower level,
Yeah.
and yeah, I didn't do much because I don't do sketchy stuff like that. I'm not going to go, kind of. Well, I'm not going to get my friend in trouble for walking around getting trespassed from Mandalay Bay.
That's my
Uh,
young blonde power is I just act like, oh my gosh, really? Oh my god, totally. I'm
She's
in
so
where
funny.
the hell I'm at. Oh my god, where's the casino at? You know?
She's
And they eat it, you know? And you're like, oh, she's stupid. Let's lead her out, you know?
Yeah,
Let's leave her out.
I don't
Yeah.
I don't do the sketchy behavior, so I kind of follow
Call
the
it
rules.
sketchy. I call it blonde, super blonde power.
Yeah, no.
Super blonde power.
And I've been through the Tropicana a million times. I think I walked through that last time too. But I mean, Tropicana is what it is, man. I mean, you know, to me, that's not a big issue. As far as Tropicana goes, yeah, if there was a shooter there, I don't fucking know. Um, it's that Tropicana thing is just a whole nother can of worms. But
Absolutely.
like I said, my only thing is, I just always want to know. We need a motive. They should have a motive, for Christ's sake.
Yeah. Outside
Uh,
of, oh, I was just upset with the MGM.
Yeah, he's just a stressed out dude, man. Just decided to start shooting people. But we need a motive on top of that. And then, it's funny that like any information relating to him, like you think about it, like we don't have anybody that actually talked to him while he was there. How many people do you think he talked to while he was there? I mean, we got on video that he talked to the people that he was checking in with. Oh, that's when they ignored me completely. I said I want the statements of the people he checked in with. No, fuck, ain't getting that. I didn't even
They're
get a
all under
reply.
gag order.
Or the women who were registered to his room. How about
Yeah,
some
well, I didn't ask for that, but
Laura Cadian,
yeah, I mean,
fact? I'm not making this up. I mean,
Joanne.
The only thing that I remember about anybody talking to him was the lady in the little shop there at the Mandalay
Right.
Bay, right?
oh, well,
That
that's
worked.
yeah.
That was
Yeah.
another
Yeah.
Joanne, yeah.
You're talking about
That was
Joanna
Hunter.
Magnusock, I believe her name is.
right.
But that was always Hunter's thing that he was all into that, and I'm like, that's one statement. Can't back that up, and you can actually debunk it by the lock interrogation report. So either and so Hunter's whole thing with behind that was he was saying, well, that proves that there's someone else there because I believe her, and it's like, well, there's nothing. to
Yeah,
back
he was
her up.
tied up pretty tight with that.
Oh yeah, he loved that. He was so into that. That was the last thing he was working on, and it's like, but you can't prove it, right? You can't prove that this girl, because how many like semi balding, tall, fucking white men, older, rich looking white men are running around Vegas at any
Very, very large part of the demographic in Vegas.
Yes, I mean you can go watch a live stream right now. Somebody walking up and down Vegas Boulevard, and you'll see 7 Paddocks walking down Vegas Boulevard.
Oh wow.
So like, because I do that. I mean, that's something I do once in a while. And just watch people walk up and down the strip.
I see
and
dead people all the time.
you'll see all kinds of people look a lot like him. Or just watch Fremont Street, dude. The other night, like last night, I was watching some guy in Fremont Street, and I'm like, dude, he's standing in front of Paddock. The guy turns around, and you're like, oh no, it's not Paddock, but yeah, it looked a lot like him. And so like, to me, it's like, well, I mean, unless we can like substantiate that Joanna story, I don't know how much I believe her, but because I can't do that. So the how many people shook his hand, right? We got a guy shaking his hand in the VIP room, right? That's probably his casino host. We don't have a statement from his casino host. Casino host would know pretty much everything. He would know his attitude, his actions. He would know how much he gambled, how much he was losing, how much he was winning, all that sort of stuff. So we don't have that. We have casino
They all
hosts
had gag
in-
orders, yeah.
Yeah, we have casino hosts from every other hotel, but
NDAs.
not that one.
Right.
And they even mention in when they're talking to the one from Caesar's Palace, he was saying, yeah, my friend over at the MGM is his current host, and he said, he was telling me a little bit about him, and the cop said, yeah, we're going to talk to him tomorrow, so you don't have to mention that. And so it's like, we don't have that. We don't have people that he checked in with, right? Jay Wheeler, Sior Pia, and what was the other one? Shit, the name's like getting away from me. But we don't have the people he checked in with, people he got the cards from, right? So they would have a pretty good idea of what his attitude was like at the time, whether he was angry, whether he was not angry, whatever. Casino host, same thing. We don't have the guy that he shook hands with in the VIP lounge, which could have been his casino host, could not have been, I don't know. The lady that he hugged inside of the VIP lounge that brought him the drinks.
Yep.
We don't have that thing. I mean, he ran into a lot of people, and all we got was the valet and the bagman. That's it. That's all we got. They basically gave you what you needed for the narrative. And they gave you what you needed to see for this is how he got the guns up. This is how he got the guns up. That's all you need to know. You don't need to know all this other shit about these other fucking people. You just need to know how he got the guns up, and that fits into our narrative. But we're not going to tell you, how much money he's losing, all that sort of stuff. Which, according to the FOIAs that I've been putting out, they're saying that that's all going to go in the vault someday. Well, except for the gambling records. Gambling records are, the casino host said was going to go in the vault. The gambling records, I got a fucking letter back from the DOJ saying, why do you want this? So that was kind of sketchy. But, realistically, for all the people he interacted with, all we got was the valets and the guys carried the bags. That's it. And I mean, that Joanna thing, the girl in the noodle shop that thinks she saw him, stuff like that. We get these, kind of red herrings that we don't know if they're true or not, or how much truth there is to them. But there's got to be more. There's got to be more, and that does bother me. It's like, anything relating to Paddock seems to be hidden, right? They're willing to throw you body cams at you, and all that sort of bullshit. They're willing to talk to you about how the guns got up there and all that sort of stuff. They're willing to show all this crap, but they're not willing to show you anything that has to do with Paddock, and that bothers me.
Yeah, me too. And that's, what I was saying earlier is, his history, his past, his, more evidence of that. Who was this guy?
Yeah, I mean, we have, the only background check we have is something that was gotten by somebody else. It wasn't given to us by the, by the powers that be. But
right.
That's, to me, that's a problem, and that's why, all these FOIA crap that I'm doing it's all been Paddock. Paddock. I don't care about anything else. I'm not a ballistic guy. I really don't care. To me, it's just Paddock. I want to know what this guy was, what he's about, how he's making his money, who he was texting while he was up there. All of that. I want to know, I even want to know like what his personality was like, what his attitude was like when he was talking to these people behind these desks. Like, was he an asshole like everyone's saying he is? Or was he, joking and laughing with them? I mean, at some point we see him, where did we see him? I forget what video it was, but it looks like he's laughing in one of the videos. So it's like, okay, so he was kind of jovial at that point. But, was he really like that? Was that his demeanor and his attitude while he was there?
That would be something I'd be interested in knowing about, all of what you just said.
Yeah. Well,
I'd like to know why he was cruising around with Tannerite in his van.
Yeah.
That never really made sense to me.
The FBI probably going to fucking find that out. They're not going to have an answer for that.
Right.
I mean, you can't FOIA, why was the Tannerite in the van? But like, yeah, I mean, what Angelica was saying earlier, that was actually my original, that's what I always kind of bought into was the gun deal thing, right? The gun deal.
Mm-hmm.
And, I always, I could put it together, but I can't make it work with why he did what he did,
Mm-hmm.
and so like, the guy went nuts and started shooting people. He was selling guns, and then all of a sudden he decided, fuck it, I'm going to use them instead. That's weird. But, there's to go to Vegas, and I hear all these people saying stuff like, the average debunking on that is to say, well, he wouldn't sell his own guns. That'd be stupid. You're not going to sell your own guns in your own name. And you're not going to sell 24 of them when you're gambling hundreds of thousands of dollars. That ain't going to make you $100,000. So that's stupid. And, but the problem with even debunking that in that fashion is like, yeah, of course he's not going to sell his own guns. Of course he's not. I mean, why do you think he has all these 24 guns and they're all different? So if he was selling these things, these are the models, these are the prototypes. They're not the final product that you're getting.
The showroom for people to come look at and put in order.
Yeah, sure. So, I'll tell you the original conspiracy that I kind of had going on throughout all this. And, it was the only way I could make it make sense. Right. And if I was psychotic and decided to do something stupid like this, at least selling guns, not the final act. But, you sit there and you got all these guns in the room, right? You got them in 134, and you're carting these things in with the, the cart on the, on your the food carts, right? You kept the food cart for that reason, right? You throw the guns on the food cart, you throw them in the other room, and you say, which one do you want to try out? And then you carry the gun down into the van. You got all Tannerite in there. You got clips in there too, and you cart them down there. You leave the key card for the guy, or you slip it to him in the casino, whatever it happens to be, and you say, or not the key card, but the your car keys. Say, take the van out in in an hour and a half. I'm reporting it stolen. So you better be back. And person goes out, shoots up what you got in there, all the Tannerite, all the whatever, and then comes back and tells you what the order's going to be, and you somehow, I don't know how the gun industry works as far as all this stuff goes. So I don't know who you're going to sit there and have you build like 1,000 of these guns, but that was always my. That's always something that made sense to me, and it's all speculation because can't prove any of this shit. But, it's something that kind of made sense in my head as far as, what he was doing, why he had certain things, why he had the carts, why he had, all that bullshit.
I got a little thing to add to that speculation. My point with that, because I was like kind of on the same page as you.
Yeah.
Is that if he was setting these up as a showroom for people to come in and place
Why,
orders,
Angela, you changed.
Why the heck would he have had all the magazines stacked with ammo? Because if I was an illegal drug or gun buyer that was going to look at these guns, I most certainly, if all that ammo was there, would have popped the dude and stole all the guns. Because people that are buying illegal guns aren't that straight and narrow, upstanding citizens to begin with. And he had all the ammo in the same room.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he didn't have the ammo in 134. See, that's the problem. Is 134 is a portal to the outside world, where 135 is.
So you're thinking he was letting him in 134, but not 135.
Okay, so yeah, see here I'll tell you, and this is stupid. This is just my speculation.
Well, yeah, I know this is just speculation.
My trying to make this work, right? Make that ideology work. And so you sit there, you get a buyer. You say, what do you want to see? What are you looking for? You're looking for AR-10s with high-powered scopes. All right, I got a couple of those, and you go and you wheel those into 134. No ammo, you just wheel the things into 134, and then you go downstairs, hand the guy a key card. Yeah, go check 134. Let me know what you want. You got the baby camera in there, all that sort of stuff. You got the peephole cam, so you can tell when they're there, when they're gone. That way, they don't jump you when you come back into the room and steal all your shit. They find out what they want, and you say, all right, give me a half hour. You go up there, you grab them, break them down, put them in a bag, take them down into the car, put them together, and then you go and slip the guy the keys in the casino somewhere and say, yeah, you better be back in an hour and a half. Otherwise, I'm going to report this stolen.
I still wouldn't trust the guys even to go into a room to look at the guns that didn't have ammo, because like I said, people buying guns like this.
Yeah, but you're not in there, right? You're not in there. You're not in the room.
But they
you have nothing to do with
your
that.
shit, and it's not insured unless you have special insurance on it.
Well, they could steal it, but who cares, man? It's it's not a big deal. If they steal.
They were things he purchased with money. They were all purchased legally, which meant he laid out cash for him. So if somebody came in and stole his stuff, Mr. Tightwad, you know how he was. You hear all the stories about how cheap he was. I don't think he'd set his stuff up for a theft.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're in an industry where you're making hundreds of thousands of dollars off those things, those two guns that you put in that room are a fraction of that. They're not going to
But
matter.
he
It's
he
it's
had
who
rec.
cares?
This is what I find is weird. He had records for all of those guns that he purchased. But if he was doing a sales thing, like you said, he would have had to have had other guns that he got in other ways that weren't all legally purchased by him and on record.
Well, not necessarily, because he's traveling legit, right? So he's traveling with guns that he owns. Like these are his guns. So, if he gets pulled over, with 24 guns in the back of his car or something like that, they're all his. They're all
So
legal.
you're thinking they're not going to actually purchase the prototype that is
No.
his. They're just
No,
going to
no.
say, this is the one I want. He'll get
Yeah.
it for him. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
And you're going to get 100 of them, right? Something of that nature. I
Fast
don't.
and
But see
Furious.
where that all breaks down, and that was kind of something I was going with for a very long time. But where all that breaks down is like bump stocks, right? Who wants bump stocks? Like, yeah,
They're
I
a
mean,
garbage toy.
if you're
Yeah,
gonna
they're
sell,
novelty.
yeah, they're novelty, exactly. So
Very inaccurate.
yeah, and if you're gonna sell 100 fucking guns to some people, some Colombian cartel or some crazy shit like that, if we're gonna go crazy speculation, why bump stocks? Nobody
Yeah.
wants those. Nobody
If
wants
I was correct, why in the hell do you put a bump stock on an AR-15 with a scope? I think I saw
Yeah,
one that had a
yeah.
scope on it with a bump
Exactly,
stock. I mean,
yes.
how in the hell are you even going to use it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can single fire those too. So
Well, you can, but it defeats the
Some of
purpose of
those
having a bump
scopes,
stock on it.
though, some of those scopes I thought, though, maybe weren't necessarily used for the shooting with the weapons. But it's like when you go looking through a scope, like you'll see on TV snipers, it's almost like a good telescope for you. So a lot of the scopes up there may have just been used so he could like see better, and then he'd put that one down and get the other gun without the scope, but that had the bump stock, and then start shooting people, because he kind of had to know, like, okay, where's the front of this stage, and like get a close-up look. So I kind of think that those maybe were used for vision.
he had a lot of these EOTech optics on him. So I mean, I could see that. He played Call of Duty a little bit, probably.
Probably.
A little bit of that stuff. No scope on this one. This is an AR-10, so we got to discount that one, and it wasn't fired. I want to know what's in that backpack, by the way. I know there's something in that backpack because the guns aren't sitting on it flush. Here we go. We got no scope on this thing. We got nothing on this one. This thing we got, it says no sights. Yeah, I guess not. It almost looks like there is, though. The revolver, yeah, no big deal. This one says EOTech optics, so of course it's not a scope. AR-10, that's got a scope, but we can discount that. AR-10, we can discount that one as well. AR-15, okay, so EOTech optic, again, red dot sight, doesn't matter. EOTech optic on this one too.
Do any of those show a bump stock? Are there a bump stock being visible in any of those that are being shown right now?
Yeah. I mean, that's what you got here is bump stocks on these.
Oh, the thing back here by your shoulder. So you're saying
Yeah.
that's a bump stock. Okay, that just looked like a typical shoulder.
I mean, they all say too bump stock with bump stock with bump stock. No sight. EOTech optics. He seems to like these EOTech optics. Yeah, I mean, you can see the bump stock, like especially on this one, this Daniel Defense right here. You can actually see that it's a bump stock because you can see the triggers covered by the stock. So that's part of the operation of the bump stock. Here we got an AR-10, so we get
bumps back and forth in your fingers, so it's very inaccurate, right?
Well, it's a spring-loaded stock, basically. And what happens is it uses the recoil of the rifle to force your finger to pull the trigger. So you kind of set your finger there and you pull forward on the front of the gun. You really don't pull the trigger as much as you just put your finger in front of the trigger and pull forward on the handguard of the gun and pull the trigger into your finger. Is how they work.
We don't have any scopes on any of the bump stocks.
My bad.
The AR-15s. We have the EOTech optics on them. That's it.
Was that one with the scope? What's that on top of that one?
That's an AR-10 right here. So
is that a scope though on top?
An AR-10. Well, yeah, the AR-10s have the scopes. The AR-10s do. The AR-10s. No, there are no bump stocks in the AR-10s. The AR-10s were not used except for a couple of them down in the bedroom of 134, I believe.
Yeah, they were supposedly the rifles that were used to shoot at the tanks, right?
Yeah.
They were 308.
Yeah, it was. I believe they were 308s. Let's see. Let me get down to them. Get down to them. I mean, see, that's got a scope on it. That's an AR.
Yeah, and that gun's really far away. I mean, all of these, they're spread out all over the room.
Oh yeah, he had them. Yeah, he had
I
them
mean,
everywhere.
you're really gonna
Let's see.
run
bunch
all
of-
over the place and throw guns down? Or are you gonna throw them right down by the window and pick up?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think that's what the bathtub thing was for. All right, so here we go. The AR-15. No sights on that one. That's the one that was fired out the window. 308 bolt action. I don't think he ever fired that one. AR-10s, yeah, 308, 7.62. Bipod, red dot sight, no magazine. Bipod and a scope. So guessing the Ruger here was one of the ones shot. Let's see, 24. I don't know which one 24 is. Like, I don't know the difference between any of these guns, to be honest with you. But I'm guessing that 24 was the one being fired at the tanks because that's got a pretty beefy sight on it.
Well, there's another sheet. I'm not sure which reports it's in, but it actually like shows the gun and tells you which one was fired and how many rounds it fired.
Yeah, I don't have that up
I don't
right.
have it at my fingertips either. This one's like the inventory, but I know there was another one. Chris Thompson would probably know where it is because he did a lot of videos on it. That shows. It's at Ammo Land. Yeah, I've got that bookmarked.
And see, what's interesting is, to me, what's always interesting is like you can see that the brakes, the muzzle brakes are all different on these. They're like all completely fucking different. This one here on the bottom of this pile here almost looks like something I was looking up one time that was a competition flash hider. And see, that's the other problem is that we don't have an inventory of what the muzzle brakes on any of these were to be able to say whether you would have seen a large flash or not, coming out of that window, because all the brakes in these are all different. They're all completely different. So it's that's a tough thing. Deal with. Nobody's, nobody, I don't think anybody's going to be able through these pictures really to even do that. But, this is, these AR-15s all have different muzzle brakes on them. So that's another problem, when you talk about, seeing muzzle flashes, stuff like that. For one thing, this guy was not standing on glass. I don't think this guy was ever standing on glass. So, even the cop says he was standing
Neither
about
were
5
the
feet
cops
back.
that went in the room.
The what?
The cops that went in the room weren't crunching on glass either.
Oh,
when
no, they weren't
standing
standing
right
on
by the
glass.
window.
No. And you can tell by the way, I mean, for that whole.
And I
like,
would think they would have been crunching glass and being careful not to step on round little shell casings and fall out the window.
Yeah.
I always thought that body cam was really odd. Because
Well,
when
he-
he showed
you
us the
could see him leaning
pictures and
forward.
then he's standing by the window. Yeah, but bullet casings are round. It's almost like if a kid drops a bag of marbles and you're walking across the floor, you're going to be careful not to slip. And it didn't seem like they were having any balancing problems walking back to that area.
Well,
over
no,
by
I
the
mean,
window.
he's just stepping on some rounds. I mean, it's not like a Tom and Jerry cartoon. But, I mean,
1,000 shell casings.
let's
They're round and they roll. They would make you be unbalanced on your feet.
not.
I'm
I,
just saying.
Do you see what Chris is typing in the chat?
Yeah.
uh,
Also, the way that the rounds eject, they're not just going to eject into a nice little neat pile. They're probably going to be shooting all over the room. So
oh yeah, but we
Right,
do
but they
have,
showed us photographs of where they all were.
Yeah, we do have
And
photographs.
they were
of
near,
that
a lot of
area.
them were near right where that glass
And
was.
here's the photograph of the area right here. So, where that cop was standing would have been right up against that chair. So yeah, he would have been on standing on a bunch of these little shells right here. And
Yeah, I think he's
maybe
like,
even a little
how
glass
many
right there.
stories up and there's a big broken window with some wind coming through. It just didn't seem to me like they were even, trying to be careful to balance and not step on anything to fall.
I don't know, man. He
I
was
thought
leaning
that was
forward pretty
very
hard.
odd.
He was
Well,
leaning
I
forward.
know.
Yeah, that and there's
Surprised
no
he didn't fall
glass
out.
on his shoes
He
either.
looked a little nervous looking through that window because he wasn't right up, nuts up against the window. He was.
Yeah, I would be happy standing out, looking out that broken window either.
Oh, hell no. Hell
No, because it's windy up there. Well, you can see
Well,
the
there's
curtains blowing.
But you
there's
look
no
at it like
glass on his shoes either.
you look at it like this, like that window, like how much you think that's broken out? How high you think that
The
is?
window being broken out of there.
I don't know. There's no glass on his shoes, so I have a problem with that too.
Well, even
Yes, the bottom of his slippers.
You think
Yeah.
you think he was standing in the glass?
Couple of little sparkles or some shit, if he
But you
was
think he was
standing
standing in the glass? I mean, I don't think he was standing. This guy
Probably
was
not.
not nuts to the window, dude. There's just no way.
Yeah, no, he was back inside. I mean, anybody who knows anything about that knows that he didn't have the muscles sticking out the window. He was
No.
back inside the room.
Yeah.
He might have been using the chair as some type of rest or something along those lines.
I wasn't talking about him falling. When I was talking about all that a few minutes ago, I was talking about the body cam of the police.
No,
going
no,
out
we
the
were just
window.
talking about the glass.
Yeah,
on the
I knew
shoes.
Paddock
don't see
was
the
probably
glass on the
standing
shoes
back.
being a thing.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all, I want to take this opportunity to say thank you for letting me come up. I got to play a gig tomorrow down in Canton, so I got about an hour drive, and then I got to go play for 4 hours. So
Yeah,
thank you
we've been
very
on
much
3
for
hours at this point. So yeah,
Thanks
Yeah.
for coming, Nick.
thank you for the invite. I appreciate the opportunity to get on here and talk with y'all. I mean, I've been watching all of your videos for years. I mean, I knew about y'all long before you even knew I existed. So I was in
You
all
were
your
a
chats.
lurker for years.
I
He
was
was
a
a
lurker
lurker.
for years.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it probably took me, I don't know, 3 years before I even started talking in anybody's chats, but I was subbed to every one of your channels. And I watched every video that came out, and I appreciate the opportunity to come up here and chat with y'all.
I love talking to people about this stuff.
Thanks
So I mean,
coming
even
on.
if I
That was
disagree with them,
great.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're not all going to agree on stuff, but, and that's why I
It's
watched
tossing
everybody's
ideas
videos.
around.
Yeah, I mean,
toss
that's why I watched
ideas
everybody's
around.
videos.
You can cross stuff off the list, keep stuff on the table.
I
give
just like the
different perspective.
discussion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think it's.
I
like the
think
discussion.
this type of discussion was missing, 2 or 3 years ago. People
Because
were too
everyone
busy
was
with the
pushing
drama.
their fact. Everyone
Yeah.
had
and if we
even
never,
before the drama, everyone had their own fact of what happened, and they've shoved it down people's throats. So there weren't as many of these kind of let's bounce it off the wall together,
Yeah.
things back then, and then it just turned into just the damn drama.
yeah, I
Yeah.
think if everybody kind of just like mellowed out on all that stuff, and we all kind of could get together and talk about this thing. I mean, at least we could probably
Without the name calling, yeah. It was like
I mean, and I think things would have gone a lot smoother. It would have been a
Well,
nice
it's like
environment.
tonight when you're bouncing the ideas back and forth, and it's like, well, that cop was leaning pretty far out the window, and it's like, yeah, I guess he was. It's like you're helping recall each other's memories and stuff.
Yeah.
And it actually is helpful because there's always some ideas we've had in our head that it's like, oh, I can cross that off now because that makes sense because I'm on here with people I trust, not people that are shoving something down our throat,
Right.
which happened
Exactly.
for a long time
Right.
with a lot of the channels.
Yes, it
And-
did.
And
Oh,
when that
well,
was
even
going
mine,
on,
dude.
you couldn't
I
even question
got
anything
involved in all
without
that.
them attacking.
But I mean, like even like this picture right here, man. I remember me and back in the day, me and JB went over this thing like crazy. We were trying to figure out how was this guy standing? How was he on one knee? Was he laying down? How was this guy doing this? And we're like, well, he wasn't laying down because this guy ain't laying down in glass, dude. And he ain't gonna stand in
No.
glass. He ain't gonna put a knee down in glass. So where was he? He had to have
Well, he
been
didn't have his
a
eye
couple feet
protection
back.
either.
Huh?
He didn't have eye protection either, so he definitely would have been on the ground chancing
Nah.
those things
And
flicking up at
in
him.
order to be laying down, he would have to be elevated to have a downward angle or a downward trajectory to be able to look down into the venue. He absolutely had to be standing up.
Yeah.
Now, in
yeah.
134, he could have probably been laying flat on
Laying
his
on the
belly
bed.
those beds.
Yeah.
I'm
But
thinking,
there's
like,
no
standing
beds
up.
right here by this window.
Yeah, I mean, and standing up, like I'm thinking this guy could have been, good 5 feet back.
Yeah,
If
at
not
least.
that.
Well,
the
you know, when
problem
everyone
is like,
always talks about how old he is and how he could have done it and stuff. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but in 2011, I've got this off the FBI vault. In 2011, at the Aria Hotel, it was in November of 2011. Paramedics were called to Paddock's room because he had went into some kind of exhaustion thing where they had to give him a bunch of oxygen and do IEDs and send him in an ambulance to the
I never heard
hospital.
that.
Well,
Really?
Yeah.
this is that link I told you that I just got right before the thing started. I've been
This
Oh,
scrolling
no
is
a
good
little
kidding.
bit
stuff.
through
Okay,
it,
okay.
and I found 3 photographs of Paddock with this mask on his face and all this, and I hadn't read the date yet, and I'm like, wait a minute. These are pictures we haven't seen yet. They didn't go in his room and give him, oxygen. And then when I read
Hope
it was
not.
from 2011. So,
Oh.
just more and more little things are showing up in the vault.
Huh.
But this is a 399-page document I've got to read. So
That's
it's going
crazy.
to take a while. But that was just something as I was scrolling that jumped out at me because there was photographs.
Yeah,
3
well, let
different
me know when
photographs of him
you
on
run
this
that
bed.
through. I'm
Well, I can
curious.
send you
Anyways,
the
y'all,
link to
have
it
a
too,
great
and then you can
evening.
dig
All right,
too.
all
I
right.
will
Have a
talk
good
to you
one, man.
later. Thank you very much.
Thanks for
Thanks,
coming around.
Kit.
Take care.
Take care.
Thanks for coming around, man.
Yeah, I knew he'd want to come because we were just talking about this the other night because I was sending him your links and when you were live, I'm like, he goes live late and he's been watching anyway. And then now he's sending them to me. He's like, you got to watch this one.
Yeah.
So we were just having a Vegas conversation the other night about, a few things that I said today and a few other things that we talked about. And, we did talk about the shooting from the room because I'm like, I don't see how that's possible at all. And
Yeah.
he gave me a few possibilities because he thinks it's totally possible.
Oh, you'd be surprised, man. I mean, like I said, you stand on the roof of that thing and you're like, dude, this is totally possible. It's like this picture here does not do it any justice. I mean, this looks like the damn thing's like far away. This is
Yeah, it
space right
does.
here.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
no, when you stand there, you're like, holy
I can't wait to go and see
like,
that.
I could probably, I mean, when you look, because we're also looking from cameras from like the the top of the building and stuff like
Yeah.
that, that are zoomed way out and stuff like that. So, when you go stand up there, I mean, I remember and I think I have a picture or something of it.
Like the
still.
perception too is probably totally off from like camera to physical
Yeah, and you're kind of like, shit, I could almost pick a person out in this crowd from here. It's
Right.
insane. It's it gives you a whole different perspective of like what it looked like from his room. It's nuts. And so like I was always kind of saying the same thing. It's like, dude, this guy hit a lot of people for being way the fuck out there, and look at how small that looks right there. And
Yeah.
no, hell no, dude. You need and like I said, you're like 9 floors up and you're looking down, you're like, dude, like
Right
this is
there.
totally like that concert venue is right in front of your face. And it's like, this is crazy. And the interesting thing about that documentary was like, and I know some other people have always said this, but you think he was shooting at Jason Aldean? Like he shot the guitar that the bass player was holding? Like, was he shooting that?
We would have to find some information that ties Jason Aldean to Paddock.
Well, I mean, yeah, but like,
You know what I mean? We'd have to find.
well,
Okay,
no,
so
not even that, dude. Not even that. Just like straight up, like this dude wanted to send a message. Instead of
Right.
shooting all these people in the crowd, he was gonna take out the performer. The headliner.
Right.
I mean,
Right.
but the fact that he hit the guitar, that's crazy to me. That was like totally new information. It's like I didn't, I know they said like the lighting guy got, the board got hit, or maybe he got hit or something like that. But I was like, damn, dude, was he aiming at Jason Aldean? That's crazy. That would be if he would have hit him, that would have been a whole different ballgame. This whole thing would be just all over the place. This would be nuts.
I have never listened to Jason Aldean. I forgot to tell you that was part of something I was going to say earlier. During that period of time, I had Jason Aldean's CD in my car because my cousin Sarah, myself, and my daughter Cheyenne went to see Jason Aldean and Kenny Chesney maybe or something like that.
Yeah.
So I was like playing this CD just over and over and over again, you know, and since the shooting,
Yeah, you can't
I
listen
will
to any
not
old
listen to
Barstool.
that guy. I will never go see him again. Yeah, I cannot do his voice. Cannot.
Yeah, yeah.
And he was one of my favorite, you know, country artists that I really liked.
Well, it's hard to listen to any old Barstool and not hear the shots,
Yeah, yeah, I
or
can't
be
do
waiting
it.
for the shots during
Yeah,
the, you're like, there's
yeah.
something missing here in this
You're
song.
not enjoying the music anymore at all.
Yeah,
You
it's
know,
it's
you're
just,
just, yeah.
the screen was hit up. Huh. The screen was
Now,
hit
we
up.
never did get to see 134, right?
No, well, we didn't see the inside of it.
And
No, we
what's
never.
your speculation on why we have it?
134? Well, we haven't seen 134. I mean, we got pictures um in the report, but it's like they're not very good.
Not on
And
body
I mean,
cam.
a lot of this when he was talking earlier about why haven't we, why are they hiding the FOIAs? Why haven't they done this? Why haven't they done that? And I think the only answer is fuck you. That's why it's none of your business. And I think that's their personality. I
But
think that's
the
their attitude.
Freedom
Okay,
of Information Act was enacted. It is a law to keep your government in check. So they can't just say screw you. It's like by
Well,
law
they
have
could say you'll get it someday,
Yeah.
Right, right.
and they could wait until you pass away and then say, oh yeah, well, we would have gotten it to you, but
So then,
It took
why
too long,
don't
right.
people, meaning I don't know who, but
it'll be a safeguard.
us, other people, who knows, why don't we contact the court and say, listen, they haven't given us all the info?
Well, someone's got to do that.
There are a
You know.
couple people that have been consulting with attorneys.
Yeah, there's been people trying, really hard.
There are.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah,
that,
but unless you got big bucks to hire big time attorneys, it's like people are trying to talk to attorneys they know, and can you find out some information about this or that?
But if there's a bunch
no
of
one's
people
getting
like
really
emailing
far.
the judge or the courthouse, wouldn't they have to do something?
no, because
Like a petition?
Well,
Petition.
everything, yeah, it's because it's.
I'm just
government.
throwing
It's
ideas
more
out here to get the
complicated,
information
yeah.
that they're supposed to give
Because
us.
you're not just asking LVMPD for it. It's like if you ask them for stuff they promised to give us, they'd give it. They didn't give it all, but their whole city,
Well, like,
goes on tourism, so that's a little understandable. But with
Well, what
the
about
FBI
petition?
and ATF,
think about what it took just to get what we got. The all these news companies had to sue them for this.
and we still don't have everything,
Yeah.
and
So imagine like you
It's
trying
an
to do it
election
yourself.
year.
That's crazy. That's
but yeah, getting the federal government, that's different than just trying to get, LVMPD. The
Yeah.
federal government is going to have so many high paying people that it's like really complicated to try to like back them into a corner and to
Yeah,
get
'cause
the
you're trying to-
attention of like, the United States Attorney General or someone to sick on the case. It's like,
Yeah, I
they
mean, are
have
you
a
really
whole
going to
desk
sue
of
the Department
stuff
of
in their
Justice?
inbox. Yeah. That was
I mean,
weird that you got
you're
the
going after the
Department
Department of
Justice thing.
Justice, for Christ's sake. I mean, that's the FBI.
They're
is an
not
arm
just
of
going
the
to let
Department of
that
Justice.
go. Right.
So, suing them, that's good luck, man. You're going to have to go far on that one. It's just, it's a pain in the ass, dude. So you can write your congressman and stuff like that. And I think some people have been doing that.
Why not the judge, though? He's the one that did the order. The court did the order, right? Saying
Yeah.
you have to release this. So it would then.
Are you trying with the LVMPD stuff or the Freedom of Information stuff? Because they're two
No,
different
I'm
things.
talking about like in the beginning, they said, you have to release all the information, right?
Yeah, that was
Right.
the
So we
LVMPD.
compiled a list. There was a whole group
Okay.
of people that contributed to this. And
Right.
letters. I typed out and sent letters to every news media outlets that was part of that case, every attorney for each of those news media outlets, and the judge, and nothing happened. I actually got
Was there
letters
like
back
two
from the
people
court
doing
that
this
said,
or hundreds?
What now?
Is there only
We don't
two
have
people
hundreds.
doing this or?
No, I was the one that sent the letters, but other people have done other things. I mean, there's been
Okay.
like a lot of people behind the scenes, like working to try to get the additional information we don't have. And
Right.
it's just not coming. The letters that I sent to the judges actually came back to me. They were opened with a letter in it that said, I don't remember what it said. God, it's been so long. But basically, it was a blow off. And it was like, none of the attorneys from now. You got to figure you've got a whole group of media outlets that are suing them. That's the court case. So I'm notifying them of the exact numbers because other people had compiled these. It was kind of like a group effort. And I had gotten the compiled list of what we were missing and what we were supposed to get and sent it to all the lawyers that supposedly are on the side that asked for it. And it's like, never heard a word back from any of them. So it's kind of like, why are you in the middle of this lawsuit if you don't really want the stuff?
Okay.
You
LVSA is like, it's more, he's probably replying to what I'm saying. It's more complicated than that. Eddie did the same thing. Judges don't care. Media outlets don't care. Weg and I also made a website documenting what was missing. Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Well, yeah, LVSA helped me a lot with this, the actual putting the letter together with the documentation of what we were supposed to get and what we didn't get. And, you know, it's like the letters that got sent were extremely accurate. And I'm sure Eddie's letters were accurate too.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we weren't like just making up random stuff, and they were real professional, you know, and they just don't care. The news
Did
doesn't
Edward
care
ever
anymore.
ask
The
for any
judges don't
FOIAs?
care.
Do you know? True
The what?
Seeker? Back then, do you know if Edward ever did any FOIA stuff?
I don't know if Edward personally did it, but we had a lot of groups on Facebook where people got together and discussed
Oh,
stuff,
okay.
and then
Okay.
one person in the group would take care of it. Because if you had like too many duplicates going in, it's like Pointed Stick did a bunch himself.
Okay,
Michelle's
yeah.
done a bunch. Xander Arena, I don't know if you know him. He did a bunch for one of our groups. So it's like, I know
Okay.
LVSA
And I
has a
think
bunch out.
LVSA's got the he's got the trophy for that.
Yeah,
So
just
he's
knows
been
more.
on trying to get the documents and FOIAs probably more than any of us. And
Yeah,
it's
see,
like,
and I don't know
he's
all
learned
the,
how to tip talk
you
through
know.
some of this red tape, and it's like it's not getting anywhere.
Yeah.
They just they've given up caring. The town lives off you know, entertainment and vacationers,
Right.
and that kind of stuff, and they don't want any of this. They want it to just go away. Tonight, Michelle, who was in our chat earlier, went down. I was watching her. She went down on by Mandalay Bay and Route 91, just right around before, you know, the 10:05 thing, when people
Oh,
would
there's a
gather
website.
for
He
the
just put
human
it up
chain
there.
and all that. She said there was only about 7 or 10 people there because they had a concert they funneled the people to and told them to do the human chain down there. And she said she thinks it's because it's an election year. So really, it's like the town wants this, other than their private little small ceremonies, they kind of want this to go away.
Yeah. I mean, they have a history of that, though. I think I was watching some not too long ago where they were talking about things that happen in Vegas that, just kind of get brushed under the rug. You know, things that you never hear about that happen out there: suicides, murders, stuff like
They
that.
want people. My brother lived in Vegas for a while, and he talked about, you know, I mean, there's a big homeless problem. There's a crime problem.
Oh, yeah.
They don't talk about this stuff. The people that live there see it and know it, but they want everybody to spend their dollars. Their whole town would go down if tourism stopped. I mean, they need that because it's not just the tourism places like, say, the Mandalay Bay that's collecting the money. It's like the rental car companies and the gas stations. They're selling people gas, and the 7-Elevens where people are running in to grab a sandwich. It's like the entire town, as it balloons out, it's like so many people that live there, their jobs would disappear if tourism disappeared. You know, I mean, I'm sure there's jobs out there aren't tied to it, but in one way or another, it's kind of like everything that keeps that town thriving branches off of the tourism.
Exactly. You know, just like here in Florida and Orlando, you know, and I, you know, being involved with it so much, I've seen how unsafe it really is, you know, and Vegas is worse, you know, and I do alternative stuff. I don't typically do a whole lot of strip stuff. So I hang out more in the art district, which is the old school part of Vegas, where it originated out of. You know, and so it's got a lot of historical buildings. Your older casinos are down, you know, it's more the north end of the strip, and it's right across from where the memorial is. You know, that's way off, you know, the strip. So it's the arts district. You guys should check it out. Things are way more affordable. You can go to some pretty hip and cool places, that have music, live music, and, even dancing if you like that, and the drinks are way cheaper, but you will see a ton of homeless and some sketchy shit going down. So,
LVSA just put in here, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I kind of thought this was important since it was anniversary night. He just went down there like around shooting time, and he said there was nobody there. There was a group of about 15 people at gate 5, and then he stood at gate 1 from 10:05 to 10:16 with about 3 other people.
Oh my goodness.
So they really funneled them. Michelle had said they were funneling them to some other concert, and she thought because it was an election year or whatever, but it's like either that or people, just since it's been 5 years now, aren't gathering down there. But it's like those numbers are shocking me, because I remember every year we'd watch live streams of all the people down there just packed like crazy. So yeah, he just said what he saw when he went down there. He wrote it in chat.
So am I on the right website? Because it starts out with since 1993.
Who are you talking to? LVSA?
Yeah. It says evidence status, and then it starts out by since 1993.
LVSA's link didn't come through as a blue clickable link, so maybe
I know. I had to fix my own.
to relink it somehow. Maybe that's not the complete thing, because it goes on like the shooting archive thing, but then it goes into subcategories.
I know, but it is
the link to that in there again, LVSA. That goes
You'll
right
have to fix
documents.
it. I fixed it and it works. I just had to
the website hasn't been updated in a couple years.
But it says from 1993.
Yeah, that's weird.
It says, okay.
Yeah, it's just the wrong date.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. I got
once
it.
you get to that website, you start hunting around and doing some
Here.
searching. He's got him and Weg have everything on there. I mean, everything
Truth
you can
Seeker.
imagine. You just got to hunt for it.
I'll put this in the private chat because I fixed the link and I got on the website. So there's the link that he put in the chat.
Oh, yeah, you can do it in private, but you can't do it in regular chat. It's weird.
Well, because he had to separate, because if he's not a mod,
He is a
if you're
mod.
not a mod, you can't post links.
He is a
But
mod.
he is a mod.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah,
Here,
he's
let
got a
me
wrench.
put it in again and see.
He's got a wrench.
This time it showed up as a link, and it's exactly.
You have to give them permission too.
It's exactly what
do
he
you?
put in, though. Exactly. And then
Because I was going to share something, and I was going to share my screen, but it said Pointed Stick had to give me permission
Oh.
to share my screen.
Well, sharing screen is different than what I'm talking about.
Yeah, anyone with a wrench can put a link in here, but I don't know why LVSA's didn't turn into a link, because it's the exact same one.
Okay, so
that I
True
just
Seeker put it in there. Yeah.
Yeah, I got that out of your
Yeah, perfect.
private
Thank you.
chat over there.
Thank you.
Oh, he's on his phone. That might be it, he said.
Yeah, but at least we got it. Like if you separate the things, it'll let you do it like that.
Yeah, that's a link. Everybody, even people that watch this later that aren't watching now, that's a link everyone needs to have bookmarked in your computer, because literally you can go there and find everything.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
He's
a
got a
definitely hunting job, because now 5 years have gone by. But they have, well, you know how his YouTube is with like everything on that he could find on video, and this just has,
Wow, this is cool.
reports. It's totally cool. I could get lost on there for hours. I have many times.
And who all worked on this?
LVSA and Weg, I believe.
Wow.
Weg's kind of disappeared in the last couple of years, so I think a lot of it LVSA's continued on. But he said it hasn't been updated in some years, though, so maybe when Weg left, they stopped updating it. Yeah, him and Weg did it.
So
but this has been up for a long, long time. Like a lot of us already have it bookmarked and know to go there to search for stuff.
Okay,
But,
so some of this
collected
then
as much as possible.
So some of this True Seeker could have come in by now and it's just not updated.
That would be a question for LVSA. I think anything
Oh,
new
okay.
that's come in, he's made a video about or passed along to someone else to make a video about. I don't think you're going to find any secrets in here that you didn't know unless it was something from the past that you just missed.
No, that's not what I mean. So, like, say he gets in FOIAs or he gets in this missing information currently, say within the last year or whatever. It
Oh,
will
he would
would
share.
it be updated in this website, LVSA?
If he hasn't worked on it in a couple years, it probably wouldn't be updated in this, but he would update us in a video if he got something important in.
Oh, okay.
Plus,
okay,
a lot of
okay.
us still talk on the phone and in emails and stuff, so it's like Pointed Stick would definitely know in a heartbeat if
Yeah,
LVSA
okay.
got a really
Okay.
good FOIA that came
Just
in.
to
He
make sure
probably
that,
even
I
like,
don't know that.
wouldn't
I think
deny.
he keeps secrets from me too, but that's fine.
he keeps
Well,
secrets.
yeah,
all
we
good.
all get secrets from each other,
It's all
but
good.
that's the thing. Everyone's like, "Oh, the Las Vegas community, has kind of died," and it's like there are so many of us that are still in communication on the phone and email and
That's
Facebook and
really
stuff, and
good.
it's like it hasn't really died. The
That's really
public part
good.
of it has died
That's really
because of
good.
all the attacking. But yeah,
Yeah, the YouTube part of it kind of died.
there's
Yeah.
a lot of
Yeah.
stuff.
Thank
It's
God.
like like I was talking
Yeah.
to Michelle
Thank God.
today, and
Right?
she was filling
Yeah.
me in on
Oh,
stuff. And
Shane.
we still pass our info around.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's true.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yeah,
Well,
that's
yeah,
and
crazy.
some of
Angelica,
us
you're
are
another
still,
one I keep in touch with all the time. So I know if you've got something new, it's like it'll be in my box.
Yeah.
yeah, and there's a few of, I mean, all of us here keep in touch via messenger or phone.
Well, yeah, because
So,
it got to the point where it's like you didn't want to get in a debate with 200 people in the chat room. It's kind of
Exactly.
like, here's the information, look at it,
Well, and then have 5 videos made
and
about
it
it
is what it
later
is.
about you.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
stressful. Yeah.
Or
ain't
make
got
a
time for
video
fun
and then like
videos.
Pointed Stick said, then you got 15 people. LVSA does say in here there's a FOIA that has been received that will be published soon, but it's not my find, so I can't speak much more about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Michelle.
Okay. I respect that. I totally respect that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's someone, whenever it's someone else's information, it's sketchy. You have to
Yeah.
Well, I've had people before
There's
actually
protocol
get
now.
information and pass it on to me and have me do the video because it's like they don't want the attacks.
Yeah.
They don't. It's not
Right.
the attacks. It's the debate. It's kind of like, here's what I have. Take
I think
it or
it's
leave
more
it.
than a
It's like
debate, even. It's not even a debate.
they're not friendly debates. Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
no, the problem you have with releasing information before you're done with it is, there's particular people that will actually steal that information and actually make it their own, and
Yes,
then
I
throw a
know.
narrative
Yep.
behind it. And then
Yep.
once they throw a narrative behind it, that's the way it is from then on out, and everybody discounts it from
Well, and
from
that's
that
the
point
thing.
on.
It's like when you share someone else's stuff, it's like you always source it or put the link where you got it or send them to so-and-so's YouTube, TikTok, whatever. Even if they didn't want to do a live stream and discuss it, it's like you somehow link it around unless they want to be anonymous. And so many people just post videos with information and they don't source it out, and it drives me crazy. It's
Yeah,
kind
they
of
were
like,
talking
where'd you
about
get
Hoover
that
earlier.
footage?
I'm just glad
Yeah, we
Alan
saw
fell
that
off.
Hoover was publishing a Vegas video, but we didn't watch it yet.
Yeah,
I
you guys
doubt there's
remember that
anything going to
Alan
be too
guy?
exciting in there.
Oh, Alan Dion?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh yeah. Woo.
Yeah.
Alan's
He's
been
my
gone a long
biggest
time.
fan.
He doesn't like me anymore.
Yeah, he don't like
He's
me
kind
at
of
all.
moved
He don't
on.
like me
I
either.
don't see him anywhere.
He's not my friend anymore. I mean, I could show you. We had some interesting debates on some of his videos, and I don't know if he's even made a video ever since, because that last video he made, man, I went after him, and
He's just done like home improvement videos.
yeah, but I don't even know if he's done any of those lately. I don't know.
He
I
I
hasn't.
haven't paid attention, really.
He hasn't done.
Alan and I
and we're
always
getting into
got
drama
along.
here, so be careful.
Woo!
But all right,
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, Alan
Well,
and
my
I always
favorite
got
video.
along. We agreed to disagree. And, I'd bounce ideas off him and he'd talk sense into my head sometimes, So it's like we always kind of had an okay relationship. But then after all that drama started,
oh
he
yeah,
didn't really go after me too much in the drama. But
it was
he
ugly.
got into some personal crap with me where we were on Messenger, threatening stuff. Well, I know, I don't even want to say what he said, but anyways, after that, it's like I've just never talked to him again. It's
Yeah,
like,
Yeah.
when
my
you're going to
favorite
threaten
was
my
his.
home and my family with little things, it's like,
Yeah,
not that Alan would be able to do crap, but it's like I wasn't playing that game. It was like, okay.
the video he made where he dropped his camera into his lap and he was wearing like tight
Oh, yeah.
black panties.
Yes.
Oh my
I've got the one where he's got Fox Charlie on accidentally. Remember Fox
Yes.
Oh,
Charlie?
shows camera.
Yep.
I
But-
loved Fox Charlie. He was so funny and nice, and then he got caught up in the drama.
Yeah, everyone did. Everyone did at some
Yeah.
point. And
Yeah.
and that kind of ruined a lot of this.
Mhm.
I mean, I think you would have had, if because the whole idea behind this whole thing is kind of crowdsourcing. I think if you would have had if the drama hadn't happened, maybe it's possible, something could have come out of this. I mean,
Yes.
you had a lot of different minds looking at this at some point. Everyone had a
Uh-huh.
different direction they were going. And
Well, and the
but
drama just
shut
went
it down.
too far. I mean, when cops are going to people's houses and jobs are being
Yeah.
called, and
Yeah, it
you're
was
pulling
stupid.
up in people's driveways when this
And
kind of
people's
stuff went on,
wives'
that's like,
jobs being
yeah,
called.
that's like way
Cancel culture
beyond
before cancel
just
culture
a
was a
little bit of
thing.
drama.
Yes,
It's like it got out of
exactly.
control.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, it was. That was an issue, but I don't know. If these guys weren't all fighting and stuff, then yeah, maybe. I mean, it'd be nice if we could all communicate. There's some people out there, that don't even like me, and they have a lot of information, and it's
Well,
crazy.
there's some really good ones that have disappeared. Return to Logic and 4E the United States had a ton of good information. And in the
Yes.
chats, they used to put, things in the chat that if you were in a lot of chats they were in, you could collect information.
Yeah, Return to
And
Logic was cool.
they've just
Yeah.
disappeared. I mean, their channels are still up. Well, 4RE never actually, I don't think, had a channel and made videos.
Yeah, I
But
don't think
she
so.
researched like crazy, and
Yeah.
Return to Logic, I think, just got sick of the BS.
Yeah,
It's like
I think
she
so, too.
worked her butt off
Yeah.
so
Mhm.
hard.
I talked to Return. I had her on Hangouts for a bit.
Oh,
Nice.
that's good. Because yeah, she
She's
worked
cool.
her butt
She's
off
really cool.
on those victims. The living victims, and people just in those chats were they were kind of mean to everybody. But
Yeah, they're brutal.
she just felt like all her work was going on deaf ears, and she
Mhm.
disappeared. 4RE, I don't know what happened to her because she was always around in the chats.
I didn't really
She
know her very much.
disappeared.
Yeah, I didn't know her.
I was in a couple private chats with her and used to talk with her, and I know I had told Michelle today that she had done a lot of the work on the pilots and stuff, and Michelle was looking into something, and I'm like, see if you can find her and get a hold of her, because it's like she's probably got notebooks full of the airline FAA pilot stuff on the Popatic situation.
Yeah, I'll tell you something.
So-
Like we were talking about, you're talking a little bit about Dion there, and
Alan.
yeah, well, there was he said something in one of my things, right? And this was kind of why he's pissed off. It doesn't come to my channel anymore, which is fine. I'm good with that. And but he said something about someone getting shot in the face at, where was it? I forget what. Oh, Venetian. I think it's Venetian. I think he said someone goes, there was a report of someone shot in the face of the Venetian. And I'm like, I haven't read everything. I haven't gone through everything. I'm like, but I've never heard that before. I'm like, that's new to me, man. So, what I did was, what I did was, I asked a person to ask the one person I thought would know just about everything. And it's crazy, but that was KL. And so I had somebody, who was in
There
communication.
was a
with
report of the Venetian. I don't know if it was shot in the face, but there was stuff.
Yeah, I don't think it was shot in the face. That would be like all over the place, right? So, and I, and she straightened me out. And I'm like, that's what's sad about this whole thing. It's like, and I know she fucking's got to absolutely hate me at this point and I wouldn't blame her for it.
She was
But,
a really good researcher, but then
oh, yeah.
towards the end just completely flipped.
Well,
And
I
it
mean,
was
let's
like,
not
I
get,
respected
let's not get
her
crazy
as a
into the KL
researcher.
drama here. I was just saying it because
No,
I'm
but
actually
she
giving her a
could
compliment here.
research. You could ask her questions, and it's like, man, she could pull her notes out.
She
and tell you
knew
what
it.
page
Yeah.
this or that was
She
knew
on.
a
knew
lot.
it.
And then when she
Yeah.
turned into not drama, I'm just saying
Okay.
the whole fake thing. It's like all that research of hers just went out the window.
Oh, who we lose? Oh, we lost Angelica. But no, I mean,
LBSA saying there's a guy shot in the head at the front desk of New York, New York. Is that in addition to the one Angelica was telling us about, or are they mixing them up?
I don't know.
Because
I don't
she
know.
had said the Aria, didn't she?
But the point I was trying to prove there is that someone like that has a lot of information, right? But
Mm-hmm.
unfortunately, the communication is completely shut down, and I don't even know if she's still doing it. That's besides the point. But the
Mhm.
communication got completely shut down because of all the drama and all the bullshit,
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, even though you don't maybe not agree with, she may not agree with me. I don't agree with her. Whatever. None of us agree with each other. But
Mm-hmm.
that's besides the point. The point is, you got people out there with a lot of information. This drama just shut that down completely. Which
Well,
is
it was
jacked up.
always to me with the networking was like connecting the dots and finding puzzle pieces because everyone was researching in different things. So if I
100%.
knew somebody was totally digging on one thing, it's like I wouldn't bother with it. I'd go dig on something else. And
Yeah,
you'd
I
share
was
the
like that too in the
information, and
beginning.
it was
Yeah.
like slowly this puzzle was being built, and then it just exploded on us.
Yeah. I was like that too in the beginning, but then I stopped trusting people. and
Mm-hmm.
it's
Yeah.
like
Well, some of them proved themselves to be. I mean,
yeah, I mean, like, I never wanted to do, like, let's say the autopsies. Didn't want to deal with that, dude. I mean, you want to talk about depressing shit. When you
I
start,
did the autopsies deep dive for a
oh
year.
God,
I'm
that's
telling
horrible.
you,
I
I've
mean,
got them all printed out. When I die
I
and
got
my
them pretty,
kids go through my stuff, they're gonna be like, "What kind of sick person is my mom that she's got this like 200 pages of
yeah,
freaking death shit on people?" It's
yeah,
like
it's fucked up. And I never want to get into that because there was, somebody who was, and I'm not gonna say any names here, but there was somebody who was supposedly involved in all that, who was dealing with that.
yeah,
And, and,
he
you
helped
know,
me a lot.
and yeah, but the problem is like, when you find out that that person actually lived in the same building as that, the shooter, it's like, I don't know if I
Well,
trust
this
you
is the
anymore,
thing
dude. You're
though.
sketch.
It
That's sus
wasn't
as
so
fuck.
much that he was giving me information. I was asking him numbers and he was telling me what pages to find them to save me time. So I don't want to say like he was feeding me information that I was agreeing with verbatim. It was just like all the numbers on the autopsies and the map where the people were found and their toe tag numbers all were mixed up, kind of
Yeah.
on purpose to confuse us. So I would email him with a
Well, I think
number,
that the
3
map
different
was actually
numbers, and he would
accurate.
tell me what pages to go to find him and what report because I was putting different things together. So yeah, all the information I got from him, I wasn't like being spoon-fed information. He was actually helping me quickly find things that I was working on.
Well, yeah, I mean, as long as you can like, go back and do your own, you know,
Oh, I
uh,
always cross-match everything. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, and that's, you have to do that because, some of these people are just sus as fuck, man. Especially that guy, man. He always just, it was like, I was a big fan of that guy at the beginning, and then it's like all of a sudden it's like, dude, you're suspect now, dude. That's like crazy.
I
Like,
never thought he was too suspect for that because I was like, well, it could have just been a coincidental, no big deal, blah, 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 blah. So I just kind of let that blow over me.
yeah, I didn't. It's like, nah, dude, no. Because to me, like,
But
that's why
he
I asked.
never put out any information that I didn't cross-research myself. So it's like I never found anything of his that was totally out of line with things I was working on. So maybe
No,
that's why you see more
I don't think
suspect
that,
of
but
him.
I just, that's why I always ask people, like, that's the one thing that's always a question in my mind is like, why are you here? Like, why do you care? Why are you doing this? Because that's an important question, I think, because, most people don't give a shit about this sort of stuff, and, and like I said, yeah. And then you're talking about, Jason Goodman, stuff like that. Why are you here? Why do you care? Why are you bothering with this bullshit? Like,
I
why,
do think that there are people that were paid to come into our community to either push stuff, confuse people, start fights. I mean, I think that there were a few, and I don't know who they are, but some were more obvious than others. But I honestly think that because we were all getting together looking for answers, there was people that didn't want us together looking for answers as a nice, polite group of, like how we're all talking tonight. We don't all agree with each other, but we're having a good discussion. And I think back then there were people that were planted in here, for whatever reason, or they just did it like Alan. I think Alan just enjoyed it.
Yeah, Alan's just a troll.
I don't think
That's all.
anybody paid
Yeah.
on nobody's payroll.
He's got a
just
history of that.
enjoyed what he was doing. Yes.
Yeah, he's got a
Mhm.
history of trolling people.
Yes.
Right.
And, but yeah, when I talked to Ouija, last time I talked to Ouija on the phone,
Rest his
um,
soul.
yeah, poor Ouija.
I used to be on the phone with him every day. I loved
Yep.
Ouija.
Yeah, last time I talked to him on the phone, he mentioned a person, a commenter, right? Somebody, just who leaves comments once in a while, and he's like, "What do you think about that guy?" I go, "I don't even know who that is." He goes, "Oh, he's a Fed. I can almost prove it." Like, holy shit!
Ouija was the king of research. He was so
Yes,
sick
he was.
that he couldn't really do anything else but that. And when he would send me, because we were on the phone every day and he always was sending me links to stuff, he was a digger. And it's like, I would believe things he said. I mean,
Yeah,
he
well,
was just so in detail.
as far as that stuff goes, like, again, I'm not really a conspiracy kind of person, but the in the beginning, Lombardo came out, and actually said in a press conference, "We're hearing on social media that there's collusion, and all this sort of bullshit," right? So it's like they had somebody monitoring social media, because it came back later on that newscast, or some news thing, where he said, "Oh yeah, I'm not on social media
Conspiracy.
at all."
Yes.
And it's like, so who was then? Like, who was watching, the social media aspect of all?
Well, they had a payroll of people, I'm sure. I mean, come on, they hired however many hundreds of people it was. LVSA would know to redact the stuff before they released it to them.
Yeah.
So darn well they had paid some social media spies.
Yeah, I
or
just
whatever
don't know
you call them.
how far, how much I would go into that, whether they were just kind of watching to see what kind of
To report
spin was
back.
going on,
Kind
what
of like a psyop,
just like,
watch and see the reaction of the public. Which
yeah, I
is
could see them
really
having
very
a
blasé,
cop.
like, oh, they pay attention for like a minute, but then a month later they ain't got time for that. I talk to people to this day that I'm like, hey, you ever heard about the Las Vegas shooting? And they're like, when was
No.
that? I don't know.
They don't.
About it's like how quickly people forget or put it outside of their mind. If it doesn't directly affect them,
They don't care.
Well, I will tell you, I don't know if anybody kept track, but once that lawsuit was settled, there were 4 very prominent people in our community that just vanished. And
Oh,
it's
really?
like,
I didn't notice that.
Well,
and
plus
I
we've
think
had-
that they were here to monitor and keep an eye on whatever. And it's like, it was very coincidental, but it's like literally just vanished.
Exactly. Plus, Ouija passed away, pretty young, and Hunter UK, happened really quick.
Nene
too.
died.
Yep.
Jake
So we,
Gunderson died. Yeah.
yep.
We've
I
had
mean,
a
we
lot
had
of
quite a
deaths.
few deaths within this.
The
month.
first one was the
Yeah.
young 20-something-year-old gal that used to go to in-serves all the time, Nyla.
Yeah.
Nyla,
Plus,
yes.
She was like 20-something years
And
old.
Ellen
Where are we going
had
with this?
health issues, and I think Ellen may have died. I don't know. I haven't
Well-
heard from her, but I haven't seen her in any chats in a long
yeah,
time.
Ellen.
Who was
Ellen
that?
was
Truth
always dead.
Bombs, like Bestie, the female with blonde. I can't remember her name, but remember her? She died pretty early on. Truth Bombs, like
That was Nene.
Nene. Yeah,
yeah.
that's it.
Yeah, but Needy didn't die for a few years into this. I think she only died 2 years ago.
Why are you guys talking about people that died within the community?
No, I'm
I
just
don't know. But anyways, did you
Where are you going
guys
with this? This is making me nervous here. Like,
Just
you
so
guys-
you guys know, I'm next.
did you guys
No,
did
you're
you
not.
grab-
Not yet.
did you grab that Evernote that I put in there? Not the first one, but the second
I
one.
saw it. I don't know what it is though. I'm
It's
afraid to
just an
click it 'cause
Evernote,
it might jack
and
up
it
my-
lists, somebody put this all together, and I saved it in my computer. It's a YouTube channel creator directory, literally from years ago.
Oh, this is Bob. This is
This
their
is
link.
from
Do you
no
remember
no
10-1 Bob?
This was created by Return to Logic. She created this.
Oh wow.
Okay, is this an LVSA's thing?
No, this
You're
is
not on
something
that
I had
website
saved.
anymore?
This is something I had saved to my own computer.
Okay,
Back
so
from
do the links
when-
still work?
yeah, click the Evernote link.
Oh, I see
okay.
it. It's big.
Yeah,
Okay.
created by Return to Logic. Okay.
It was created by her a long time ago.
I remember this. Yeah.
She had sent it out, and I saved so much stuff from Vegas in my computer.
Oh, American Everyman, dude. Yeah, that guy. Oh well, here I'm gonna put this on here.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll put the, even though it's her stuff, I don't usually like using other people's stuff, but yeah.
I'm
Well,
gonna
no,
put
she-
it in the chat just in
she
case anyone
gave
that
it.
watches this later wants it.
She gave it to us.
Oh,
She
you can't
gave it
put the
to
link
us.
in the chat because it's too many letters. We'll have to put it as a comment later. Bobby's hit the floor. I think he was having family issues and personal issues, and he just kind of faded away.
No.
Angela might still
No.
keep track of him.
Yeah. He comes around. He leaves
I
me
think I
comments.
saw him do a live once a long time ago.
It was a long time ago. He showed up on InServes one night out of the blue, and he has shown up on my videos.
Brian Eskew pops in once in a while too.
Oh man, American Truth comes first. I forgot about JCP.
I go
But
to
Bob 10-1 had a list that had
I go
every
to Brian's
video on it.
channel. Brian has a channel.
Oh, does
Yeah,
he?
but
Oh,
he
okay.
doesn't cover Vegas anymore.
No, I know. I don't tell people
No,
like
don't tell
in the
people
public.
that's him because he
No.
was so much attacked.
Oh wow.
that-
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I don't
But
know.
JCP is in our Vegas chat that we talk all the time. He's always
And JCP and Mo Ketro is in our messenger with Angelica and myself, so we're still in contact.
Oh yeah.
Shady J, we're still in contact. Truth Bomb, Farmers, we're all still in contact.
Charles
Not
Walton. I
often.
love Charles. Charles.
Hey, look
Not-
at the YouTube chat. LVSA saying a whole lot in there.
Okay.
Because,
Oh
Yeah, he's
wow. I
talking
didn't
about
know
bodies because you guys are
Gunderson-
just
yeah.
bodies.
I haven't been paying attention to it either, but
But no, he doesn't
we
like.
was
this.
asking about bodies, and then he said Eskew's one of those ones I don't trust. I was pretty tight with Eskew, and it's
You
like
come
he
on here,
never
LVSA, if
came
you want.
across to me as someone
Come on here, yeah.
untrustworthy.
I
think
really
so.
well because we were in private conversations with him for a long time, Truth Seeker. That's why.
Yeah, we did a lot of those private chat and live.
We got
videos
to
and
know
stuff
him.
with
A little bit better, I think.
Well, yeah, and I used to talk to him on the phone and stuff, and he seemed
Yeah.
pretty even keeled.
Yeah,
Diana X. Yeah.
I always liked
Yeah.
him. Diana still has her channel.
Does
She's
she,
got-
does she have anything on there?
She
Hello,
does.
Diana X here.
Not Vegas stuff, of course, but
You with
she's
another
got a few other
YouTube
things.
video. Dan, I don't know what you're doing, Dan. I don't know why you say this, Dan. Kill Diana X, man.
I know, I love her.
It's hilarious.
Wow, you know what I'm noticing as I'm going through her thing?
Fast forward.
Everyone, she's got their YouTube name, and next to mine, she's got my real name in parentheses.
She
Oh.
does.
Cornwall.
Yeah, but that's because they used to, still call me my real name. Everyone knows my name's Kathy.
That's right. That's right.
So it probably didn't matter. It's like Angelica
And
911. She's got her full name,
JLPL.
too.
See that account right there, JLPL.
Yeah.
He still has a channel, but that poor guy has gotten into drug addiction, and he talks a lot about it on his channel.
Mm.
A lot. So that's what he does now. And I guess he had problems with it already, but he talks a lot about it on his channel.
Who's Jerry
Well-
Perdue?
Oh, Jerry used to post a lot of videos.
Huh.
It
Yes,
was a very small channel.
Yes.
And she was stuck on something. What was she
I'm
stuck on?
subbed to her too.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah, and it's like all of her videos were about the same thing, trying to
She
get the
did
same
baby
point
monitor
across,
stuff
I
and, like,
can't remember what
The
it
nanny
was.
stuff, right?
Nope, she wasn't nanny.
No, she did like the baby cam. I don't know. She did some interesting things on there.
But yeah, she didn't have many subs, but she'd come in the
John Cullen.
chats.
She doesn't have a link to John Cullen. There's Roger Keenest. Hoover. Oh, there's Hoover. Okay, so
Yeah, Lady Justice is KL, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
um,
And she still has her channel.
I don't know who Lacey.
Yeah, I
PT
wonder
is.
how many of these, if we clicked on them, if the links wouldn't work, because so many people lost their channels and had to start over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I
my
still watch
original-
Mr. Burgundy.
My
Mr. Burgundy
original
puts up
channel I
people-
got back. I got my original channel back. I just don't use it.
Well, mine wouldn't work because I've done this channel a million times. I keep, although she may have updated it. I don't know.
Truth and You and Joe Roscoe have gone through a ton of channels, so it's like I'm sure the links for them, unless she continually updates this and we just don't know it.
Yeah. That man, this is kind of scary. How much work she put into this.
She really put a ton of work into it. I remember snagging everything and downloading it to my phone, and
In red. Why am I in red? What's red mean?
because I think you can't. You remember you took down your first channel.
Yeah.
Yep.
Up, down. Yeah. I mean, there's her channel. Binsack. There you go. Scott Binsack. Talked about him earlier.
Smokey, he still has his channel. He's big now.
Smokey.
Old Peak.
Oh yeah,
Blake.
Perkins. I remember. Yeah, he got involved in drama for a short time there.
Well, he never was really too involved in it. He kind of got out of it, and
He
now
got out
he
of it.
does. He's got like a whole new group of friends, and they do live streams, but not really on
Soul
Vegas or
Surfer,
anything.
Justice for All, and Howie.
Sprinkles, Stephen McClarence.
Return to Logic was top notch with her research.
Yeah,
that
she's
she
good,
did.
man.
Well, not just this list here, but she had found almost every single injured victim and had full reports on them. I mean, she did a lot. I mean,
there's 10.
family interviews, hospital interviews, whatever she could find, she had compiled. So yeah, that girl worked her butt off.
Okay, so this was recent. Yeah, she was.
Girl Karen. She's
good.
still around too, but she's really off the deep end. That chick.
Who?
Truther girl Karen. She was around in the very, very beginning.
Yeah, but she got kind of strange after a while.
That's what I just said. She went off the deep end. Like
You people of truth in your channel,
there's
but and Waptech,
Will.
we will debug you.
Oh, she's even got the sock accounts on there.
Yeah, she does. She does good.
She's really good.
She's funny.
I bet you she's updating this continually, and we probably just don't know. Like I said, there's people
Yeah, I
still
don't know.
working
No, because she
behind the
doesn't.
scenes.
She doesn't have my new my channel that I have now. She doesn't have that
okay.
on there.
I
and she's-
haven't talked to her in a very long time, and I don't think she's doing anything because usually I end up with the Hangouts notification when she starts watching videos again.
Oh, okay.
She
Well,
usually.
I think she felt she did such an extraordinary amount of work, and it was wonderful work. And I think what was going on in a lot of the chats, I think she probably just felt like, what did I do all this for nothing?
Nah, she was.
But she did great work.
She had.
made
She,
great
I think she had
videos.
some personal stuff going on there, and then I just don't think she ever came back.
Oh,
Yeah, I
okay.
think she had some personal stuff going on, and then she took a break. Said she was going to take a break from Vegas for personal reasons, and then she just never came back.
Oh, okay.
And she last I talked to her, she was talking about coming back and doing some more of this stuff, but then she just never did.
She might still be watching these things and just not commenting.
She might be. I
Mhm.
mean,
Yeah.
I
wouldn't
mean,
be
if you
surprised.
notice, we've got some new names that show up a lot in these chats. Especially
Yeah,
on,
you
like,
never
the larger
know.
channels.
I don't.
So-
You guys
so-
do.
I
Well,
go under
yeah,
my
but
name.
you've got a smaller channel, but on the bigger channels, you get these people that come in the chats and they know what they're talking about.
No matter where I go,
And
I say what I
wonder-
say under my own name.
Yeah, but I wonder how many, a lot of them are of the people that really were researching before, but they don't want in the drama, so they've just made a new.
Yeah,
page
reinvent
just to
ourselves.
chat. Just
Nobody
to go
would know.
chat.
I should have put a
Yeah.
video together because I got video of let's see, Tim Pool. I don't know how many you watch Tim Pool. I got a video of Tim Pool mentioning the Vegas shooting, how we don't have enough information on that to make a determination. and then that guy Salty Cracker, which cracks me up, and they both mentioned the fucking the shooting, and Salty Cracker is the same thing where he's kind of a conspiracy guy, so he likes to talk about.
I love Salty Cracker. The salt.
Yeah,
must
even
love.
though it's usually like a joke to him.
Yeah.
But he said something about, the FBI, they're so good they can't find out who did the fucking Vegas shooting 5 years later or whatever. And he'll just say these off the wall comments. But he always brings up the Vegas shooting as a failure of the FBI, which is interesting.
Absolutely.
Interesting.
And he's got a massive channel. I mean, we're talking.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
I'm so.
I watch him every day. I love his content, and I love how he questions things.
Yeah.
And he's always like allegedly,
And Tim Pool's even bigger. So Tim
Yeah.
Pool has mentioned it.
I've watched Tim Pool many times.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say you'd probably like him,
Oh
Angelica.
yeah, no, I totally do.
Yeah.
Dude, I lean that direction,
I yeah. I
Well, Tim Pool's libertarian, and Salty Cracker's just Trump. It doesn't matter.
No,
Just Trump.
not really Trump, because he's questioned some stuff on him too. I think he's just more conservative.
Well, I mean, come on. He's always saying, my dude, our dude said this,
Oh.
our dude said that.
Yeah.
Orange
Get
man
this.
rad all the way. That's his thing.
Yeah.
My 11-year-old granddaughter in Texas, her birthday's coming up. So I went to her Amazon wish list and I text my daughter and I'm like, have her updated. And I noticed that in 2021, she has on her wish list, and of course she probably doesn't still want it now, a Trump 2024 flag, a big, huge one.
Oh wow, that's funny.
I'm just cracking up because I'm like, she put that on there last year, then she would have been 10.
You should get
That's funny. At
Sure.
10.
You can still find him. You can get him.
I know you should.
Oh, I know, but I don't know. Being where she lives, she's in Texas, and a lot of them there are like the liberals. They have come home from
Texas.
school. Well, they're like the minority. I mean, most of them are like, they're all ranchers where she lives. So a lot of their parents are workers. And she's come home from school a couple times crying. Because they're all Republicans, my daughter and her family. And the kids at school are like, oh, well, your parents are trying to get all our parents sent back to our country and
Oh.
stuff. So she came home crying a
That's
couple
what I was going to say.
times.
There's no liberals in Texas. What are you talking about? But yeah. I don't know. Except,
Oh,
I
there's
guess
a lot
Austin.
of the
You do have
immigrants are
Austin.
there.
You have.
Oh yeah.
You probably have some in Dallas, I'm guessing too. But I
Well,
mean,
that's
maybe-
Oh, I have a
Friday is
son that
very
lives in
bullyish.
Austin. Austin is crazy.
I'm going to get off of here.
okay.
So I want to say goodbye to you guys.
Yeah, we
Thanks
should probably
for-
close this up
Yeah,
anyway,
let's
man.
end it
It's been
up. It's
4
getting
hours.
late.
Point of
It's
stick,
been
thanks.
literally 4
Here.
hours.
I know. Thanks a lot. This was way cool.
Yeah,
This was
yeah.
a
No,
lot
I'm
of
glad you
weeks
guys
pointed
could
stick.
join me for the anniversary because I didn't know what to do tonight. I wanted to do something. I didn't know.
Yeah.
So
We didn't,
Oh,
I
yeah.
didn't either. And like, even Debbie, I invited her and, she's like, I've been thinking about Vegas all day and no one's doing anything.
yeah. Well, I mean,
No.
at least you guys were willing, to come
Yeah.
on. You guys kept me company on this thing because I
Well,
didn't.
I appreciate it because I was supposed to be there tonight, and
Yeah.
completely heartbroken that I
So
couldn't.
was I, but I just
Right.
said screw it and didn't
Yeah.
go.
Yeah.
Well, let me know next time you're there, and we'll totally
Oh,
hang out.
I mean, I could go to Vegas. Like I said, it's a 4-hour drive or something like that.
Oh,
It's not
that's
that
cool.
far for me to get there, but
I'll be going on a plane.
Yeah, well, you gotta shoot me your Facebook too, Pointed Stick. I think I know your. I don't
You
know.
don't
what your
have
name
one,
is.
do you?
not as point stick. No, I got banned on Twitter. I think the Facebook got taken down because I did have one. I think it got taken down because like all
You
this.
can make a
just
fake
text
one.
you or email you if I got.
You can make a messenger only and not have people added to your Facebook. Because I don't do that. I don't add people to my Facebook. It's private.
I mean,
But you can
Facebook,
have a messenger and only message people.
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah.
And then just make up a pointed stick messenger or whatever you want
I mean,
to do.
my email address. I give you the email address. You figure it out.
Yeah,
that
I've got
way.
his email and text.
Oh, okay. Okay. I don't
Oh,
ever
well-
Go back
email
and
my
forth with
friends.
that.
Yeah, I mean,
Like either I'll messenger my friend, video chat them, hang out in a private hangout like this.
Well, I'm just saying,
or
like, because I'm not
on the
gonna,
phone.
throw my phone number out there.
No,
But,
no, no.
Don't throw it in.
No.
And I mean, I text you guys all the time, so it's like it's easier
Yeah.
just to text message people.
Exactly. It is for me too. Yeah.
I mean, even
'Cause that's-
Google Hangouts still works, but
Yeah. My
I'll
phone's
pick that
always the best way for my friends to get a hold of me is through a text message.
Yeah.
You know, and then, or like if I don't reply to his messenger, then he'll text me,
Yeah.
you know, because he knows I'm going
So
to get
you
my
have
check.
you have Angelica's information, right?
I do. Yeah.
Oh well, you can give her mine then. That's fine. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. That's
I
no
mean,
problem.
that's easy. So that'd make it easier. I don't want to do
Yeah.
the whole Facebook thing and make a Facebook. I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
I hate Facebook.
She's
Yeah.
trustworthy. I gave her my entire credit card, my
No, it's fine.
ID,
Yeah.
everything to book my entire plans. I was like, you know what, Angelica, she travels. I am not a traveler.
Yeah.
And I gave it all over. Like, here you go. Can you just do it?
Oh, did you see what LVSA just posted? He said Discord in his about page. So I don't know if you use Discord or not.
Yeah,
I just
I'm
started
linked to
using it.
Discord.
Oh,
I
yeah,
just
I'm
don't know
in-
how Discord works too good, but I
it's
did sub
great.
to use Discord.
I
a
just
while
started
ago.
using it, so maybe I'll.
I'm in a
jump on that.
Discord with somebody that knows how to do the threads and all that really good. And there's like 4 of us in there.
Yeah.
It is awesome.
Yeah, I've never used it. I have to try it.
Discord
Yeah,
is a
he's-
really cool
It's very
thing.
user for gaming.
Yeah, I like
so I don't-
Rumble a lot. Rumble's pretty easy to use.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, you guys.
All right, guys, get out of here. I'll tell you
Thank
guys.
you.
Everybody have a good night.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You.
Stay safe as always.
Let's we can all hang out again too. Even if we want to do this privately, we can hit each other up.
Yeah, we can do a watch party on the.
Yeah, I'm flexible, so
Good
you
thing.
guys just get a hold of me.
Because I can always. Yeah, we can watch.
We
tonight.
can hang out and do something. I'm sure.
All right, Chris. Yeah. Everybody, thanks for coming around, man.
Thank you.
So
Have a
yeah,
good night.
have a good night, everybody.
Good night.